Good morning and welcome to Traders Corner's April Investors Summit. With an upcoming presidential election, the escalating Israel-Hamas conflict, high interest rates, and inflation that remains stubbornly high, 2024 promises to create some great trading opportunities. On our panel today, we handpicked the industry's top trading experts to join us. They have agreed to share their most consistent and profitable trading strategies with us in a free online educational forum. Today's show is packed with great information and discounted special offers, so let's get started. Our first presenter specializes in helping people to day trade with confidence and ease. If you have the desire to learn to day trade successfully, she simplifies the process by completely breaking down the art of identifying high probability trade setups. Here to present 4 steps to simplify your day trading is Marina, the trader chick Villatoro. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Marina.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. How are
You're
you?
welcome. I'm great. Thanks for being here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me. And how's everybody doing? Are you guys all ready for a new summit? I am going to be, let me just do the question box here. I would love for you guys to let me know in the question box, where are you all from? Can you guys just write it in here? Because I see that we are definitely filling up the house. Where are you guys coming from? Do you know where the chat box is, the question box? You could go in and put it in there. Ginger, John, Nancy from Vermont. Oh, Juan from Spain. Juan, where are you in Spain? Let me know where you are. In Uruguay, South America. My son just became a little bit obsessed with the mate thing. He's met some Chilean friends and now they're all into the mate. Oh, you're on Mallorca. I'm going to Mallorca in November. I'm actually in Barcelona. Alejandro, you are from Alejandro? Mate with me, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's his new thing right now. He drinks his mate every day. Punta del Este. Okay, I've been to Uruguay. We were in Montevideo, Colonia, I think. Gosh, I don't remember. I think we went to Punta del Este as well. I can't remember. It was so long ago. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful country. Totally fell in love with it. All right, well, I'm excited to have all of you guys here. So just remember, I love to hear you guys ask questions and feedback. So please go for it and ask away in the chat box. Today, I want to cover the 4 steps to simplify your day trading and learn how to dominate the market under any condition. And here I am. This is me, Marina, the trader chick. And I am an expat living in Barcelona. I've actually been an expat for over 20 years. And now my family and I moved to Barcelona about a year ago. We were first living in Central America, Latin America, I should say, for almost 20 years. First in Costa Rica and then Guatemala. And now we are in beautiful Spain, Barcelona. Absolutely love it. And before I was a day trader, I was actually a fitness instructor. And the main reason I bring this up for you guys is a lot of people think that you have to come from a math background or an economics background or a financial background, but you really don't. I mean, I was a fitness instructor before and a travel writer. Anybody can and should become a day trader if you have the interest in it, 100%. And I'm also trilingual. And the main reason I bring up that I'm trilingual is I was born in the Soviet Union, where my mother tongue was Russian. We moved to the United States when I was quite young. So I didn't actually learn how to speak English as much as I was just learning how to speak, period. So it came to me super easy. But I did learn Spanish in my late 20s. And when you learn a new language in your later years, it's a whole kind of a process, right? So when I started day trading, I was really, really struggling for the first couple of years, like truly struggling. And I tried so many different things. I kept on failing. It was really complicated until I decided to look at the market as if though I was learning a new language. And once I realized that I could look at it in that respect, everything changed. And that's the reason why I bring it up, because anybody who learned a second language or a third language later on in their years, they all go through the same exact structure, right? Same exact strategy, is to learn and to practice it, to commit to it. So that's literally what it's all about. But most important of all is that you want to understand it, right? And if you're learning a new language, chances are you're not going to walk into a conversation of 6 native speakers and pretend that you're going to understand what's going on, right? You're going to first want to learn the basics. Hola, mi nombre es, those little things, right? But yet, because there's zero barrier to entry for the financial markets, a lot of people cut out the learning of the basics and try to dive right in, and they fail, right? But all you have to really do is focus on the basics, on the simplifying it. And that's what I really want to talk to you guys about today. And the coolest thing about day trading, we could do it from anywhere at any time. And that is so awesome, right? So before I dive into the actual presentation, I have it all completely for free for you, because I know that we're going to have to kind of like run through, since we only have 45 minutes with each person. I have the entire presentation for you guys for free. So go into your browser and put in makingofadaytrader.com, makingofadaytrader.com. Put that in, and you can get the presentation for free. You could follow along right now and then go through it with the review. With the replay. All right, so what are the basics of trading? First and foremost, you cannot be a day trader if you do not have a good platform. Okay, it's just not even possible. And a lot of people, it's kind of like you want to be a Formula One driver and you arrive to the race in a minivan. It's completely ludicrous, right? It's the same thing with day trading. People who want to become day traders, and here they are flipping around on their rinky-dink app on their phone. That's not day trading. That is simply donating your money to the market, right? So you need to do that. There are so many good platforms out there today, quite cheap or even for free, okay? And usually the majority of these platforms, they have universal indicators. You do not need to buy any kind of indicators, guys. Every time people are like trying to, buying new algorithms or indicators or softwares, the only people making money from that are the ones selling the algorithms, the softwares, and the indicators. You get free indicators with whatever platform you are using. And if you're having complications of figuring out which one to use, I'm happy to help you. I have been doing this for over 12 years. I have seen so many new platforms come and go, and they're all very similar. So I'm happy to help you guys with that if you need any help. All right, so let's dive in. The market movement of the trend, right? So here's the thing. It's all about market movement, right? We want to learn how to read what the market is telling us and what the market is doing, correct? That is literally what we want to understand. Because if we do not understand what the market is doing, how are we going to be able to understand where is a good place to enter? Where is a good place to exit, right? So now we're going to break it down and truly understand the basics. First and foremost, there are 3 trends. There are only 3 trends. So unfortunately, the majority of the people only focus on 2 trends, and that's the upward trend or the downward trend. However, the most important trend is really the sideways trend. And do you know why? Because this is where the majority of the people lose their money. You could go into your trading journals and you could go and see where was it that you lost your money. And it's usually either in the beginning of a sideways trend or during the sideways trend. And I'm going to get into understanding why that is and how to completely avoid it, and to be able to spot when you break through or transition out of that sideways trend, because this is the most important thing of all. And if you're sitting here and trying to day trade and you don't even have a trading journal, you are not back testing, and you are not testing which trades are working, I recommend to stop going live right this second. Okay, stop. Why? Because you never want to practice with your real money something that you don't really know if it's working or not. Okay, it's super, super important. If you're not back testing, you are literally just donating your money to the market. Okay, so trending markets. Again, we have the downward trend, we have the upward trend, and we have the sideways trend. So just a really quick go through what is an upward trend. It is literally where each pivot is higher than the next. It's pretty simple, right? Each pivot is higher than the next. This is the bull market. This is the market going up. This is where we go in for a buy, right? This is where we are going along. So whenever you hear anyone say, I am buying or I'm looking for a long position, that's exactly what this means. What does that mean? You are entering low, exiting high, and taking the money in between, your profit in between. That's it. It's super, super easy to understand. Buy low, exit high, boom, profit. Okay, this is where you're going long. This is where you are buying. Okay, now we have the downward trend. So it's really important to understand that the downward trend is really where the majority of the money is made for day traders. Why? Because usually the downward trend runs a lot faster than the upward trend. And we look to go long, short as same as we go long, right? So what does this mean? So when you have a downward trend, we are looking for a sell. We are looking for a sell. We are looking for a short. We are entering a short position. We are shorting the market, right? What does that mean? It literally means you are entering high, exiting low, and taking the money in between. That's it. Don't overthink it. I get so many people that are saying, oh, but if I'm shorting the market, that means somebody is losing. Who's that somebody? We don't care who that somebody is, right? They don't care who you are. All we are doing is following what the technical analysis is telling us. And if it's telling us to enter a short, we go for it, right? That's the most important thing. So you're shorting the market. Okay, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that movie, The Big Short. That is literally what that was about. Those, I think, 3 or 4 different groups of characters, they shorted the biggest bomb of a market, right? And that's the reason why they profited. And that's what we need to look out for. It's the bear market. It's the market going down. It's when shorting the market. So now it's time to truly understand the sideways market. What is the sideways market? First of all, I call it the trader's worst enemy, but the other names that you probably know it by is consolidation areas, transition areas, the chop, the exhaustion pattern, the indecision zone. I mean, these are all identical, right? The channel, the whatever, right? The flat, the zero momentum, that's what it is. But it is literally the trader's worst enemy. And once you learn how to spot it, you can totally avoid it. So this is what it looks like. This is the consolidation. It is when you have 2 very distinct areas and the market is simply bouncing in between those areas, right? It is a place where there is absolutely no movement. There's zero momentum. So the main reason a lot of people lose money here, it's not because of what you think. Here's the thing, day trading, financial markets on a whole, is a very emotional activity, right? It's very high emotions, and a lot of times we don't think straight. And what we also do is that we create stories in our heads, right? We create stories. What does that mean? So what is a story in our head? I'm going to give you one that we could all relate to. For instance, you meet somebody that you are interested in, right? And it could be either like as an intimate partner that you might be interested in, or a new friend, and you're really getting along. And this new person's like, hey, I really enjoyed hanging out with you. I'm having a party in a couple of days. I would love for you to come. And you're all excited. Yeah, definitely. They're like, I'll call you tomorrow with the information for the party. Tomorrow comes and goes, and they don't call you. Right? They don't call you, you don't hear from them. So what happens in the human mind? We start to create stories. Unfortunately, we usually create negative stories. What are the stories that we're creating? Oh, did I say something? Now, what did I say? That's maybe why they're not calling me. Oh, maybe they met somebody who said something about me, and all these negative stories, right? If you're sitting here and you cannot relate, then you have not gone out and even chatted to a new person, right? We all go through this. It's just this, unfortunately, the human mind goes there rather than the positive. Then 2 days later, this person calls you up and they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. My phone fell into the toilet. I lost everybody's contacts. It took me this long to retrieve it. Basically what happened, that you created a completely fictitious story, right? So what happens with the markets? When we have a consolidation, a channel market forming, we start to come up with these fictitious stories. And these stories usually come from these points of views. One is the trader who looks at the trend is your friend kind of a thing, right? We all know these people. The trend is your friend, so they're just going to be thinking that it's going to continue. So when they see something like this, they're saying to themselves, you know what, the market's been going up all day, I am going in for a long, right? And then you have the contrarian type of a trader, and they're looking at this market, they're like, you know what, the market's been going up all day, it's got to correct, I'm going in for a short. These are two fictitious scenarios, and people want to just try to beat the market, right? Neither of these are true, because what is actually happening is that the market is literally telling you, I am in a flat zone. I don't know what I want to do. Keep your money in your pockets. Do not predict or try to beat what I'm about to do, because I don't know what I'm about to do. That's the reality. That is what's written here. So if you cut out the stories and just literally read what it's telling you, you'll be able to understand the market really well. Another good example is how to do that is when you learn how to drive a car, there's a strategy to driving a car, right? We are taught that if we sit at a red light, we know that this is a place that we have to sit, because chances are if we decide to go through the red light, we might hit somebody, we might get hit, or we might get pulled over, right? So it's not like we question it, we just sit at that red light. These areas are those red lights. Don't question what can or will or should or this and that happen. It's literally a place where it's just a red light, and you gotta appreciate it, because when you do appreciate it, you save yourself a lot of money, and you're also telling the market that you are a pro. You are not just guessing what's about to happen. You are sitting and waiting for the confirmation, for that green light to come on, right? And these happen a lot. Sometimes we have the really quick 10-second red lights. Sometimes we have like that, 1 minute red lights. When we were living in Guatemala, we had 90-second red lights. Like, I know 90 seconds sounds like nothing, but when you're sitting at a red light, it's a long time. So you have to, not even about the patience, but simply wait for that green light to be turned on. And that is usually when you break out of those areas, either for transition, meaning it's a different trend, or a breakout. And I'm going to get into that in just a little bit. So this is what they look like all the time, okay? And you guys have to spot it, you have to appreciate it, and you have to respect it, and just sit out. Sit out. Patience wins everything. And it's just about reading what the market is telling you. Now, what it actually really is that it is areas, and the market is respecting these areas that we as the retail individual trader has to respect as well. And why? Because the market revisits these areas over and over and over again. And what are these areas? They are the support and the resistance areas. And you need to draw these areas in. You cannot have mental support and resistance areas. Why? Because when you are in the live market with your live dollars or money, whatever your currency is, you have this adrenaline pumping through you. It's almost like the same amount of adrenaline as in a Formula One race, right? So you want to look to the left of your chart to understand why you took that trade in the first place. And when you have it drawn in and marked off, you have a lot more confidence that you made the right decision. So what are these areas, the support and resistance areas? What is a resistance area? It is literally the ceiling of the market. It is the ceiling of the market. This is an area where the market is hitting over and over and over again, over and over and over again, retesting the ceiling of the market. Okay, this is a resistance area. It is when you have an upward trend and it just stops it. You need to understand it, you need to draw it in, and you need to respect it. All right, what is a support area? It's literally the floor of the market. It is when you have a downward trend and then boom, it keeps on hitting this floor. And sometimes it looks like it's about to break through, but until it does, don't enter, because you don't know if it's just going to bounce off, okay? And that happens quite a lot. All right, the support area. You need to understand these areas, and this way you can mark it off when it's also starting to be a channel. And you can see that it is literally just bouncing back and forth. It is ugly behavior. Okay, you do not want to be anywhere near where the market is going in between two areas. Truly, you do not, because it is just ugly. Okay, it's indecisive. It is uncertain. You don't want to be in a market that does not have true confirmation. All right, this is what a sideways market is. Even if it's a little bit of a wider channel, you could still have not much going on. All right, so important. And once you guys figure this out, you will first of all be saving yourselves a lot of money, and secondly, you will be now taking trades that are much more higher probability. So the real question is, how do you spot these areas in the very beginning, right? So the reality is that maybe the first one you'll take the trade because you don't really know when it's forming, and it's fine. You lose. Again, you have to keep a back testing journal to understand what happened there, but you cannot continue. You do not want to go from that valid loss to emotional trading, which will then lead to the revenge trading. And how do we spot these areas when they are starting? That is through reversal areas and divergences. These patterns are so simple to spot, and they are truly the greatest blessing of them all. I literally call this a trader's map to shift in direction and trend. This is like my go-to. This is what I look for whenever I trade, and it has been like miraculous, and I cannot even tell you how simple it is. So what is a reversal area? It is a double top, double bottom, triple top, triple bottom, head and shoulders. And when we mark that off together with divergence, which I'm going to show you just a second, that truly just helps you see that this is where the market is coming to a standstill. All right. So when you have a reversal pattern, what does that mean? Does it mean that it's a reversal area, like the market is definitely going to reverse? No. What it is saying is that the market is totally losing its speed. It's totally losing its strength. And you don't want to be putting money into a place where the market is losing its steam, right? You want to hold on to that money when the market really starts to become super energetic in the right direction. So we want to understand that. What is the divergence? So as you can see here, this is a perfect double bottom. And you can see below it is these red dotted circles. And there is a divergence, right? That means that you have a completely straight line in the price action, but my MACDs, I personally use the MACDs, are starting to go the opposite direction. This is a divergence. You don't necessarily have to use the MACDs. A lot of people use RSIs or other kinds of indicators to kind of put one on top of the other when you are looking for the divergences. But I have to tell you, divergences is probably a 90% indicator when the market is slowing down and about to either go into a sideways area or transition entirely. You want to wait for that to happen to truly understand when it's happening. All right, guys, like I said earlier, go here to get your freebie, makingofadaytrader.com. Go here to get the entire presentation. I call it my cheat sheet for trading. All right, look, after you have put all of this together and we have put the areas and we have drawn in the areas, now we can start to understand what is happening, right? And where the most important and probably the most highest probability trades out there, which is the breakout trades, actually start to happen. All right, so right here, it's a perfect example. This is the breakout, right? We have a very significant resistance area drawn off, and then bam, the market breaks through in the same direction. Okay, what is the breakout? It is when your market is going in one direction, and then all of a sudden it goes to a flat, right, to total consolidation, channeling market, and we're not sure, is it going to transition to a new direction or is it going to break out and continue in the same direction? That is the breakout, when it continues in the same direction. Okay, so this is how I look at the market. I always draw my areas, and they are my safety net. They are probably the most important things that I use when it comes to the markets. Okay, drawing in my support resistance area and looking for those reversals and divergences. And when it breaks through, boom, I am now ready to take my breakout trade, right? I put my order waiting, and you always have to have an order waiting. You cannot just wing it, because that tells the market that, or just putting in a market order that is showing the market that you really don't know what you're doing, because you're kind of just guessing. You need to have a strategy. You need to tell the market where you want to be entered, where you want to be filled. That's the most important thing. And as I mentioned before, those areas also represent not only where it's going to break out and continue in the same direction, but also when it will transition and change direction. And what is that? That is the transition, right? I call it the initial instant reaction trade. What is that? So basically, I want you guys to think of trends like energy, the way we work with energy. So for instance, if you like to, let's say you want to go jogging, right? You all amped up to go jogging. You put on your jogging clothes, you put on your sneakers, and you're out that door. You are full of energy. If I was to put money on you running the next 2 miles, that's probably where I would definitely be closest to winning, right? It's right when you're out of the gate. It's the same thing with new trends. When the trend transitions and starts a new one, you want to be in as quick as possible. And the market tells you when that starts to happen, right? And this way you could enter at the right time, and that's probably where you'll get your highest profit as well. Okay, so I see that we have some questions. Hang on just 1 second here. Okay, wait. You have no video. Okay, sorry, I thought that was a question. All right, so here's the deal, guys. We have absolutely everything we need to take action, right? We have these amazing summits. We have YouTube channels. We have these gurus, these podcasters. We have all this amazing things at our fingertips, books, summits, presentations, all of that. But at the end of the day, how do you know you are doing it right? How do you know you are doing it right? Right? That is truly the most important question of all, because it's one thing to be following all these gurus, but then how do you know that you're doing it right? Because all of this is great. And the real question, though, is how do I truly get started? And this isn't usually from beginners. Interestingly enough, it's usually from traders that have been really trading for ages and still haven't become consistent and profitable. And they're still losing money because they just need that one tweak to give them that edge. And usually, and I have to admit, it's probably 90% of the time that they simply lack the understanding of the basics, right? And when you understand the basics, that is when everything just changes. It is revolutionary. It's truly unbelievable. When you have the full basics down flat, like you have built your foundation, then you can grow from that. And a lot of times we overlook the basics. So for instance, we sometimes think that we just know it, right? Or that we just overlook it and want to take a shortcut and cut through it. So here's the thing. My husband and I, our oldest son is 20 years old. He just recently learned how to drive a car. I mean, he's been in the passenger seat since forever. He knows, he's been in and out of cars since day one, pretty much, of his life. So when he sat into the driver's seat and we're like, okay, get ready. You got to put the gear into first, make sure the clutch is down, the gear is down, and then start with the gear. Make sure that if the car is turned on. He's like, wait. Clutch, gear, brake. I don't understand what you're talking about, because those are the basics. Even though he sat in the car, doesn't mean that he knows the basics. So you have to kind of go back and start from the super basics, right? And I want you guys to go into a super creative mind right now. Imagine you're in a car and you have a passenger that has never been in the car ever, right? Yes, these people still exist. They've never been in the car. And here you are saying to them, okay, buckle up. It's going to save your life. They're like, buckle up. What am I buckling up? What are they talking about? But it's going to save my life. So I know that it's super important, right? If somebody hasn't shown you the seatbelts and how to buckle up, we all think that we're born with this information, but we're not. We're not. And it's okay to understand that we have to learn the basics. And that's where it all begins. And honestly, this was my own sad truth. I spent over $20,000 on my own trainings. I mean, I was in different academies. I paid so much money for different chat rooms to sit in and alerts. And every time people were saying, oh, this is a great place for the trade. And I was not understanding why. And every time I asked about, can you please explain why we just entered? What do you mean that there's a divergence? What do you mean that there was a breakout? What do you mean that there's a reversal? And either I was ignored or treated as if though I was born with this information, but we're not. We're not born with this information. And that is the reason why I was struggling for years, because I overlooked that, or I just didn't understand that that's where I had to go. And I literally, after 2 years, I was in these chat rooms following other people saying where there's trades. I didn't understand. I'm like, okay, if they're getting in, I have to get in. I hopped into a bad trade. I was chasing it. It became emotional. I removed all my stops, and within 5 minutes, I ended up losing almost $4,000, because we all know you can literally lose it like that quickly if you don't really understand what you are doing. And this was my last straw. At this point, I was doing it and just not doing it properly. And you know what? I quit. I quit. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I know that every single person in the room feels the same way. We are all bit by the trading bug. We are bit by the trading bug, and it never stops itching, right? It's okay. You can admit it. It doesn't stop itching. And do you know why that is? Because it definitely didn't stop itching for me. Even though I quit, I walked away for over 4 months. It never stopped itching. I was constantly still looking to see other people, what they were doing. And the reason why is because deep down inside, we know that we can do this. If other people are doing it, we definitely are smart enough to do it. And that's what I said to myself. If they can do it, I can do it too. And I came back. But this time I did it a little bit differently. I had 3 monitors at that point, right? I had 3 monitors and over 10 indicators. I literally took 2 of my high definition monitors. They were almost new, and I donated them to my garbage men, I guess you could say. But I put them out there, and I know that the garbage men took them away. I gave them away. Then I removed all of my indicators and started to look only at the price action, bare naked charts, right? To understand what the market was saying to me. And then I slowly started to put in different indicators. So here's the thing. We hear all about these different indicators from all these different gurus, right? Fibonacci's, Kettler bands, Bollinger bands, RSI, MACDs, all these different ones. And a lot of them, they sound really great, right? I had the Kettler bands, the Bollinger bands, the Fibonacci's. I had all these different ones. And when I removed them and started to put in different ones, I recognized that the others, they just weren't aligning with me. Today, I only use the MACDs and EMA lines, nothing else. I'm down to 2 indicators because they work for me. I back tested it for months, and now it's been years, and I know that they work, but that's what works for me. Doesn't necessarily have to work for you. Everybody needs to go through what really works for them. You can listen to what other people are saying, but at the end of the day, it's what's going to work for you. And about a couple of years back, one of my students said to me, you know, Marina, your style is very similar to Coach John Wooden, your teaching style. I was like, who's this guy, Coach John Wooden? I've never heard of him, right? And then I looked him up, and Coach John Wooden was at one point one of the most legendary coaches out there. First a basketball coach, and then he became like a life coach. And his entire philosophy was, when in doubt, get back to the basics. And I mean, this guy has won 88 national championships, 10 NCAAs. I mean, this guy has accolades that we all probably wish we could even have a third of. He trained A-list superstars in basketball, but it didn't matter. Every time they started a new season, it did not matter the amount of NCAAs, championships, whatever. He would start from the beginning. He would get back to the basics, because the problem is, when you do win a lot, when you do win some or whatever, your ego is going to tell you that you just know it all, and avoid the basics, right? So here's the thing. He would start at the basics. He would go back to how to tie your shoe, how to roll up your socks, how to dribble the ball. And you know why? because it doesn't matter what you've won and what you've done. But if your shoe is untied and you're running through the court and boom, your foot, your ankle, slips out from under you because your shoe isn't on, guess what? It doesn't matter what you've done. You're sitting out on the bleachers for the rest of the season. You got to get back to the basics, right? And that's exactly what I have offered to you guys today, a special offer for my participants only right now, who is sitting here right now. I have my introductory course, Bootcamp for Day Trading. Bootcamp for Day Trading. All right, you guys could do this on any apparatus. You could do it on your tablets, desktops, laptops, phones. You could access it from anywhere. And all of this is one price of $97. One time you guys pay. This is not a recurring fee, $97, and you get everything I'm about to tell you. So I want you guys to go to your navigator right now or your browser, whatever you want, and in the browser, put in bootcampfordaytrading.com. Put in bootcampfordaytrading.com, and this way you can follow along with me. Bootcampfordaytrading.com. All right, what do you guys get for $97 today normally out there in the world? What is going to bring you this kind of an return on investment? Do you guys like to play golf? Here's the thing. Me and my husband love to play golf. And when we first moved to Guatemala about 15 years ago, it was about $27 per person to go to the golf course. Today, well, a year and a half ago before we left, it was $119 per person in Guatemala. So I'm not really sure how much it is in, other parts of the world. You guys like to go out to eat? I don't know. Today, two people going out is about $97 with a glass of wine. Longer gone are the days when you could do like a big family meal for that amount of money. So let me break down what you guys are going to be getting in this bootcamp. Again, bootcampfordaytrading.com. You can follow along everything that I am going into. First and foremost, you're going to get the simplified trading package, right? I know that platforms can be a little bit intimidating. They can be a little bit confusing. So we're going to just cut that out. I'm giving you a 30-minute platform tutorial, set up a full tutorial that you guys just get past setting it up. We work together in that so you can get into the good stuff of the trading and not worry about the software. All right. Then we dive deep into the market anatomy. We really, really dissect upward trends, sideways trends, downward trends, the magic telltale signs, the reversal patterns, divergences. We really dive deep in it together so that we can truly see when and avoid so many bad entries, right? And also the telltale signs. For me, divergences is my absolute holy grail. And the support and resistance areas, those are the safety zones. And we really go over it. We practice it. We understand each and every one so that when you see it, you can immediately spot it and know what is happening regardless of the market that you are in. All right. And with all that information, now we can really master the breakout trade, right? Because the breakout trade is probably the most powerful trade out there. But if you don't know what you're looking for, if you don't have your areas marked off, you're going to miss it, right? And this way you could also learn to avoid the fake out breakouts so that we can avoid those, and they are avoidable, and go right into the good trades. And you'll get unlimited access to this curriculum. All of this is valued at $1,600. This is everything that you are going to be getting in this package. Okay, so before we go further, here's what some of my students from all over the world have said. Best money ever spent. I am finishing the bootcamp now and I love it. You are the only mentor that truly checks the work. I am enjoying this bootcamp so much and I'm learning every day. But I want to share something really important with you guys. Remember when I asked you, how do you know if you're doing it right? How do you know you're doing it right? So here's the thing. I have added 1 month mentorship and one-on-one coaching included in that $97. So you could ask me unlimited questions. We work together unlimited for 1 month, because having a mentor, having that coach is literally what's going to take you to that next level. And that is included, 100% included in that one-time fee for $97. Okay. And on top of that, I also have a live trade chat room where we're sitting together, you and I, in the live chat room, seeing and implementing everything, taking live trades. All this is valued at $2,600. For you guys, $97. I want you guys to go here right now, bootcamp4daytrading.com. Thank you, Ginger, so much. I really appreciate that. Please go in bootcampfordaytrading.com, and this is everything that you will be getting in the course. 30 days, one-on-one mentorship. I mean, that alone is absolutely priceless, right? You get to work with me, with your charts, ask me any questions you want. And the reality is, guys, this is all worth less than one trade, because my average trades, and I'm pretty sure the average trade overall is usually between $200 to $400, right? This is $97 where you get 10x your return on your investment and have 100 of these dinners with your friends, okay? Once you really commit to that education. One thing though, really important, because of the mentorship program, I only have 25 spots that I am opening up that I can work with, right? And it is a full house right now, you guys. It's a full house, and I usually sell out really quickly with these 25 spots because $97, you get it all. So again, go here, bootcampfordaytrading.com. Go ahead, put it in the browser, bootcampfordaytrading.com. And this is where you guys will see everything. Bootcampfordaytrading.com. All right, and as you can see, this is the order form. It is a one-time fee of $97. You can do a payment plan of 2 times $59, but you'll get everything automatically. You can open up absolutely everything, so it's all good, right? $97 one-time fee. So guys, let me know if you have any questions whatsoever. This is your time to ask. And again, I really enjoy working with people because I believe it's about just understanding the basics. And once we really get past that, the sky is the absolute limit, right? So go here again. Are you guys able to open this right now? Bootcamp for day trading. Let me go here. Hang on a second. So okay, so it's bootcamp. Oops. Bootcamp for day trading. This is the order form right here. I'll send to you. Oops. The actual link as well that you could all see. So bootcampfordaytrading.com. And let me know if you guys have any other questions. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for being here, for joining us. And I really appreciate it for being invited and chatting with you guys today. Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, Marina. I love how you simplify everything so anyone can understand and succeed with the art of trading. Great information. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us today on Traders Corner and for making such a generous offer for our members. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Marina, the Trader Chick Villatoro. We have put her special offer link in the chat box there. You can also find Marina, the Trader Chick, at thetraderchick.com. Marina, we hope to have you back on Traders Corner. Thanks again.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro traders and brings you only the most credible and qualified traders to participate on our shows. And our next presenter has been a trader and trading educator for over 4 decades. He has over 1 million views of his 4-minute drills for traders found on YouTube. He is a former commodity specialist for Payne Weber and has managed extremely large trading accounts as a commodity trading advisor. Here to present the prop trading revolution is Mr. Norman Hallett of The Disciplined Trader. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Norman.
Thank you. Who am I speaking to? You don't sound like Rob today.
Yeah. So my name's Anthony Chapman, and this is my second time presenting. So I've been in your audience before, though.
Anthony, man, you're doing it.
Yeah.
Rob's going to be very nervous.
I tell you what, Rob did an amazing job. Big shoes to fill. Thank you.
He is an amazing guy. And,
Yeah.
and of course, Marina is amazing. She's like a globetrotter. You know, she lives in Spain now. She was in Guatemala. And, you know, I love to travel, so I always love to hear what she has to say. Anyway,
Absolutely.
let's hear what I have to say. See what happens. As I was introduced as Norman Hallett, I remain that way. I have a passion for prop trading, and it has so many benefits. It's almost unbelievable what it's all about. And today I've kind of renamed I called it the prop trading revolution when Robert asked me what Maria had asked me what the situation was, and what I was going to present. So I changed it a little bit because the more I put it together, the more I realize this is really great for those that are struggling with maybe struggling with prop trading, and those that are brand new to prop trading. I want you to stick with me as far as the math is concerned, everybody, because listen, if you're a trader or considering trading, you got to have some kind of comfort level with math, and this is not advanced math. You know, I have my math degrees from the University of Cincinnati, and when we got into imaginary numbers, that's when I decided to leave the math curriculum. So no imaginary number theory here today. I'm going to really take you through why I am so convinced that at least I can say with a definite punch to it, is that simulated trading should be a thing of the past very shortly. And in fact, I wrote a paper on the death of simulated trading, because if you're going to learn how to trade and so on, why not do it through prop trading? And I'm going to show you how inexpensive that is, and where you're rewarded with thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands to trade. Right now, I have 10 funded accounts that add up to $800,000 that I'm trading, and I'm receiving 90% of the profit. Actually, you actually receive 100% of the first 25,000. This is real. You know, why would they do this? Why would companies allow you to trade their money? And it's real money when they give it to you. Why do they allow you to trade their money and give you all of that, all of the majority of all of the profit in the beginning and the majority as you move along? And the reason is because most traders don't make it through the testing process, the evaluation process. And once they do get funded, they don't stay funded. I'm going to share with you my experience. Now, I'm an experienced trader. I come to the table with decades of experience in trading. So my learning curve was very quick as I understood the difference between trading my own money and trading prop traders' money. There are differences because the parameters that they give you to trade under, as far as the risk parameters, are a little bit tighter than you would normally trade for your own money. But I have to tell you that as a professional trader, and as having supervised probably 1,000 professional traders in my career, but I ran an office in the 1980s of 60 traders. I was responsible for their production, their success with their clients. They all had different trading plans. So I've written books on trading plans. One or two are still available on Amazon. But I am convinced that if you can settle down and just follow a plan and don't get emotionally off track, you can do this. You can do this. If you can trade, if you're a break-even trader with your own money, the lowering of stress by trading somebody else's money may just be enough for you to stick to your trading plan a little bit better maybe than you have been. So let's get going. I don't have much time to deal with the questions, because I'm really fitting an hour into 45 minutes here, and I'm going to go run through again some math. I'm going to stop and let you absorb along the way. So any questions you can ask me by going to the site that I'm going to direct you to, and I'll be on the chat in that You know how that when you get to a site, sometimes on the lower right-hand corner, there's a chat thing. I'll be on that chat thing for an hour or two because I'll be trading after this presentation. And if you want to ask a question, you can do it there. But so I apologize for not going directly at you here, but let's get into it because I really want you to be a believer in this because it is real. And let's get going. Here is the prop trading primer that I want to present to you today. First, I need you to ask a couple of questions to yourself. How much money did it cost you to trade last year? How much money did you lose? You started with $5 or $10 or $50,000. You blew it out maybe, and you tried again. You tried again 3 or 4 different times. Think of the money that you've lost of your own principle of your trading money. Kind of put that, maybe write that down. You really should have a pen and a paper here just to write a few things down, especially a little bit of the math that I'm going to give you. But maybe just have that number in front of you. Just estimate what your trading platform is costing you. Some of you may have lifetime access you've already paid, so maybe it's costing you nothing right now. But if you're trading monthly with some of these firms and paying a trading platform fee, whether it be NinjaTrader or Thinkorswim or whatever, what's that number? And in the data feed, you're probably paying something for the data feed also. Sometimes it's combined with the platform. But in all of these cases, the money that you're trading, the platform and the data, there is no charge in when you're dealing with prop trading. You're trading their money, so if you lose money, you're losing their money. You want to be a stand-up person. You don't want to lose it easily for them. And listen, they charge fees for qualifying and when you get funded. I'm going to show you what those fees are, but they're so small that I wanted to just make sure that you had a concept of what's going on as far as what you've experienced in your own trading, what you've lost, and what you've made. Maybe that's something that you should have in your head right now. But I want to go through the cost thing also. So I want you to know that before we get started. Okay. Here is I did a prop firm study. The number of prop firms are exploding. So listen, I've been in this a long time, as you know, and so I have people that have followed me for years and decades. And when I brought them into this prop trading field, I said, let me do the work. Let me hire somebody to answer certain questions, to ask certain questions as they're rating all of these prop firms out there. So I chose what I considered from asking around to some other traders that I know. What are the top prop trading firms? Well, I did a study on those prop trading firms. Incidentally, if you want this study, just email me at admin@thedisciplinetrader.com. You can ask me questions after this also if you don't get me on the little on the page that I send you. Here's an email that will eventually always get to me in the same day, sometimes in minutes. In fact, right now it'll come directly to me. So if you want a copy of this study, just email me and I'll get it to you. So please, admin@thedisciplinetrader.com. You won't see this again, so please do write that down. Apex Trader Funding was the winner of my study. I started with a firm called Top Step. Passed I got funded for $100,000 with Top Step. And the more I was trading that and talking to others that are successfully trading, they said, you really should take a look at Apex. So I looked at the top 7, and I think they were right. Apex has the two main criteria that I was looking for was how long have they been in business, and it's been a few years, which is long for prop trading firms of this kind, and are they growing? Are they paying out to successful traders more every month? Well, right now, I just took this off their site this morning. Their average monthly payout for the last, 15, 16 months is almost $10 million. And it's been increasing every month. From the beginning of last year to now, every month they're paying out more and more. So this is a growing entity, okay? And they've paid out $154 million since 2022, and I believe that's the area where they started to get they started to have traction. So they've paid out the most of any firm, and they're paying out more every month. Okay, so they have a big, a tremendous rating on. Although I'm not excited with the way Trustpilot rates, and I can go into that some other time, but still they have 4.8 out of 5 on the Trustpilot. You hardly find that with trading firms, and they have traders from 150 different countries. This is the firm that I chose for longevity, for increasing payouts, for growth. There must be something going on. So I want to give you a second piece of bunch of letters. I want to give you this link. This is a link. I talked with Apex. They know my background. You know, they've heard of me from. They have some people that remember me from Payne Weber and other firms that I've worked with before, managing traders and so on. But I made a deal with them where they will always give my people, anybody that I refer, and right for this presentation, you're my people. I want to give you this link. This will always give you Apex's best advertised or unadvertised specials. They have discounts all the time. I'm going to go through what those discounts are in a second, but I want you to have this link. This will always lead you to their best deal. Okay, so I want you to write that down. I showed you that in the previous slide. I showed you the comparison. This is a zooming in on Apex, okay? But I want you to really zoom in on the $50,000 account. I like the $50,000 account to start with because it's the easiest to pass. You can look, we can look through this at some other time, but I want you to concentrate on the $50,000 account to be funded for it. See, I want you to get paid as quickly as possible. I want them to wire money into your account as quickly as possible, because that will really make it real. Because in the end, people who are making, and there are people that are doing 6 figures a month with this, they have multiple accounts. You can have as many as 20 accounts with Apex. And there are reasons why you would want to do that for another presentation, but let's get you funded for your first $50,000 account, and then it's going to be very easy for you to see how to expand that and to make this a business. Okay, so let's look at what this line says. It says that the monthly fees that they're charging you is $167. Well, what are you doing in that month? With the $50,000, you're looking to make that $3,000 before you lose $2,500. Okay, $3,000 before you lose $2,500. So you need to take this $50,000 to $53,000. Once you do that and you close out your position for the day, you're going to get a notice that congratulations, you've been funded. I'm going to go through the cost of that too. But what if it takes you 2 months to be funded? It looks, you know, from this chart, it says that you're going to be paying $167. It's really not true, because they always, there has not been a day this whole year so far that they haven't had either a 70, 80, or 90% discount on this. So when they have a 90% discount, you're really only looking at $16 a month. When it's an 80% discount, it's $34, and if it's $45 or $47, $48 if it's a 70% discount. So this is the number you should be looking at. Okay, so even if it takes you 2 months or 3 months to make the 3,000, you're trading all 1 or 2 micros in this account. You can do more than that, of course, but I'm being a little facetious here. Even if it takes you a couple of months, you're only looking at $40, $37. You know, I mean, I'm laughing a little bit, because when you get started here, it continues to hit you. How can they charge so little? And it's just that 90% of traders lose. They lose in their own trading. They lose in this kind of trading too. So what's happening for them? What's happening for them is you continue to pay the $17, the $35, the $45. Everybody who's trying the $50,000 account, you just continue to pay that month after month. And they have what they call reset fees. If you blow out the account, if this account moves to 47.5 below that, and you blow out your account, how did I get 47.5? 50,000 minus the $2,500 drawdown. If you hit that drawdown mark, you blow out the account, you can reset that account for $80. okay? Right now they have a special. It's half price. You can reset it for $40, or you can close it and open a new account for $35, but it's usually not worth that hassle. Reset it for $40. So those are the two costs that you're dealing with when you're qualifying, okay? So let's move. Let's look at let's look at the. I'm going to make one statement before I give you these. When I say 2,500 below 50, and I don't want to confuse you with this, but they measure the drawdown based on your highest open trade equity. What I mean by that is if you had $1,000 of profit in a position, open trade, and let it go back to zero. In other words, let it go back to break even, and you get out at the end of the day, and you only had that one trade in this $50,000 account. You had 1,000, you didn't take it, so but you still have 50,000 at the end of the day. They count that 1,000 that you didn't take against this 2,500. So now you only have a $1,500 red line, as I call it. So now you can't go below 48.5. Now there are ways of defending that, and I'm going to show you some of that. Can't show you here, but there are things that you can do so they don't have to worry about that. Ways that you can trade. And we have a trading plan called Loaded Gun that takes all of these issues that are negative issues that you may consider negative and turn them into positive. We've handled this, but I do want to say that when you think right here of any negative going on, not every firm does it this way. I like the fact that they do it this way. It makes you a better trader. Professional traders don't let $1,000 open trade equity go. They take some of it. They take half their positions. But in any event, I just want to say to you that whatever costs and headaches that you're looking at, compare it to the fact that they're giving you $50,000 to trade at no risk of your own. Just keep that in mind. And when you get good at this, like I am and others, you're going to be trading hundreds of thousands, and the costs are going to be minimum. Here is a specific look at the costs. During the evaluation stage, you say 160, I said it's posted as 167, but I've already mentioned that they always give you 70, 80, or 90% off. Let's use the one that they're offering right now, 80% off. So right now, that's the middle one here, $34 a month is what you're going to be paying, okay? And you're only going to need a month or 2 months. If you're really new at this, maybe you'll need a second month. But to make $3,000 on 50,000, it likely won't take you that long if you have any experience and you have a trading plan that you can trust. Now, I mentioned the reset fee is $80. Right now, it's 50% off, so $40. So let's go specifically. So let's say okay, I'm going to try this. Let's go with I'm going to try this. I'm going to anticipate, because I'm new, that it takes me 2 months, and I'm going to need 2 resets. I blow it out twice, and I need 2 resets. So it takes me 2 months, so 2 times 34, and I'd reset it twice, so that's another $80. It's going to cost you $144 to be funded, to start trading and getting the profit. So $144, not bad. And likely won't take you that. But once you're funded, there's a fee. They ask you right from the beginning, when you're funded for this $50,000, would you like to pay $80 a month, or would you like to just give us $140 right now, and you never have another charge? And remember, I told you they give you the platform of Ninja free, and they also give you so this is the only cost once you're funded, $80 a month or $140. Well, I'm going to assume that you have a pretty good trading plan that you trust, and really, come on, $140 is your better deal. So 140 times 144, okay, it's cost you $244 because it's taken you 2 months and 2 resets to now have $50,000 to trade. So I'm doing this because I'm showing you this because I want you to feel the difference between even a new trader, even if it takes you twice this time. Compare it to what I asked you in the beginning. How much have you lost? What's the time that you've spent? What do you pay for your platform. These are small numbers. Do not get caught up in these small numbers. Continue to go forward with this, because I think that once you get paid, you know, when I first got my first $1,000, I requested $1,000 the first time, and I saw it hit my account, and I called my bank and I said, "Hey, is this real?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "Holy smokes. And how can it be real?" The reason is because people like me are encouraging you to do this. We give testimonials. We bring in. We're the attraction. We're the ones that are getting others that are not good traders, that have no good trading plan, to just pay them the fees and never risk any of their money. They just keep on trying to qualify, and they just pay fee after fee. These small fees add up when 90% of who enters this approach does it. But let me also say that if you're trading already, you must know that you're in the 10% if you're winning, and you must know that you want to get into that 10% if you're not winning. So again, we have a trading plan that can work for you, because it's worked for us, and the people that are using it, we meet every month. I'm not offering you that today. That's for future. I've got something else to offer you today, but I wanted to give you an idea of what it costs. So let's take a little bit deeper dive. To request money, okay, once you've qualified and you've been funded the $50,000, then what? Well, here it is right here. You need to trade that $50,000 of real money into at least 52.6. Once you pass that, then you can request money. Okay, you can request. This blue box here, I just took it right off their page and put it right up here. Don't worry about all the other stuff here. What I'm saying is that you need to get to 52.6 in order to start asking for money. So let's say you trade it to 52.7. You can then request anywhere from $2,000 to $500. There's a maximum you can withdraw, and you can withdraw twice a month. Okay, so the 1st of the month and the 15th of the month, if you're in a profitable position, you can go ahead and request a withdrawal. So when I say it's a maximum of $2,000 a month, it's really $2,000 twice. It's actually $2,000 maximum each pay period, and there's 2 pay periods a month. Most firms only have 1 pay period. So $4,000 is the most that you can, until you've requested money for 3 months in a row, and then that cap is off. You can request as much money as you want. Also, remember I talked about that $2,500, the red line. You don't want to you don't want to breach that red line. Well, that red line follows you, as I mentioned, and again, we can get into more specifics when we work together, but $5,260. So at that point, it's $50,100. That's where the red line is when you reach this, $52,100, okay? When you continue to build this to 55, 65, 85, that 5,100 no longer moves in a funded account. So there's a lot more freedom when you get funded as you earn money, okay? So let's go through, that's the account that we're looking at, okay? Again, let me then just emphasize, again, this is the slide that shows 50,000, and you can take out $2,000 maximum and 500 minimum each of those pay periods. That's what this is about, okay? So each account is considered a standalone account. So if you've qualified for 5 $50,000 accounts, okay, then you can take out 2,000 in each one. So it's not in your total relationship with Apex. They judge it on basic accounts. Okay, I know I'm going through the math pretty quickly. I'm going to just go to the chat really quickly. I want to try to kind of wrap this up in a tight bundle here for you. Are there any questions that you have at all about this? If you can go to the chat, let's see if I can. Let's see, audience, love to try your room. I don't think that's me. I didn't mention a room. Oh, that's Marina. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Don't see any questions. Are you okay with the math? Am I losing you? Am I losing you with the math? Just somebody give me something here. Okay, great. Well, you seem to be following along. Great. Okay. Let me let me now wrap this up into a process for you. If you're considering this, here's the way you want to go about doing it, okay? This is a brand new slide. If you've ever, I've made this presentation before, but this is the road to consistent long-term income, because that's really what you want from this. You don't want to take shots when you trade. You want to look at this as a business. You want to you want to look at this long term. And in these examples, I'm going to reference that same $50,000 account. Okay, so let's see, is the static account what kind of account is that? I don't know what that means. Okay, so here is the evaluation phase. Here's the three phases of running this as a business as long term. And I'm not saying, you can go ahead and, I mean, when you start making money, you really should frame it as a business with because there are tax advantages and so on by doing that. But I'm talking about keeping it, being serious about this. Okay, let's see, that you generate profits. And I'm just looking at this question right here. Let's see, how do they train you to make sure that you generate profits? Well, they don't. Well, they give you some tips on trading, but you gotta come to the table with an experience of trading. If you have some trading experience, then it's valuable for you to know how to trade with their tight risk parameters, of which I have a trading plan that I'll be offering to you at some later date. Or you can write me at that trading email I gave you earlier. In any event, here's the evaluation phase, which is the first phase. Okay, at the evaluation phase, you've got to, of course, get from 50,000 to 53,000 to be funded. I showed you that you got to make $3,000. Once you're over $3,000 and you close out your positions and you're done for the day and you're over 53,000, you're going to be funded. Okay, if you break that $2,500 open equity high, in other words, as I mentioned to you, it's not your closing high, a P&L high. If you give away that 1,000, well, one little tip that I can give you if you're going to do this and you never see me again is that each time you put on a position, make sure you put on at least 2 contracts. And I'm talking to you now about the futures market because 90% of these firms offer it in futures, as Apex does. Always put on 2 contracts. When you get that $1,000, you'll have $1,000 in 2 contracts. In my example, you let go of one. You take the profit in one, and you can let that other one go for more. But if it comes down and breaks even, you've added 1,000 to the bottom line, and they count that 1,000 against you. You're still at that same point you were before the trade. So if you've never scalped before, I suggest that you consider part of your trading with them, if I never see you again, as scalping along with letting something run. Listen, we're traders. We want to get some of those big trades. So I can show you how to do that at a later date, but I wanted to emphasize that first you've got to make $3,000, but along the way, if you break that $2,500 red line, you're going to bust out. And if you bust out, you can reset for $80. I mentioned it's really not 80. They don't always discount the 80, but they have been recently. Right now it's half price. So for $40. So if you bust out, you can reset. Okay. But after passing, you can go ahead and choose whichever way you want to be billed on a monthly basis, $80 a month or $140 lifetime. And this activates what I call the funded phase. Okay, now in the funded phase, you must get over 52.6. Okay, so that $50,000 they give you of real money, you've got to trade that over 52.6 before withdrawing. Okay, after you get 52.6, you can start withdrawing money. Now, if you have 52.6, you'd kind of be crazy to withdraw $2,000 because that would bring you to 50,600, and that red line remains the same, as I mentioned, 50,100. $2,500 less than what you're seeing right here. So you don't want to do that. But I do suggest that even if you get 52.6 or 52.7, and I suggest 500. Go ahead and you reduce it from 2,000 to 25, from 2,500 to 2,000 in that red line. That's okay. You can deal with that. But I want you to be paid. Once you're paid, all of this becomes real, and you start to accelerate with. You start listening better, and you start You start opening new accounts, and you understand how to manage. They have something called a trade copier, where it's very inexpensive. It's $100 or something, and what you can do is you can put on one trade, and it can be put in all of your accounts at one time with one click. So there are ways of managing multiple accounts, because eventually you want to do that. There are many that just stick with the 1 or 2 accounts, and they're fine with that. I'm fine with that too, okay? But I just want you to know there is a future in much bigger numbers if you want it, okay? Now, if you bust out the funded account, there is no reset. There is no reset. You've got to go back to the evaluation phase. Okay, you got to start with a new evaluation account, and you got to build it to 53,000, and you got to pay another 80 or 140, and so on. So you got to. So this is why I say, although you can be aggressive because of the cost of doing business at these discounts in the evaluation phase, it's not a good idea, because you don't want to keep reset. You want to learn how to get over down days and down weeks if that happens, okay? And the way you do that, there are ways to do that, because you can't do that in a funded account if you start to have a phase that you have more losers than winners. You need to understand how to trade against that red line so that you don't bust and build back up. So if you're going to do this, do it right. Learn right from the evaluation state, but understand that in the funded phase, there is no reset, okay? And you can withdraw anywhere from $500 to $2,000, but after and you can do it twice a month, as I mentioned. But after you've asked for payment 3 months in a row, okay, and it doesn't have to be each pay period. If you do it on the 15th this month, the 15th next month, and the 1st the next month, that's 3 months in a row that you've asked for payment. All of a sudden, there is no limit on what you can withdraw in the future. But this is the funded phase. Then there's what I call, let me get rid of this, what I call the serious phase. It's the consistent income phase, and this is really the important phase. You're withdrawing from withdrawing 3 consecutive months, as I mentioned, no limit to the amount you can withdraw. The goal after no limit is achieved is to continue to build the account and keep the minimum withdrawals so that these $2,000 to $5,000 biweekly withdrawals can continue even during less successful trading. Here's what I mean. You have your $50,000 account. You build it to $60,000, $70,000. This is what I implore you to do. You build it to $70,000. This way, if you don't make any money, if you don't make the money you usually make that month, you can still withdraw $2,000 to $5,000, because you've got so much distance between the balance in your account and the $50,100 that you can continue to withdraw money on a steady basis, even if you don't have a winning week or winning month. I hope you understand what I'm saying, but we can get into the business building at a later date. I just want you to understand that all of this is real, okay? Now, I only have about 12 minutes left, so I want to give you my offer to continue on the path of knowledge here. I hope I didn't confuse you too much with the math, but I'm sorry if I did, but here's how to build a substantial long-term income with prop trading, and it's a 5-piece, let's call it a short course that I want to give you here. And it is the first piece is the overview and clear advantages of prop trading. You're going to understand more deeply how prop trading firms make money, what the prop trading rules, what the rules are, and why it spells huge opportunity for the disciplined trader. And I mentioned the disciplined trader. You got to be disciplined to do this. If you aren't, forget it. Or if you don't believe you can be, forget it. Okay, if you're not willing to work on your discipline. So this first piece, although it doesn't sound important, you need to generate enthusiasm on anything that you do. I want that to be the first piece. And I'm going to show you the math about on why you should be more and more excited the more you get into this. That's what this first piece is about, to get you on that, give you traction with the idea and get you moving forward. The second piece is the importance of the right kind of trigger to pass the evaluation with ease, that first phase, and the second phase. You'll discover the best win ratio, and you'll solve a common trading discipline dilemma at the same time. That common discipline dilemma is, if the market goes up in my favor on a long position, should I take the profit or should I let it run because it seems to be a trend? What should I do? Should I take that low-hanging fruit? You know, my mother used to say, take what God gives you. I've never been a scalper until I started prop trading. And I'm not just a scalper. In prop trading, the best approach is to be half scalper, half day trader, okay, letting something run. I'm going to show you how to do that in this, but you need the right kind of trigger to make sure that you put on, that you take that scalp often. And I've got one main trigger and a couple of secondary triggers that I want to share with you to use in different situations. That's what the second piece is, okay? The third piece in this 5-piece extravaganza is how to handle the drawdown rules so that you can trade with confidence. When you understand how to keep your drawdowns low, you'll compress the time needed to pass the evaluation. Listen, you know, in the beginning of my company, in this particular phase of the company in 2000, we started. For the first 15 years, we didn't teach people where to buy and where to sell and how to do that, but we taught them only the mental and how to help your mental and emotional capabilities to come forward. And one of the problems that traders have is patience. And in this particular arena, you're going to need patience because you really want to trade small in the beginning and let it build up. And when you trade small, you're going to say, why can't I expand a little bit more? Once you do that, you start challenging that red line. I don't want you to think like that. I want you to think of steady steps like the turtle and not the hare, especially in the beginning, till you build it up in that last phase, okay? So when you understand how to keep your drawdowns low, you'll compress the time needed to pass. So all of a sudden, those steady steps will start to translate into, because you're doing it steady, it really starts compressing time. It sounds like it does the opposite, but it doesn't, because you're taking steady steps in the right direction. I'm going to show you how to do that. The fourth piece is how to run your trading, prop trading as a business. I can't let you go without you seeing the potential for this as another stream of income. If you can only trade an hour a day, or if you can trade a few hours a day, it can be your thing. And I'm going to show you how to run this as a business, whether you're trading for consistent retirement income or trading to diversify your portfolio, knowing which funding accounts to test for. I like the 152. I didn't show you. I showed you the 50, but I like the 152. I'm going to show you why. When to reset and not reset your account. I'm going to show you the proper positioning sizing as well that can spell a steady income. Position sizing is a big bugaboo of mine. Most traders have no concept of the use of position sizing. And now that we have micros and minis, it's easy to scale in and out. I'm going to show you how to do that so that you can keep picking that low-hanging fruit, as well as allowing half of what you've put on in the beginning to expand to some of those big trades. Hey, I had 2 micros on one day, a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago. I had 2 micros on, and those 2 micros, I'm sorry, it was 4 micros. I took the scalp on 2 micros and let the other 2 micros run. It was a $1,000 trade on 2 micros in one day. Don't underestimate the power of leverage. Okay, so the third piece, the fourth piece. Now, so in summary, overview and clear advantage of prop trading. I want you to get an emotional traction to this. Okay, traction. I want to show you the importance of the right kind of trigger to pass the evaluation. I'm going to give you some suggestions there. I'm going to show you how to handle the drawdown rules. This is where people screw up. They get nervous when they get down near that red line. I'm going to show you how not only to avoid it, but what you do if you get there. Okay, and then I want to show you your future. Now that you've gotten your feet on the ground, I want to show you a future of what it looks like for you to run this as a business, okay? And the fifth piece is I'm going to show you exactly how to get funded in 10 days. Now, I can get, they've been running one-day funding possibilities. I've done it now in 1 day, and so many of the people that I coach. But I want to show you how I did it in the beginning when I was a novice. I want to show you how my experience translated into making this happen. And I wanted to bring it more real to you. I'm going to wrap up with the blueprint of how I got funded in 10 days for the $50,000 account, 10 trading days, 2 weeks, and a $150,000 account, which requires that you make $9,000. The first time I did it, I was going slow boat still. I did it in 22 days. That may sound fast for you. It is fast, but it took me a month to do, a month and a couple of days. But I want to show you what I did and how I did it to make it real for you. I've progressed from there, and when you join me in this kind of thing, you know, we can share how I've progressed and so on. But I want to show you how I did it in the first case, okay? And because we put it all together and so that you can get funded, okay? So this is a $497 mini course, and it's a very, very it's very reasonable. I think you can see that. But I don't want you to hesitate at all. I want you to understand what this process is and why I believe prop trading is going to kill demo trading, because your reward is that you're funded with an account. And from when that becomes real to you, you can stop thinking about $5,000 and $10,000 and $20,000 accounts, or even $50,000 accounts. You can start thinking in multiples of 50. Right now I have 7 $50,000 accounts and 3 $150,000 accounts. You can do what you want, but start with the first $50,000 account. And it's a $497 investment to you, but I want to make it a no-brainer. I want to give you 60% off today for that. And there's a reason it's only for today. So for you, $197 gives you this short course so that you can dig more deeply into what it's about and whether it's for you and how to do it if you believe it is for you. Now, here is the link, thedisciplinetrader.com/prop. Okay, and here is the coupon code that you need. It's today's date, April 25th. So go to the site. You may be able to click on that. I'm not sure, but write it down and watch the spelling of discipline, and watch that it's not traders, and make sure you put the V in there. So the disciplinetrader.com/prop. Use the April 25 coupon code, but it is limited to today because you're going to have email. I'm going to give you also email access to me for any questions for those that buy this. So if you invest in this today, I'm going to give you email access to me. You'll be able to ask questions, you know, on the site, but it's much easier to just email me and then have me respond to you quickly on any questions you have about what this prop trading extravaganza is about. I'm in the middle of, it looks like July 1st, I'll be releasing a book called The Prop Trading Explosion. What do they call it? The prop trading extravaganza. It had that exciting word at the end. And it's going to really dig deep into the reasons of prop trading. So, but it's a book I'm coming out with. So I really want you to learn this before that. And you know, I'll grant you, maybe I'll grant you a book. But whatever the case is, my time is really, I've got some deadlines. So it's a limit to how many people I can take on here to respond to any questions that you want. So thedisciplinetrader.com/prop, and use the coupon code 25, April 25. I'm going to see if I've got about 2 minutes before the next speaker. So if you've got any questions, how do they train you to make sure that you generate profit? I'm the guy that's going to train you. They give you some, listen, they do have some tips for you, but they're not necessarily the tips. Look, they want you to succeed. They know most people have a pretty good trading plan, but they can't follow it. They're relying on that, and they're smart to rely on that because most traders have too big of an ego sometimes, and what happens is they believe that they're doing it right and the market is against them, and the floor traders are pulling their stops. They're believing all the things that aren't true. You need to have a responsible trading plan, and maybe some coaching to do that, but you can build your own trading plan and have the elements of it just through this short course that I'm giving you right here. You can have your trading plan if it's working for you, or it's a break-even plan. Employ some of the things that I mentioned in this short course, and you can take that and you can it'll help you to take the next step. Okay, so I appreciate it, Anthony, your kindness to allow me to be here for this presentation, and I thank Rob also. So thank you, and thank everybody here for taking the time to go through the math with me. But I'd love to guide you through this to make it real. So I've tried to make the pricing for you something that's not going to get in your way if you've developed some interest in what I'm talking about. I just think it's the future, especially for small traders. Anyway, thank you for being here, and thank you again, Anthony, for having me.
Hey, thanks, Norman. We appreciate it. And to be honest, that's really an amazing offer, and I think everyone should try to take advantage of that. So congratulations on your success as a prop trader. Great information, and your presentation was certainly enlightening. It's always great to have you on Traders Corner. Over 1 million views on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Norman Hallett, and you can find Norman at thedisciplinetrader.com. If you're interested in being mentored by a professional trader with 40+ years of experience who can pass a prop trading evaluation with ease, then look no further. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Norman. It's always a pleasure having you on Traders Corner. Please come back soon.
My pleasure, I will.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next up is a decorated former Navy fighter pilot and graduate of the Navy Fighter Weapons School, Top Gun. He was also selected by one of the largest options trading firms in the world to be their MD, Managing Director of Strategies. He is the founder and CEO of the Options News Network. And in 2010, he founded Top Gun Options to train retail investors of all skill levels on how to trade options. And he has trained over 10,000 people to date. Here to present solo AMZN, the only stock you need to own, is Mr. Matthew Whiz Buckley. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Whiz, and thank you for your service.
Awesome, man. Thanks for the intro. Just want to make sure you can hear me loud and clear, and let me know what time do you want me to knock it off.
Hey, Matt, it's Norman. I just wanted to sneak in here. Great to see you. Hey, listen, everybody, if you trade options, there's nobody like Matt. I've known him for, gosh, what is it, 15 years or so, maybe 20. Don't admit it. But knows what he's doing. Top Gun, and a perfect name for you. Go at it, Matt.
Thank you, my brother. Good to see you, Norm. Love you, buddy. Thanks for that, man. All right. Anthony, how much time do I have?
Yeah, you're going until 12:45.
Perfect. All right, guys, gals, let's get airborne. Appreciate that. And Norm, good to see you, my brother. All right, folks, silence that electronic nicotine. Make sure you don't have any distractions, because I guarantee you, you've never heard what I'm about to tell you. First of all, trading the Death Star. You know, what the hell are we talking about here, Wiz? Investing, trading, or Star Wars? Well, if you're my age, you maybe grew up with that movie Star Wars, or you raised some Star Wars nerds like I did. Anyway, the Death Star was what? A massive space station that was, you know, built and be the size of a moon that took over the universe. That is the stock we're going to talk about trading. The only stock you need to own, because it's taking over and destroying everything it touches. And that isn't alliteration or anything. That's the truth. So buckle up and strap in, because we're going to talk about trading the Death Star, okay? Now, I'm going to start my brief with a multiple choice quiz. I was a former Navy fighter pilot, so I'm going to ask you an aviation question here. Which fighter aircraft would you rather fly? And if you're sitting there going, Wiz, I'm not a pilot, a fighter pilot, I don't know. Let me give you a choice. Take a look at that picture. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the F-4 Phantom, right? Very labor-intensive cockpit. Look at that cockpit right now, folks. Over 300 switches and dials. Very labor-intensive. The pilot would spend a lot of what we call heads down time looking at all that crap, instead of eyeballs out of the cockpit looking for surface-to-air missiles, SAMs, or AAA, anti-aircraft artillery, or enemy aircraft, MiGs. Matter of fact, this aircraft was so labor-intensive, it had another dude in the back seat just to run the radar, right? So that's choice A, or how about choice B? 2 flat panel displays, 2 iPads, folks. Look at that, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely 0 steam gauges in that cockpit. The jet, it's creepy, folks, to be honest with you. The jet actually is smart enough to minimize the amount of information it shows the pilot. It's like, you know what? The pilot doesn't need to know this right now. I'm just going to kind of hide it from him or her. We call this the Wonder Woman jet. It's invisible to radar, and to creep you out even more, the jet is learning, right? These jets are all kind of learning what the pilot's doing, so eventually there ain't going to be any pilot. Ladies and gentlemen, trading is a form of combat. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to get their ass kicked. So obviously you want to fly and trade and fight with the thing that's going to help you win. My promise, by the end of today's brief, I'm going to give you an up-to-date intel brief. Why? GDP imploded this morning. Inflation continues to rage and the market ain't digging it. So I'm going to give you a quick up-to-date brief. I'm going to show you the only stock you need to own. And if that doesn't sit well with you, I'm going to break you. And a good substitute to trade if I can't break you. Okay, so my promise, up-to-date intelligence brief, show you the only stock you need to own and a good substitute to trade. Real quick though, how's the smart money doing, right? I want to be in a hedge fund. I'm at a cocktail party and everybody says you need to be in a hedge fund. How did the average hedge fund do in 2023? 9.29%. How did I do? Especially look at towards the end of last year, September, October, all over the place, extremely volatile. How did I do versus the smart money, especially when the markets imploded? There's my personal brokerage account, 151% return last year for my members. When did I really start crushing it? When the market went insane. Look at the Dow, I'll round up and be nice, 9.9%. The NASDAQ, oh, tech heavy. Tech did great last year, 38%. The S&P, 20% return last year. Top Gun Options members, my personal brokerage account, over 150%. It outperformed as the market imploded. That's why I love being an options trader. I can make money up, down, or sideways. Real quick, as you heard in the intro, my name is Matthew Buckley. My call sign is Whiz. You can call me Whiz. I flew the F-18 Hornet for the United States Navy for about 15 years, graduated from the Navy Fighter Weapons School, and deployed for Operation Southern Watch to fly combat sorties over Iraq. Noble Eagle and Enduring Freedom. What's this have to do with trading? Everything. As I told you, trading is a form of combat. When I was a young officer, just joined the Navy, 1991, I taught myself how to trade. I knew you don't join the Navy to get rich. You join the Navy to serve your country and to see the world. So as I started investing, I started applying everything I was learning as a fighter pilot, having a strategy, implementing tactics that support that strategy, managing risk. Okay, that's a picture of you inverted over Top Gun in Nevada. You're going to talk to me about managing risk? Yeah, I am. Fighter pilots, options traders, want to minimize all known risks, right? How about contingency planning? The time for me to decide what I'm going to do if I get shot at by a missile over Syria is not when I get shot at by a missile over Syria. I do that in the brief, sitting in the air conditioning, sipping on my venti upside down caramel macchiato, right? The same thing applies to my trading. I did all of this stuff, and guess what happened? I popped up on the radar of one of the largest volatility arbitrage firms headquartered right there in the Chicago Board of Trade. That was my trading firm, ladies and gentlemen. You see those big, beautiful windows in the CBOT? There you go. That's our trading floor. I helped build a hedge fund when I was there. There's our research desk over here. Here's our traders. There's our techies over here. What an absolute blast. I helped build a hedge fund. I helped build the retail brokerage known as Options House. And I was also the founder and CEO of the Options News Network. We were essentially the CNBC for options. Just an absolute blast. I jokingly tell people, I was Valentine in trading places, right? Lowly old retail trader hanging out with these, quote, smart money people. Smart money ain't that smart, folks. Matter of fact, the smart money is pretty stupid. As a matter of fact, I wrote a book about it. I predicted the COVID market crash to the day. How? I had a buddy in the White House, military aide. He told me exactly what was coming, man. Level 4 virus escaped from a weapons facility. It's coming here. What did Donald Trump tell us? I trust Xi not coming here. Dumb question. Everything's fine. What did senators who left classified briefs tell us? Everything's fine. Remain calm. You know, everything's great. And they picked up their phone. They called their brokers and their best friends and told them to get out of the market. I did outsider trading. I told everybody who would listen what was coming and what was going to happen. And we made $2.5 million in about 3 weeks. It was disgusting. As the smart money got on CNBC and cried and wanked, shut the market down. You know, Bill Ackman and all these other guys were like, we need to close markets. I'm like, no, buddy. I'm on the other side of your trade right now. Crushed it. Wrote another book, From Sea Level to Sea Level, about how I went from the front lines to the front office in Chicago. Have a top-rated podcast called the Max Afterburner Podcast. It's in the top 2.5% of 3.4 million podcasts in the world. And before we get airborne, the last little thing about me, I run the No Fallen Heroes Foundation. We are a nonprofit, and I give grants to veterans, first responders, and their families. You ready for this? To do psychedelic-assisted therapy to heal their trauma. If you've ever seen the movie Lone Survivor with Mark Wahlberg, I went to Mexico 3 years ago with Marcus Luttrell, Navy SEAL Marcus Luttrell, a couple other veteran Navy SEALs, and an NFL player, a veteran who was suffering from just horrific head trauma. Short story long, I did psychedelic-assisted therapy. It saved and changed my life. I got home, started a foundation, and that's my pride and joy right now, is trying to help veterans, you know, stay on this planet. Anywhere from 22 to 44 veterans kill themselves every day in this country, and it breaks my heart. Sending 60 billion to Ukraine, 20 billion to Israel, 40,000 homeless veterans in this country sleeping on our streets, 22 to 44 take their own lives. It's a disgrace. So that's my pride and joy right now. That's me, my beautiful bride, and my kids. I'm a little older than that now. Why do I love this picture? That's when we left Chicago. I left that trading firm. Why? To do it on my own, baby. I started Top Gun Options, and I never looked back. All right, here we go. That's a little bit about me. Let's get airborne. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be shocking to some of you, and the rest of you are going to laugh, or it might be both. You ready? Wall Street is lying to you. Now, obviously, some are like, duh, and others are like, what are they lying about? Have you ever heard this? Day one of investing, what were you told? You can't put all your eggs in one basket. You can't. You have got to diversify. Diversification is important. The 5 steps to diversify. They froth at the mouth that you have to diversify. Who froths at the mouth, Whiz? That guy. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you use the word broker, whether it's a real estate, yacht, or stock broker, delete the word and insert commission. These brokers, ladies and gentlemen, want you in as many names as physically possible. You ever see the movie Wolf of Wall Street or Boiler Room or the movie Wall Street, right? Bud Fox. All right, boys, good morning. Open up your phone books and grab the phone and get the little old ladies in tennis shoes out of this stock and get them into this one today. Why? It's called churn. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. They want you in and out of as many names as possible. They make money on commissions. Now, don't even start typing in the chat box because I'm gonna beat you to it. Well, Mr. Smarty Pants Whiz, I trade at Robinhood and I don't pay a commission. Or I trade at a discount broker. Haha, I showed you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not paying for something, you're not the customer. Do you know what payment for order flow means? You ever see the movie Dumb Money last year? You know who the customer is at Robinhood? It's Ken Griffin at Citadel or Stevie Cohen at SAC Capital, folks. You're not the customer if you're not paying a commission. You ever sit at a poker table and go, hey, I wonder who the idiot is? It's most likely you. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very blunt. I'm a fighter pilot. I am very direct and honest. Respectful truth over artificial harmony. Diversification, being in a bunch of different names, is for stupid people. Now, if that offends you, let me grab an old man to clean it up for me, right? Diversification is a protection against ignorance. It makes very little sense for those who know what they're doing, right? I said it a little crisper and clearer, but ladies and gentlemen, the only stock you need to own for the rest of your life is Amazon. That's it. I'm a political science major from South Jersey. I need charts. Let's go to the charts. My God, ladies and gentlemen, look at the net revenue in billions of dollars. This is what we call a hockey stick, ladies and gentlemen. Amazon prints money. Look at the revenue per segment annually. I remember AWS, ladies and gentlemen, is Microsoft. I remember when AWS didn't even exist. Andy Jassy, the current CEO, and Jeff Bezos came up with the idea for Amazon Web Services in a condo in 2013. Now it is one of their leading profit. I can't wait for our earnings next week. We'll talk about it in a second to see how strong AWS is. I got to update this chart actually. AWS is crushing it. Now, when you hear the word cloud, what do you think? Microsoft, Google, clearly they own the cloud. Apple's it's all my pictures are in the cloud. You'd be wrong. The largest owner of the cloud is Amazon. Microsoft is a distant second. Google's third, and Apple's not even listed. The cloud infrastructure services market is dominated by Amazon. Now, I don't want to get too political, but I'm going to for a half a second. Democrats hate Amazon for this slide. Why? If you showed me this chart and you deleted the word Amazon up here years ago, 10 years, 15 years ago, you showed me this chart and said, Whiz, would you buy this stock? I'd go, all right, let me look at it. Sales. Oh my God, man, look at the sales in this company. I love it. Next thing I'd look at, free cash flow. Well, that's interesting. They crush it in sales and free cash flow down there. All right, well, I still kind of like it. And then I'd see this profit down here, and I'd go, I'm going to short this stock. It should be out of business. And then I'd be broke if I shorted this stock. Why do Democrats hate this slide? Amazon doesn't make any money. Whoa, hold on, Whiz. Amazon is the Death Star. It prints money. Well, guess what? Jeff Bezos has said since day one, any profit that guy makes in this company, he does what with it? Puts it back into the company. Jeff Bezos doesn't even know what the word dividend means. He's like, dividends are stupid. If Amazon makes a profit, I'm going to take that profit and go put a competitor out of business. I'm going to buy another airplane. I'm going to buy a new warehouse. I'm going to do something with the quote profit. So they barely make any money. And that's why Democrats are like, we need to destroy Amazon. It prints money. And they kind of go, no, we actually don't. We're poor. We're a poor company. So I don't care what your politics are. I just love it. If you want a friend, get a dog. I absolutely love that Jeff Bezos and Amazon barely makes a profit because it makes them a bigger Death Star. With a small account trading Whiz's Amazon trades, I netted $8,900 in a week. Kristen, you guys are amazing. I trade a smaller account and have done 22 trades this year for $31,000 profit. Christine, month-to-date profits on Amazon, 107 grand with more to go. Thanks, Whiz, for all your expertise and guidance, doing day trades with short calls to protect my Amazon profits, learning from the best. And then Ann back in November made me look like I was brand new. Monday through Wednesday. In 3 days, I made 90 grand on short calls against my 30 contracts, utilizing Whiz's guidance. Now, before I just sit here and preach about unicorns, sunshine, and lollipops and everything's great with just trading one stock? I'm a fighter pilot. I'm an options trader. I'm going to brief you on the threats. What are the risks to trading just one stock? Anybody ever hear of Lehman Brothers? 150-year-old company gone in a weekend. How about Bear Stearns? Jim Cramer remembers Bear Stearns. The guy looked like Khrushchev at the UN, a bald dude frothing at the mouth, slamming his shoe on the table. Bear Stearns is a great stock. Your money's safe at Bear Stearns. 2 days later, it was at zero. Good call, Jim. How about Pets.com? How about Enron? I could sit here for the next 25 minutes of our time together and ramble through the graveyard of stocks that have gone to zero. But I'll save the time by asking you a simple question. What was the common theme with these 4 examples? They didn't own a thing. Enron was a middleman of electricity. I don't even know what that meant. They didn't even own the building they were in. Pets.com owned a stinky sock and a URL, a domain name. Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers didn't own anything. They owned paper, counterparty risk. So ladies and gentlemen, the difference is Amazon owns things. Is it possible for the stock price to go to zero? Technically, yes. Is it possible for Amazon to go to zero? It's physically impossible. They own things. I did consulting years ago down south of Miami International at a fulfillment center. It made an aircraft carrier flight deck look boring. It was the size of an aircraft carrier. There were robots and machines, and so they own stuff. Full disclosure, I flew for FedEx for about 8 months and I hated it. Couldn't stand flying from midnight to 8 in the morning and trying to sleep in a hotel during the day. No, thank you. I left. Why do I bring this up? Because like 10 years ago, a buddy of mine who stayed at FedEx and he went from being a pilot into the corporate side, which I still give him grief to today. He called me and said, "Hey, Whiz, you trade and you know stuff." I'm like, "Yeah." "Why? What's up?" He's like, "Who's Jeff Bezos?" I'm like, "He runs Amazon." He's like, "Well, I heard from a buddy of mine at GE Aircraft Leasing that he just leased 5 airplanes." I'm like, "Well, he's going to do it then." "He's going to do what?" "He's going to put you out of business." And my buddy laughed and hung up the phone. Guess who called my buddy about a year ago and laughed and hung up the phone? Me. Look at the dates on these headlines. Amazon is now shipping cargo for outside customers, competing with FedEx and UPS. Look at the date on this one. Amazon poised to pass UPS and FedEx to become the largest delivery service. And then, ladies and gentlemen, 6 months ago, this headline: the biggest delivery business is no longer UPS or FedEx. I nailed it. And then recently, look at this, last month, March, FedEx has gone to Amazon now, like, please, can you help us? I absolutely love it. Years ago, I told Top Gun Options members, get bearish on Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. If you did get bearish on Rite Aid, which went Chapter 11 recently, you became a millionaire based on my recommendation. Why? Because Amazon, why would you? There's absolutely zero reason to have a Walgreens or a CVS. All the crap's locked up behind glasses anyway. And then this report came out this week in the Wall Street Journal. Inside Amazon's secret operation to gather intel on rivals. This article in the Wall Street Journal was awful to read if you're a businessman, but if you trade Amazon like me, it made a new Death Star, folks. Staff went undercover on Walmart, eBay, and other marketplaces as a third-party seller called Big River. The mission? To scoop up intel on pricing, logistics, and other business practices. People read this article like, well, that's unfair. And then I laugh and say, business is combat. Trading is combat. I absolutely love that Amazon did that. Whoa, wait, hold on. Why is this guy on the screen? Everybody calm down. Does anybody remember what happened the first year of Trump's presidency? He woke up one morning or didn't go to bed, depending on who you believe, grabbed his cell phone and started tweeting. Somebody needs to break up Amazon. Amazon is a huge monopoly. Somebody should do something about it. What happened to the stock? The stock freaked out for a little bit and said, holy crap, the president of the United States said we're a monopoly and something should be done. What happened for 3 years? Nothing. The last year of his presidency, he grabbed his cell phone again, and what did he do? It's a bigger monopoly. Somebody should do something, break up Amazon. The stock rallied that day and has never looked back. I'm briefing you threats right now. There is a political or regulatory risk to Amazon. There, the headline, I'm not even going to read these, folks. Antitrust, DOJ, FTC, antitrust, blah, blah, blah. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time I checked, and depending on the price of Amazon or Tesla at any given moment, Jeff Bezos is the richest man in the world. He probably can afford 1 or 2 attorneys to fight Uncle Sam. I'm old enough to know about Standard Oil. I'm old enough to remember Microsoft, IBM. I'm old enough to remember AT&T. The average time from when Uncle Sam says you might be a monopoly, we're looking into you, to we think you should break up, the quickest has been 5 years. The longest was 15 years. So average of 10 years when Uncle Sam says, hey man, we think you're anti-competitive. It ain't happening anytime soon. And it's too late. Amazon, ladies and gentlemen, is Mercury. What do you mean by that, Whiz? You ever smash Mercury or see it like, if they tried to smash Amazon, you know what they would do? They would create like 12 monopolies. Their Amazon Air division is bigger than FedEx and UPS. Their Amazon Prime, the entertainment division, makes Netflix look like a joke. Everything that, if you broke up Amazon into its parts, I'd buy the 12 stocks because they're all the monopoly. So ladies and gentlemen, Amazon is diversified in and of itself. Hell, James Woods, like last year, sent out a tweet when people were walking out of Lululemon stealing stuff and walking out of Walgreens and stealing stuff. What did he say at the bottom? Invest in Amazon, folks. Sooner it'll be your only marketplace left. Why would I get in my car in San Francisco to go to a Walgreens to have to shop for stuff that's behind glass? I got to go get an employee to unlock glass to get, or why can't I swipe on my phone to order it from Amazon and it'll be here in an hour? Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I predicted this also with the FedEx when my buddy called. I'm like, oh, and by the way, you're going to get a text someday on your phone. It's going to say your prescription's here. You're going to go to your door, you're going to open your door, and a drone's going to scan your face, your retina, and drop a prescription bag in your hand and fly away. Or you're going to get a text that says, hey, your package is here. You're going to go out to the street. There's going to be a driverless Amazon electric vehicle. Because Jeff Bezos, I don't want to pay a driver. The dude needs to go to the bathroom. He wants to unionize. He complains. He's a pain in the butt. Oh, yeah, let's get rid of the employees. You're going to get a PIN number to enter on the side of the Amazon truck, and the door will open and out it'll drop your package and it'll drive away. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to admit something. I'm bipolar and so am I. I'll tell you how I feel as Whiz. As an American, I can't stand Amazon. I think they treat their workers awful. I think they price gouge. I think they're awful. And then I'm going to take off my flight suit and put on a $10,000 Armani like Gordon Gekko and say, good. What did he say to Bud Fox in the movie Wall Street? If you want a friend, get a dog. I'm here to teach you how to make money. I can't stand Amazon and what they do. As a trader, as an investor, it prints money for me. Now, those were the threats. What are the benefits of just trading a single stock? Well, guess what? You trade the same name and you potentially profit no matter what direction Amazon moves, up, down, or sideways. If you just trade stocks, folks, you make money 3 ways too, right? It's called the buy, hope, and pray. You buy a stock, you hope it goes up. If it doesn't, you pray. Not me, baby. I trade options. I make money up, down, or sideways. You stay focused on the news and events that impact Amazon instead of a bunch of stocks and ETFs. You become an expert in Amazon, reducing time spent on other positions. Quick story. When I moved down here to God's Waiting Room, Boca Raton from Chicago, started Top Gun Options, a doctor in Boca reached out to me. I heard you're a great trader, Whiz. Please help me. I have office hours. I work 10, 12-hour days. I have surgeries, and I'm trying to trade in between appointments. Please help me. Sure, man. I'm glad he's a doctor because we met at Starbucks. He booted up his laptop, showed me his brokerage account, and he had 33 positions in his brokerage account. This is no exaggeration. This is no lie. And he tried to explain them to me. Well, I'm like, what is this? He's like, well, okay, let's look at this. This one I think is a pot stock. I'm like, did you just say you think? Well, okay, well, this one's a surgical stock, and my buddy got me into it, and it's down 50%. And when it gets back up, listen to this. When it gets back up to where I bought it, I'm going to get out of it. I'm like, Doc, you're a doc, right? Yeah, I am. That means you're supposed to be smart? Yeah. Do you understand math? The stock is down 50% from where you bought it. It needs to go, whatever, dude. I'm like, you are done. Get out of all of this crap and simplify your trading cockpit with just one name. Trading is a form of combat. Folks, I showed you the picture of my trading floor on the board of trade in Chicago. We had 25 analysts. A senior analyst could only be an expert in 3, maybe 5 names most. A junior analyst had 1 name that they had to eat, breathe, and sleep. Know everything about that name. Do you know how many times I'd walk over to that research desk and look at one of them and go, did you see the news in XYZ? Yeah. You're supposed to eat, breathe, and sleep that name 24/7, and you got it completely wrong. So please tell me, Mr. and Mrs. Retail Trader with your 7, 10, 15 positions in your account, even if you are chained to your desk for 24/7, please tell me that you're an expert in all of those names. You're not, I guarantee you. Simplify your trading cockpit. Now, if you're sitting there going, you know what? He's kind of talking to me. But Whiz, no offense, I have to diversify, period. I was taught diversification on day one, and I'm not going to listen to you. Well, guess what we also trade in this service? XLY. It's the consumer discretionary ETF. Shrimp are a vehicle for eating cocktail sauce. The XLY is a vehicle for eating some Amazon. But look at your diversification. Home Depot, McDonald's, Nike, Lowe's, Starbucks, Booking, TJ. Folks, on your screen right now is diversification. If you wanted a nice big chunk of some Amazon and other stuff, why would you trade anything else ever again? Period. How do we target Amazon and XLY for max profit? Well, every Monday morning at 10 a.m., we do a solo Amazon live trade brief. When you join, I'm going to hop in a time machine with you, and we're going to fly all the way out into the future and establish what I call a base position. It's a tactic called synthetic stock, or we're going to do a long call diagonal. And look at the parentheses, protective puts. I will always, always, always have some sort of ejection seat on to protect my position. You can't make money if you're losing money. Step 2, after we establish a base position, we trade what are called the front months. What are the front months? You're sitting in a front month. April, May, June. Amazon's going up. We'll trade some bullish spreads, buy some calls. Amazon's going down. We'll trade some bearish spreads, buy some puts. We have a tactic that we can use if Amazon just decides to move sideways. Okay? So let's go take a look, see what's going on in Amazon. What's going on in Amazon? We have earnings next Tuesday after market close. Where is it? Let's go take a look here. April 30th. AMC after market close. What happened today, ladies and gentlemen? Couldn't happen to a worse company. Meta, Zuck, absolutely hemorrhaging AI cash, kind of like his joke called the metaverse. What an absolute joke. So the market got destroyed today. The Dow was down 600. The S&P's off its lows. The S&P was down about a full percent. I think we've gotten a little bit of a rebound down here. Yep, we bounced off a bottom. But let me show you this real quick. The market, ladies and gentlemen, does not like living here. Right now, we are on the S&P 500. We are underneath a 50-day moving average, and we bounced off 100. So you see this? These moving averages, ladies and gentlemen, are magnets. The market either gets pulled down to them or up to them. And even if you know nothing about technical analysis, tell me what it kind of looks like right now. Today and tomorrow, we get some Google and some Microsoft, folks. Right? Oops, sorry. Here we go. Can you guys see this? Wrong chart. Right here. So S&P 500 blew through the 50-day moving average here, bounced off that 100-day right here, and almost got up to kissing this 50 again and slammed. Okay? So not good news for the S&P 500. Market is after a 5-month rip your face off rally on what? Hopes. This 5-month rally was on hopium. Hope that we were going to get 7 rate cuts this year. I predicted we get 0 rate cuts this year, ladies and gentlemen. Wall Street pushes out rate cut expectations, sees risk. They don't start until March of 2025. I could not agree more. We ain't getting any rate cuts this year, and we have a big election, by the way. Let me show you, we have a synthetic stock position on Amazon, and that's what I said I would teach you how to do. I put this trade on, I think, about a month ago. Let me just group this trade together. It's currently up 61% or $5,000. It is a long-term bullish trade. Let's pull up an options chain for Amazon. We're going to fly all the way out into the future. Let me deselect these. Look at this. You can go all the way out to December of 2026 and get bullish on Amazon. Okay, let me just bring up the options chain. These are called strike prices in the middle. Look, December 2026, this expiration is 967 days away. Why do I go this far out in time? To give this trade as much time physically possible to work. And to create synthetic stock, I would buy a call option right here. Buy a single December 2026 170 call option. Okay. I could, and that's about $4,800 right now, folks. If you don't have $4,800, here's what I would also do. I would sell the same expiration 170 put option. Okay. So instead of coming out of pocket $4,800, it's $2,100 for this trade. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now, this is called synthetic stock. And we were having some problems with the charts here earlier. It is a 1-to-1 risk, meaning if Amazon goes up $10 today, your position goes up $10 today. Synthetic stock means we don't have to come out. If I wanted to buy 100 shares of Amazon right now, look at this. Buying 100 shares of Amazon today is $17,000. But as an options trader, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a sucker. I want to control 100 shares of Amazon for the next 967 days. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the power of options, right? Absolute insanity. This is why people who trade stocks crack me up. I want to buy 100 shares of Amazon. You got 17 grand? Oh my God, no. So I guess I can't. And real quick, what does synthetic stock mean? Synthetic stock means you don't get 2 things since you don't own the stock. The first thing you don't get is a dividend. And I already told you Jeff Bezos doesn't even know what the word dividend means. They don't do dividends, folks. The other thing you don't get, since you're trading synthetic stock, is to vote. You're not a shareholder. And the last time I checked, Jeff Bezos and his ex-wife probably own a couple more shares than you do. So you don't get a dividend and you don't get synthetic stock, to vote since you're not a shareholder. Who cares? So ladies and gentlemen, instead of spending $17,000 today, you could spend $2,100. Okay, there it is right there. This is stock. This is your most basic P&L diagram, folks, is this right here. That's the P&L diagram for stock. This is the P&L diagram for synthetic stock. So instead of coming out of pocket $17,000 today, I just saved you 15 grand on an options trade. Now, look at the max potential loss, 19 grand. And if you're like, oh my God, that's insane. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the same risk as if you bought 100 shares and the stock went to zero. What are the odds? Look at this. Probability for max loss, 0.0. There's probably 19 decimal points and a 1. Obviously, there is a probability, however infinitesimal, of the odds of getting killed by a golden retriever are never 0. They're pretty small, but they're never 0. Okay? So, but I'll teach you as part of this synthetic stock, we could buy what I call a disaster put about 20% under the stock price. Why? Because that's usually a disaster, right? A bear market is, hey, the stock's down 20%. So I already showed you on that slide, what's called a protective put. I will buy one protective put down here. It increases the price of the trade a little bit, but I'll sleep better at night and look at the risk. Instead of risking 19 grand, like the stock going to zero, I'm only potentially risking 7,200. Okay, so if you're new to options trading and you're like, man, that was a little quick, or I kind of followed that. Well, guess what? Then you should join Top Gun Options now. Our newest live trading service is called Solo Amazon. It's only $8.97 a year, folks, or $97 a month. My buddies went out in Fort Lauderdale last night. I think the good bottle of wine was about $200. So the price of a bad bottle of wine, $97. I'll give you the link here in a second. But if you do the annual today, I'll give you 2 months free. How about that? This was that's our Solo Amazon portfolio for 2023. We were up about 100 grand by the time, I think I took this like with a couple trading days left. I should update this, but we closed last year over 100 grand in just Amazon profits. Whiz, every Monday at 10 a.m. I work for a living. Well, 80% of our members work. We send out email alerts with a screenshot of the trade, the exact setup, and then I post the replay about 30 minutes after the brief is over with. It takes about that long to render the recording. Chris, I'm so geeked. Been a subscriber for almost 3 years now, and this is the first time I've been able to attend live. I know you from the replays. Today, I'm going to throw in the manuals. These are usually $197 if you try and buy them on our website. I'm going to throw them in for free. So it's $97 for a month. The manuals are usually $197. Do the math real quick. I just made you $100. These are yours to keep. So here's what you get. Access to our brief every Monday at 10 a.m., the email alerts, the manuals, and access to our online forum. It's called the Ready Room. You can ask me questions 24/7. I might be sleeping, but I'll get to it as soon as I wake up. Closed Amazon synthetic stock, 37 grand profit. Goose, American Airlines captain, F-16 pilot, $24,000. Chuck, 15 grand and 50 grand on his Amazon calls. So if you want to test fly it for a month, it's $97, and it's $97 for the rest of your life if you stay in it. It's not some sort of, hey, the next month it rebuilds at $1 million. It's $97 a month, but it makes no sense to do that forever when you could do an annual membership and get 2 months free. Real quick, please take the full throttle training. It's an upsell like, hey, do you want to learn how to trade options? If you don't, do it. $295 for access to the 8 training sessions. This is the basics, man. This is the market. These are calls. These are puts. These are a little bit intermediate tactics. These are advanced tactics. I take a building block approach, ladies and gentlemen, just like I learned in Navy flight training. Okay. Mark Provo, call sign Utah. Utah FedEx captain, was a Navy Blue Angel, didn't even know what the stock market was. Whiz, I'm on a layover in Fort Lauderdale. Please help me. Taught him options. Sent me this text a couple weeks later. Less than 20 trading days, I'm up 15 grand on a 40 grand account. So folks, if you don't know what you're doing, I can teach you. That's the whole point of this. Another testimonial. I want to keep these guys on time. Newest live trading service. My other briefs are $167 a month, but I trade all sorts of other stuff, psychedelic stocks, volatility, the S&P 500. This one, since we're only trading one name, it's only $97 a month. If you didn't learn anything from me today, I failed, but do me a favor. If I was talking to you, simplify your trading cockpit. Take a look at just trading one name. Amazon is diversified in and of itself. Okay, so here's the link right here. $97 a month, man. That's insane to get 4 to 5 briefs live each month from me. Wait, that was to the organizers and panelists. Let me give this to the whole audience right there. $97 a month over here, or like I said, I'll give you 2 months free if you do an annual. So there's the link right now. Go.topgunoptions.com/get-solo-Amazon now. Okay, like I said, I want to put a bomb right through the window on time, on target. So I'm going to throw it back to Anthony and everybody. Thanks for coming in today, folks. Make sure you're hedged, man. This market is definitely rolled over. I can teach you how to trade options, man. We are printing money on some of our bearish S&P 500 trades and bullish volatility trades, okay? But Solo Amazon is the gateway drug to get started here at Top Gun Options, so just try it out for $97 a month. Have a great rest of your day. Happy hunting. Make sure you hedge, fights on, and namaste. You're welcome, Sean. Have a great day.
Thank you, Matt. Love your presentations, Whiz. Always on point, insightful, and relevant. Amazon sure is an exciting instrument to trade. A lot of money to be made with that one ticker alone. Thanks for joining us today, Whiz, and thanks again for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Whiz Buckley of Top Gun Options. We have placed this special offer in the chat box, and you can learn more by going to www.topgunoptions.com. Come back and see us on Traders Corner, Whiz. We appreciate it.
Thanks. You bet, man. We'll see you.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a tough act to follow, but fear not, our next presenter is an expert at trading news reports. He actually got started studying music at the Berklee College of Music and the Boston Conservatory. He began trading stocks in 2001 and learned the art of futures trading. He has been trading for over 20 years and is now considered an expert teacher and trader of the news. Here to introduce the all-new JOBB version 11 software suite is Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Leigh.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice invitation and the great hello. Can you hear me okay and see my screens?
Yes, we can. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. So I want to say hello to everybody. A lot of you know me. I've been doing these webinars with Traders Corner, and thank you very much, Traders Corner. I really appreciate the opportunity. Thought I would do something a little bit different today. We were scheduled to have a trade room for an event at 1 o'clock. So here's what I wanted to do. I want to show you all exactly what we do at 10-Minute Trades. We trade news events using the NinjaTrader software. I'm going to trade the 7-year bond auction. My name is Leigh Goldstein. I'm the trading director for 10-Minute Trades. Please remember, all the trades that I discuss are for educational purposes. It is possible to lose money trading futures. I'm not a financial advisor. Please trade carefully. So, get the good stuff out of the way. I'm going to set up a real trade using real money. One of the trades is going to be in my Top Step account, and the other trade is going to be in my regular cash account. So yes, you can trade news events with the prop companies if you use the right company. Top Step allows for news events. A couple other companies allow for it. Lilu Trading allows it. So you just have to choose the right company, and you can pretty much trade the way you want with an eval or a prop account. The idea with those accounts is you don't have to risk your own money. It's a great way to learn how to trade, and it's a great way to get started trading futures is what I'm trading the NinjaTrader platform, okay? So let me explain what you're seeing here, and let me explain again exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a real trade using real money in my account. I'm gonna have two setups. On the left-hand side, right here, I have a setup for this bond auction. We trade, just to backtrack for a second to make it understood exactly what we do, we trade news events. We trade by appointment. We have a trade sheet or a daily market trade mover. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It's a sheet that we send to our members the day before an event, and it helps them decide and understand how to trade. So we've got the 7-year auction. We find trades and events that are tradable on the calendars, Forex Factory, investing.com. We then study those events, set up a setup that uses our software, and we trade the event. We send our members a daily market mover report. It's a report that tells us how we're going to trade this event. It tells us what instrument we're going to use. I'm going to trade bonds, the bond futures, and the YM futures. So watch what I'm going to do, because this is real. This is really exactly what we do. And instead of me just showing you trades that we've taken, I want to show you the real process of what it would be like to be a member at 10-minute trades. So you'd come into our trade room. I would be streaming these screens, and we would click on our chart, click on the strategy item, and then I have a software program. We call it JOBB version 11, and you would just enter the numbers from our trade sheet into our software. So we're going to take a breakout trade. That's what this trade is called. We are going to put an order above the current price and an order below the current price. We're going to get pulled into the market when the news comes out. I've got the YM that I'm trading because I know that the YM may move on this news. I've got a bracket of 10 ticks. So I type that into the trade. I have two setups on this sheet. This is my YM setup. And I've got two positions that I'm trading. Position 1 is a position 1 contract. Position 2 is a second contract. I have a target of 10 ticks and a target of 20 ticks. And I have a stop of 15 ticks. And our software can automatically move my stop and protect my profit if I hit my first target. So if I hit my first target, I'm going to move my stop to break even -3. Not complicated. Before we're done, I'm going to show you a trade. Before the real trade, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So now that's all I have to enter in. Just 4 or 5 things get entered into our software. Then I'm going to label my trade YM so I know I can differentiate it from my other setup, which will be the bonds. And I'm just going to check what I call my brackets. Now watch what I mean. So remember, we're bracketing the price. So when I have my software set here and the time is on 0 for the software, when I turn on my trade, it's going to create a bracket. As soon as the price calculates, there's my bracket. I just want that bracket wide enough so I can manipulate the trade if I have to. I'm going to put my time back on. My trade is going to trigger at 1:01 and 30 seconds. That's when my orders are going to go on the chart. I'm putting my account on my live cash account. I'm putting my charts on my live cash account, and I'm now ready with half my trade. One setup with the YM is ready to go, so I turn that on. My second setup, I've got a bond trade. Again, we have our daily market report. It tells us how to set up the bond trade. Now, most members don't trade both setups. They might just trade one. So I click on the chart. I look at my strategy. Same trigger time, 13:01:30. I've got a small bracket, just 3 ticks, and I've got 2 targets, 2 ticks and 6 ticks of bonds with a 3-tick stop. That's all I'm doing. I've got my trade labeled bonds. I'm going to OK it and apply it. Now, if my time is on 0 and I enable the trade, I can check that my brackets are wide enough so I can actually take this trade safely. If I need to manage it, I want my brackets wide enough so that when the price shows up on the chart, I can manage the trade. Now, until the market is actually very quiet, you can't get brackets until the price moves because the software is calculating the bracket. So once I see that my bracket is a nice distance, I just put my trigger time, 13:01:30, that's 1:01:30, put my strategy in live, because like I said, I'm trading this strategy in my live cash account. Bingo and bingo. Put my charts on live cash. And now my bond trade is ready to go, triggering at 13:101:30. All right, so I've actually got 2 setups. Now I did something wrong, and I know I did it. I meant to trade my YM portion of this event in my Top Step account. So I'm just going to simply change the account in the software, go down to the account tab, change it to Top Step, apply it and OK it. And now I've got my YM ready to go in my Top Step account. Now look, folks, I know, you know, I could lose money on both of these trades, but we study these events. We usually make money on these trades. Let me show you last month's trade. We traded this in March, okay? Every month, this bond report comes out. Every month, we meet in our trade room with our members, and we study these events. 13:01:30, our orders go on the chart. That's how this works. What happens is there is a bond auction at 1 o'clock. It takes a little bit more than a minute and a half for that news to reach the markets. You'll notice there was an explosion in the markets. It actually filled me in the YM, and it wasn't a fantastic, incredible profit on this particular trade, but trading is not always monster profits. Sometimes you're just eking out your gains. Sometimes you're grabbing a little profit here, little profit there. This particular bond auction, it just wasn't explosive. I was able to grab a small profit on the YM, and I actually had a tiny loss on the bonds. It wound up being a flat trade. But many of the trades have been very nice winners. We also know there's probably a little bit of extra risk today because the YM market is pretty negative. The markets did not like this morning's news. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We have a control in our software called the adjust button. When we put our brackets on the chart, if we feel we need to adjust them so we don't get filled before the news comes out, I can press the adjust button and it will recenter my brackets. So just as a reminder, I've got 2 things that are going to take place. I've got the bond part of the trade on the right. I've got the YM part of the trade on the left. My orders are going to show up on the chart at 13:01:30, okay? Now, let me change my charts, make sure I'm looking at the right charts. Top Step, JOBB cash, okay? JOBB cash, top step. Okay, what would have happened if I did not have the right chart showing me the trade? You would not see your orders. A lot of times new traders, even if you're just trading sim or you're trading live versus sim, if you forget to put your charts on live and you're trading sim, you won't see the orders. The orders will still take place and your trade will still take place, but you may not see your orders. So it's very important to make sure that your charts match the account that you're trading, okay? In terms of margin for this, there's not a whole lot of margin required. The bonds are about $1,000 per contract, and then the YM is $500 per contract. You could also do this trade with the micro YM, MYM, if you have a very small account. Now in Top Step, you're not really dealing with margin. I don't have to think about margin in my Top Step account. In my cash account, I do have to think about margin. So now all we're doing is we are waiting in a minute and a half, minute and 40 seconds. My orders will show up on the charts. And then we're going to patiently wait maybe about 20 seconds for the news to come out, and I will manage the trade. Now, like I said, I'm doing this live in front of all of you. If I have a losing trade, it's a pain, it's a shame, but every trade is not a loser, just like every trade is not a winning trade. Just once, after all the years that I've been going through these webinars, showing people what we do, we just happened to have an event that matched up with my exact time being on this webinar. There's my orders. Now, I believe in our system enough that I'm willing to take this risk with real live money, even though I know I could lose. I could lose both trades. I will not go cry in a corner if this trade doesn't work out. I'm waiting now for the trade to affect the market, all right? That's what I'm waiting for. If you'll notice, I hit the adjust button because I want to keep my brackets centered on the YM. It's possible, sometimes it happens, where there is no response to an event. It happens. Now, my bonds got filled, okay? They were filled to the downside. I'm going to cancel my YM trade because it should have filled already. There wasn't a very big move. And it could be, honestly, because the YM is so negative today that it may just be having difficulty responding to the bond auction. It's very possible. My bonds really did not give us the kind of move that makes me feel like I'm going to have a fantastic profit here. There was no move. There was no move. So I have to think about managing my way out of this trade. I've got a feature in my software called the combine button. I'm going to press that button and I'm going to combine both my orders. I think that this trade is not going to work. I'm not positive, but it has the look of a trade that's not going to work. I could, if I wanted to, I could shrink my target, my stop, shrink my stop here so that if I lose money, I will lose a little bit less. The maximum amount of money I can lose on this trade is about $200. Now, look, maybe I'm wrong. The market is tremendously slow. Usually, what happens is we get an explosion in the YM through all my orders, through the pricing, one way or the other, and the trade ends in a matter of seconds. Today, ironically, obviously, because I'm showing everything live, we've got virtually nothing going on in the market. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a bond auction this slow, this quiet. So what I'm going to do is just manage my way out of this trade. I'll take a tiny loss because I don't mind doing that. Now, ironically, the YM is moving now, but it didn't move at the time of the event. So it is what it is. Sometimes you get a trade, it just doesn't do what you expect it's going to do, and you just deal with it. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to go on to my presentation. I'm going to leave my trade on, and either it's going to go down and give me one tick of profit, or it's going to go up and give me a couple of ticks of loss. And we'll come back to it and take a look at it when we hear it make the move. I don't really have to worry about something going wrong because the market is so unbelievably quiet. We know the auction took place because the results are here in the news. Let me show you a trade that was a little bit more active, the same trade, so you can get an idea what I'm talking about here, because I'm absolutely shocked that the real trade didn't work. Hold on. It didn't do hardly anything. So this was a 7-year auction that we took in February. And I just want to see if we get a little bit better movement. You could see our orders are going to be on the chart, and there's going to be a burst in the price. The bonds are on the right, and we have a different set of bonds on the left. The price shoots up, and then it shoots down, and we actually made 3 ticks times 2 on that trade. Now, let's see what happened in real life. In real life, folks, we made 2 ticks of profit on our bond trade. If you notice, I was down $26 when we started this trade. My realized profit was $62.50. When we left the trade, we had a target 2 ticks away down below us. That's what happened. It hit the target, and we had a stop above us. So I could turn the trade off. We made $62.50 while I was talking to you. That's a very quiet trade today. I've never, ever in my life, all the years I've been doing this, I've never seen a bond trade, an auction that quiet. Let me show you what happened to us yesterday. Let me show you one other bond auction trade that actually moves. So this was the 7-year auction. And let's go to January, because what's supposed to happen is better movement than what we saw here. Let's see if we get it in January. So I've got the YM on the right. The news is going to come out. We put our orders on the chart at 1301.30. Now you see the YM shot down on this particular trade, and it didn't work. That trade didn't work. It reversed. So 2 trades, today's trade worked for 2 ticks. The YM we canceled because there was no move. And that's the way trading goes. Sometimes you get a phenomenal trade. Sometimes you get a dull, weird, quiet trade. And that's what we had today. Yesterday, we've devised a system where we can use this trading method. The trading method is we're going to make an appointment with the market. We're going to bracket a trade. So for instance, the way that we trade, we make an appointment. We knew yesterday that we had Meta earnings coming out. Meta earnings, we know they're going to move the market, and we know they're going to move the NQ, and we know that they're going to move the NQ very well. So what we do is we bracket the market. We're going to put a buy order above the NQ current price, and we're going to put a sell order below the price. Our software automatically places those orders moments before the earnings are released. So last night, we didn't know, and we don't care if Meta is going to release earnings and have good news, and we don't care if they're going to have bad news. Doesn't matter. What we want is a reaction to the news that's explosive. So here was our Meta trade last night. I put my orders on the chart. Those X's are our orders. Our orders sat on the chart for 7 seconds, okay? 7 seconds. I had an order to buy the NQ. I had an order to sell the NQ at 405. We waited 7 seconds for Meta's earnings to come out. When that was over, and it's already over, we had a profit of $1,600. Let me show you that again. That was real. That was cash. That was live in our trade room with our members, with other members trading with us. So right before we study Meta's earnings. I have studied their earnings for the past 5 years. I know very comfortably what time they're going to release their earnings. For the past 2 years, they've never released their earnings before 4:05 p.m. They've never done it. So we put our orders on the chart 3 seconds before 4:05. Those X's are the orders. The earnings news comes out. The NQ explodes to the downside. It filled a 125 tick target and a 30 tick target multiple times. And when that trade was over, we had a profit of $1,600. No joke. Members in our trade room, anybody that traded with us made a profit. One of our members lives in Kenya, and her name is Roz, and she was a new trader before she came and started trading with us. Last night, she made $757 trading that Meta trade. We had other members that made money in the room as well. What I'm trying to teach and what I'm trying to get through is we teach our members to make an appointment with the market. So what we do is we look at the various calendars. That's the first thing that we do. We look at forexfactory.com and we will find events that we know are going to move the markets. We study those markets, we teach our members about those markets, and we set up trades around those events. So for instance, forexfactory.com has dozens and dozens and dozens of events that are listed on that service. We go through the news, and we've been doing this for 10 years, finding events, studying the event, coming up with a trade setup around the event, and then teaching everybody how to trade that event. This week, we traded the French flash manufacturing report, 3 in the morning on Tuesday. And we also traded the German manufacturing report. When we were done with both of those reports, we were profitable on both events. The French report did not work. The German report had a really big profit, overcame any loss we had on the French report, and we were profitable, and it was worthwhile to get up at 3 in the morning. We traded the same day the US flash manufacturing. People traded Australia CPI. We trade core durable goods. So the idea is we find these events, we trade by appointment, we trade on our own schedule. We don't sit and watch the markets for 8 hours a day, 5 hours a day, waiting for setups that don't happen. We find the events that we know are going to move the markets, and we figure out the best possible way to trade those events, and that's how we make our money. So we've just released, we're literally a week away, maybe 2, from releasing our software. We've been doing this for over 10 years. We've been developing a new version of our JOBB software, version 11, for the past couple of months, and we're really excited that this new version of the software is coming out. Now think about it. It's not so simple to just fumble around and try to put orders on the chart. Let me throw my charts on sim so I don't put myself into a trade. But when an event is coming out, it's not so easy to put your orders on the chart. You know, you got to figure out where you're going to put them. You got to set up your bottom order so you have your bracket. Then you need to program your ATM. So if you get filled, what's the target going to do, et cetera, et cetera. Well, our software automates all of that for you. It's like a super ATM. So our software controls your trade. It lets you manage the trade, and it's always being updated to be easier, more intuitive, and safer to use for people to trade by appointment. And we're incredibly excited that we have a new version of the software coming out. I'm testing the final version as we speak today. And what's interesting is Whiz on Top Gun Options said something very interesting about magnets. We also believe in magnets. He's absolutely right. There are levels on the charts that unequivocally act as magnets. The VWAP is a great magnet, and our software has a feature called the magnet trade, where you can set your own levels. So let's say you're a VWAP trader. You could consider the VWAP as a magnet, and we have a trade setup that will work around the VWAP. You can trade towards the VWAP, or you could trade away from the VWAP. So what I'm saying is we've got something called the magnet trade. Watch, this was a test of our software. The high of the day is this green line, and this orange line is the magnet. The true magnet is the high of the day, but you want to enter a magnet trade before you get to the magnet. It's an anticipation trade. You're anticipating reaching the magnet, and that's where you're going to put your orders and take your profit. So as the price starts moving up towards the magnet, our software can automatically place the orders and manage the trade. We call that a magnet trade. And while a magnet trade is not a news trade specifically, what's fantastic about a magnet trade is this type of setup happens all day long. If you want to spend a couple of hours just sitting and watching, waiting for magnets, it's a fantastic way to trade, because it's what happens is these price levels pull you into them over and over again. And you could always count on the high of the day being a magnet, the VWAP being the magnet, the PP pivot is often a magnet. If you're a Fibonacci trader, you could set up your Fibonacci levels as magnets. It's just a great new feature in our software called the magnet trade. For us, magnets are very common around the news. So we're trading many news trades, watching these magnets take place. So that's a brand new feature that we've put in our software called the magnet trade. So over and over, we are trading events that move the markets. We traded Tesla's earnings the other day. Same concept. We know, because we've been studying the way that Tesla works on the news. We have a specific time of day that we put our orders on for Tesla. Our orders went on the chart about 4:03. You could see that Tesla exploded to the upside. It hit my first target, pulled back, took me out of the trade, $220 profit. I was in the market for about 2 seconds trading Tesla. We trade Tesla. We trade Intel. We trade Amazon. We trade Home Depot. We have about 20 premier earnings trades using futures that are a fantastic way to trade. And that's in addition to all the normal news reports that we trade. So the way that our system works is we have 4 elements that make up our system. And those 4 elements are the weekly schedule, which is element number 1. Every Sunday, we send our members our weekly schedule. The weekly schedule shows the news that we're going to trade that week, and it also shows our trade room schedule, because we help and teach everybody in the trade room when these events take place. So for instance, we were in the trade room for Tesla. We were in the trade room for the API oil report. Today, we got up early this morning and we were looking at Honeywell earnings, Caterpillar earnings. advanced GDP 7-year note auction was a dud today. It's okay. Some trades are a dud. And we'll be back in our trade room this afternoon for Google, Intel, and Microsoft. So element number 1 is our weekly schedule. Element number 2 are the trade reports. After you join our service, you then sign up and you get the trade reports. So if there's an event that's going to take place in our trade room, we send you the trade report. The trade report has information on that event, has information on how to trade it, and then you get that report the day before the event takes place. And then when you become a member, we also give you access to our software, and you also have access to our trade room. In the trade room is where we're teaching our members how to use the software and how to put the software numbers into how to take that trade report and put the numbers into the software. And it's very easy. When you have a trade, for instance, we had flash manufacturing. We traded flash manufacturing with gold and with the ES. Our orders went on the chart, the ES popped up, and we actually traded that in our prop account. I just did a replay of it because my chart was covered in the trade room and people couldn't see the ES. But you can trade these trades in your prop accounts or in your cash account. The daily trade report shows you how to enter the numbers into the software. And then the software manages the trade. It deals with stops, it deals with targets, and it allows you to manage the trade from start to beginning, start to end. Okay, so why appointment-based trades? We know that these trades are going to move the markets. We know that these trades are going to fill and they're going to give you an opportunity for profit. So the whole idea behind what we do is we trade events that we know are going to move the markets. We trade events that are going to give us the best opportunity for profit. We teach over and over in our trade room, don't trade events that aren't going to give you good movement. So for instance, we want to trade events that look like this, okay? So we have traded this is earnings season. So I always love showing the earnings trades because they're very explosive. So this was an Amazon trade. Amazon almost always has really big exploding trades. That was a $600 Amazon trade. We also trade Apple trades. Apple has a tendency to have very big moves on their earnings. We also know exactly what time to trade Apple, and we know what the best setup to use for Apple is. That was a $970 Apple trade. So you've got Apple, you got Facebook, you've got French manufacturing reports, FOMC reports. We teach you how to trade all of these news events in our trade room. And the idea is our software was developed to manage these trades. We're now on version 11 of the software, and that's what we're really excited about showing. Let me show you some of the features of our software. I'm going to shoot. I spent a lot of time, so I just want to show you some of the features. Our software has multiple setups. It automates the entries, so you don't have to fumble around. It automates your targets and it automates your stops. Think of our software as a super ATM program. It could be used to trade almost any kind of trading that you would use for futures, and it can be used to trade our events, all the news events that you want to trade. We have all of these different setups built into our software. So what do I mean when I say we have events and trade types in our software? When you load the strategy, it becomes a part of NinjaTrader. So when you click on the trade type, we have breakout trades. That's the trade that we traded on that bond report. It'll put a bracket above and below the price. We have range trades, trades that you could set up based on time. So if you like to trade the 30-minute breakout, for instance, you like to trade from 9:30 to 10. At 10 o'clock, you want to put an order on. Our software can create a 30-minute range, and you could trade the breakout of the range. You can trade the magnet trade. We have reversal trades where you can, in about 10 seconds, 15 seconds, put on a trade called a reversal trade. This is how easy it is to do it. I trade one position. I've got a target of 10 ticks, and I've got a stop of 10 ticks. Apply it, okay it, put it on the chart, and I have a button now. If I want to go in the market, all I have to do is press the button. I'm in the market short. The trade will handle my stops, and it'll handle my targets and manage the trade. Now, I'm just showing you, I'm not trying to make money here, okay? Reversal trades, a lot of news reverses after the news comes out. We have a multitude of setups that let you trade after the news comes out as well. So look, I spent a lot of time showing you a real trade. I want to show you what it takes to join our service. We have a fantastic offer. Let me show it to you. If you go to this particular link, www.jobbsoftware.com, it'll take you to this website. You can become a member of our pro membership. You get the software, the trade room, our daily trade reports, everything that we offer, all of our software, the new software that's coming out, roughly 2 weeks, we should have it out. For 3 months, the magnet trade, 3 months of being a member in our trade room is just $247. It includes everything that we offer, and it's a 3-month subscription. If you go to the website, just go to www, let me type it in for you, jobbsoftware.com. You can get all the information and see what it's like to be a member. Our members, a lot of our members have been with us for years and they love trading events. It's a fantastic way to trade because you don't have to spend your whole day waiting for the market. You choose the events you want to trade. You choose to trade on your own schedule. It's an absolutely great way to trade. Let me put on the screenshot, www.jobbsoftware.com. $247. Look, if you joined us and traded a couple of earnings trades, trade them small. You don't even have to trade using more than one contract. You could have made easily $200 on that Meta trade last night. We traded Tesla. You could have made $50 on the Tesla trade. There are jobs reports that we're trading. We usually have about 10 to 15 events that we trade every week. We have a type of trade called the family money trade. The best of the best events that we call them family money trades because we would trade our own family's money on these trades. They've been so reliable and so profitable on a regular basis that I would trade my family's money on those trades. We call those family money trades. They are the best of the best reports. Over and over again, our members are sending us their screenshots showing us their winning trades. It's a fantastic way to trade. I want to thank everybody for listening. If you just go to www.jobbsoftware.com, we'd love to have you be a member. It's a fun way to trade. It's a great way to trade, and we'd love to see you on the inside. So I want to thank everybody for watching. I think it's kind of funny that our bond trade was not very explosive today, but you know what? It's real life. Real trading is not always a $1,600 profit. Sometimes you lose a little bit of money. The idea is to trade good events so that your winners are bigger than your losers, and at the end of the day, you have a nice profit. Everybody wants to make money trading. At 10-minute trades, we've been doing this for more than 10 years. I've been at the company for 7 years. We have a great method, easy to teach. And I think that if you're out there and give it a shot, you'll have a great time doing it. We have a refund policy. If you're not happy, you are allowed to ask for a refund, and we're happy to refund the money. So thanks everybody for listening. I'll hand over the webinar to the next person, and thank you, Traders Corner, for having me, and I'll see you the next time I'm going to be here.
Thank you, Leigh.
Okay.
Thank you for, yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you for making such a generous offer for our audience today. Your offer sounds like a great opportunity to learn more about trading the news at an unpredictable, unbeatable price. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Leigh Goldstein of 10 Minutes Trades, who is a seasoned expert at trading the news. You can learn more about his special offer by clicking on the link in the chat box or going to 10minutetrades.com. Leigh, thanks again for joining us today, and we hope to see you back at Traders Corner.
Thank
Well,
you.
ladies,
Appreciate it.
yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, appreciate it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the ball rolling. Our next presenter started his trading in 2006, trading firm money while attending university for finance and math. After that, he became completely hooked on trading the market, working for hedge funds, prop firms, technology companies, and individual traders. As a chartered market technician, he uses his technical knowledge in combination with years of quantitative and algorithmic trading to combine the best of these two worlds to create a unique trading style. Here to present how to swing trade a choppy market is Mr. Michael Nauss of Trade Ideas. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Mike, and congratulations on the new baby. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted there. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I hope you guys had a great time with Andy while I was away, but I'm back and ready to go. All right. Just going to make sure I have everything set up. I have all the questions here in case anyone has them. Make sure you put them in the little panel below. All right. Cool. I'm good to go. We're started and ready. So today I'm going to talk, just as was mentioned there as I came in, on how to swing trade a choppy market. And I'm going to show you why I picked that topic today. Going to be kind of obvious, I think, to a lot of people out there that are trading, that's the type of market it looks like we could be in. So we'll go through that as well. So quickly, just a little bit, if you don't know who I am, my name is Michael Nauss. I'm a chartered market technician. I'm a quantitative swing trader. So I'm someone who looks from kind of the swing trading side of things and the the advanced, not just technical analysis. I want to know from some sort of statistical point of view if what I'm doing is the correct thing. That's just kind of what I mean by statistical trader. Again, I've 10 years of hedge fund experience. I've been trading firm money since 2006, and I work with Trade Ideas. So we're going to go over Trade Ideas and what the software is and how we can use it to benefit us trading this firm or trading these choppy markets in a bit. But my presentation style, I want to just educate first. I want you to kind of sit down, and then whether or not you're interested in Trade Ideas and not, hopefully you learn something you can take away to your own markets, your own trading platforms, whatever it is that you decide to do. But we will get started by just going over the concept and why it's interesting. So the way I look at it, there's kind of two types of markets, right? We all know about trends. I've actually been on with Trader Corner here a few times talking about trending markets and ways to take advantage of trending markets, but sometimes you're not in trending markets, you're in kind of choppy messes. And this is really from last August to last October, the choppy markets, right? We call, another way to term them is buy dips and sell rips, right? You're buying the stocks as they're coming down, and then you're shorting stocks as they're coming up. And then quite often you get into trending markets where you want to flip the way you look at things. Anybody who says they have a strategy and this strategy works in all markets, run far, run fast, because the market changes. So of course, you're going to have different strategies on a market that changes frequently. It's just, it has to be the way it is, because if you're doing something where you're shorting every time the market's ripping through this market right here, you're getting killed. But when you're doing it on this kind of buy dips or sell rips market, you're doing well. So there is again, different types of markets, and we need to understand that, and we need to make sure that we are applying different strategies for that. And that's what I'll be going over in this presentation. This is another way, you know, the first way that I talked about a choppy market, this was kind of in a downtrend, but still very, very choppy, not very smooth. And then there's just sideways action as well, right? Again, if you're someone who was buying breakouts or buying trend continuations in this, probably wasn't the best move. And I have some examples for why that is, because again, I always like to bring some statistics to hammer home my point, so I'm not just drawing squiggly lines on charts here. So this strategy that you see me bring up right here, the green line is the strategy, back tested all the way to 1991, and the red line is the S&P 500. And this is just a simple trend following strategy, one that if you read the Turtle Traders, you know about. If you're very basic, I'm going to buy things when they're breaking out, and I'm going to trail a stop behind the thing that's breaking out, and then I'm going to sell it, right? The exact kind of strategy, the exact description of the strategy doesn't really matter too much. It's just a breakout, a trend continuation style strategy. And you can see it outperforms the S&P 500 over the long run. But when that S&P 500 is downtrending or in a choppy sideways market, like it was here in this kind of 2015 to 2017, 18 area where the market kind of went nowhere, you have long periods of time where this strategy underperforms. Now, if you zoom out in the long run from 1991 till now, this trend following worked great. And that's all you would need to do. As long as you are okay stomaching, each of these boxes are a number of years of little to no action when it comes to making money in your portfolio. Now, some people would look at this and say, well, I'm beating buy and hold. I'm beating these markets in bear markets. That's great, but most of us, we're traders, and we want to try to find a way to profit in all different markets. So this is another strategy that I have. Again, the green line is the strategy, and the red line is the S&P 500. And this one goes back, I think, 2000 to date. And you can see, although this one underperforms the market in the long run, while these markets are having these very, very choppy or sell-off periods, this strategy continues to perform okay. So you can see that combining these two styles would end up probably doing very well. If we're in a choppy market, you look at this style, which I will go over and I'll show you how to do this in trade ideas. And then if we're in a trending market, use the other style. And that's, I've been on here talking to you guys before about relative strength and trend continuations and all of that. So now is to say, use your trend continuation styles when the market's going great and in a nice uptrend, and maybe take a look at this particular style or a couple of these styles that I'll go over when the market is choppy. So why am I talking about this now? Again, if you're a swing trader yourself and you're keeping an eye on the market, you can see that there's a potential that we could be entering a choppy market. I look at this kind of swift downtrend that occurred right here, and then I compare that to the swift downtrend that occurred right here that created this kind of choppy downtrend, and then also the downtrend that occurred kind of right in this area that caused a couple months or more of no type of action. Could we reverse and just rip back to all-time highs? Absolutely. There's certainly nothing stopping us from doing that, but again, I think that we could be in for a little bit of a chop, at least for the next couple days, couple weeks, or even couple months. There is a very famous technical analyst who's been around for a very long time, Wyse, and one of her favorite sayings was, the bigger the drop, the longer the need for repair, which just means that when you have these drops, again, it's not the end of the world. I think we're down like 6% off all-time highs, but when they happen precipitously like this, you need a little bit of time for the market to digest it. So for me personally, when I see this, I'm switching now from my trend following strategies into my the ones that I will be playing in choppy markets, because that's what I expect is going to happen here for the next little bit. So here's just a little bit of a roadmap on how you can apply this. I'm talking from the swing trading side of things, but this applies to day trading and it applies to investing as well, right? Step one is always to determine the market trend. The gentleman before me was a futures trader. So, and he talked about that, you know, his software had many different trading styles you could do. Some would be reversal, some would be trend following or news, that type of thing. It would make sense to identify the market type. If you're in a very choppy market or a do nothing market, those reversal plays may work better. If you're in a trending market, then the trend continuation plays may look better as well. So that's kind of step one here. What we're talking about when we're trying to figure out how to trade choppy markets is we need to identify what's going on. Are we in an uptrend, a downtrend, or are we in some sort of choppy mess? Next, we got to pick a strategy. You know, we'll do revision or support and resistance, and I'll go over these and how to use these in trade ideas. And then for anyone who's already a Trade Ideas subscriber, I can just share with you the scans that I built that should help with this. And then we got to keep going until the market changes. And that's the constant adjustment thing that I think is very, very important to traders, in which there is a common thing that traders do where we find something that works and we just go at it forever. But again, my argument is that having a couple different tools in your tool belt is something that absolutely makes sense, because the better you get at deciding which markets are going to benefit different ways of trading, then you're going to do a better job just overall in that case. So here's just a couple sample methods. Now, the first one is one of my favorites, and I talked about this when I chatted with you guys a while ago about pullback trading. And this is the anchored VWAP pullback. This is a scan we have in Trade Ideas that I absolutely love. And actually, this equity curve right here, the nice smooth one, is using this anchored VWAP pullback strategy, right? It's the one that I'm going to show you that we have in Trade Ideas. Just again, I always want, like I talked about before, some sort of statistical proof that says this is what this will work, right? It's not just someone told me it will work. I've tested it, and trading an anchored VWAP style will work. So for those who don't know, Brian Shannon is going to be the GOAT of anchored VWAP. So he's definitely the one if you want to check him out. Brian Shannon on Twitter and YouTube and all of that. He kind of popularized this anchored VWAP style. And the idea is that the VWAP is, a lot of day traders know, because it starts at the beginning of the day and it runs throughout the day. And it's just the average price traded for that day. We're doing the same thing here, but we're saying what is the average price traded on this security for a period of time. The question always becomes, well, how do I know where to put this VWAP if I'm looking at a daily chart instead of an intraday chart where I just started at the beginning of the day? The answer is Trade Ideas will do it for you. So Brian Shannon has a book where he talks about all this, and we've built this add-on to Trade Ideas in conjunction with him, and I've ran all these scans by him and got his approval. And the idea is that you want to anchor the VWAP from major turning points. You want to anchor the VWAP from large news events, catalysts like gaps, things like that, just major events that occurred. So here in Constellation Brands, STZ, this pink line is our anchored VWAP, and you can see that the system anchored it from this area right here because this is a major swing low in the stock. That was the absolute low right here, and you can see we've already come down to touch it once and put in a nice little bounce, and then we come down to touch it again. I think I built a lot of these charts yesterday, so I don't really know what this looks like today, but nice little bounce and a hammer candle when I made this chart. Again, the idea is that in trending markets, that breakout strategy that I talked about will make a lot of sense. You could, in through here, if you remember March, April, where the market was trending, you could buy breakouts on pretty much anything and do very, very well. Now that we are entering a pullback or a choppy market, we need to define a little bit better where we're going to buy on a pullback. Anchored VWAP is one of them, and again, I've proven that with the chart above there. Works same on the downside, right? We're buying dips, maybe we're selling rips as well. So this is COTY. Again, the system anchors a VWAP at that major high. You can see it was respected as resistance right here, and now it's back to that point as well. So just showing that, hey, if you have a long strategy, quite often that strategy will work the same in the short side. I'm looking for some overextension into that price. If we're buying dips and we're selling rips, again, we need to quantify what is a dip and what is a rip, and this is a good way to do it. The other one that we have in the system that I like to use in these choppier markets is just your plain old support and resistance. Just, you don't have to get super fancy with it. You're just looking for stocks that are finding support in an area. I always like to talk about the psychology behind these. The psychology behind support plays is simply there is somebody buying at that level. There is, or a number of people, and they're choosing this is the level that I'm going to purchase this particular security at, this level right here. And as you start to see a move off that ends up being a very low risk reward play. It is one of the benefit of these choppier styles that when you're buying pullbacks and you're buying support and you're buying or you're selling resistance, the main benefit that you'll see is that very quickly when you're wrong, and you're able to move out of that position very quickly when you're wrong, right? So it doesn't take a rocket science. Let's go back here. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that, well, if I'm buying this XXII right here at this low, that I know where I'm wrong. I know when it's time to get out. It's just if we break and close below this low right here, it's time to move on. So my risk is very, very tiny for a potential gain that could be, huge in comparison to this very tiny risk. Now, the downside to trading like this is that if you're in a very strong trending market, buying the stocks that are pulling back or at support or using these choppy market strategies will underperform, because then you're not taking advantage of stocks like Nvidia that weren't pulling back. They were just ripping into new highs. You're missing that. So again, this is why you've got to adapt to whatever the market's giving you at the time. ENPH, here's another one, just a clean support zone here on this solar name, this end phase. Again, right where you're wrong. If it breaks this line, it's certainly time to go. Okay, so that is the end of the presentation. We're going to go into trade ideas. I'm going to show you how I've done these scans. I'm going to show you around trade ideas. I'm going to answer any questions you guys have about these as well, and kind of help you through, if anyone is a trade idea subscriber, setting these ideas up so you can start to adjust your swing trading based off what's going on here. So we have an offer right now. If you go to trade-ideas.com, you can put in Stats Edge 25. That's for me. That's kind of my code there. Stats Edge 25. You save yourself 25% off trade ideas for your first month or your first year if you end up buying the yearly package. So we have, grab this here. I'm going to walk you around the software just a little bit here before we get started, just to show you what we are, what we're doing. Trade Ideas is a scanning, alerting, backtesting, and charting software. We kind of take care of everything that you need from a analysis point of view when it comes to your equity trading or your ETF trading. Those are the only two assets we deal with right now. We'll look to expand that out in the future. What we try to do is make it so that you can have scans for whatever it is that you want, right? Later I'll talk about a couple of those strategies, and we'll look at which ones are popping up right now in the market to see if there's any actual ideas we can take. But again, we'll just show you around the software. I want to show you that this is good for people who are day traders or swing traders or investors, whatever it is that you're doing, you're able to benefit and you're able to profit off using a scanning software, because you got to be where the strategy is or you got to be where the money is. It's just the way it kind of works here with trading. So we have, for example, what I'm showing you here is my sector watch doc or layout. You can have as many of these layouts as you want within reason, assuming your computer can handle them. But what we're seeing right here is the way we display data is often via tree maps. So up here is all of the sectors that are doing very well today that I watch, and down here all the sectors that are doing very poorly today that I watch. And of course, all of this is linked to charts. You can see it's updating here in real time. We include real-time data into Trade Ideas. No additional cost. We take that cost and we bundle it into the price of the software. And as I click through here, obviously, you know, it's going to update this chart. You can see how snappy everything updates here. We have XBI doing poorly. We have communications doing poorly. I think this is because of the meta news. I think they're a big part of communications. We have gold. We have copper doing well. We have XME, which is our metals and mining ETF. That's doing well. I'm actually watching that off this particular level right here. And for the reason that I talked about before, there's a major anchored VWAP. If I draw that anchored VWAP off that very significant low right here, you can see it's finding support there for a couple days. So I'm kind of talking to myself here. I'm going to do a little bit of my homework and set a price alert, because I'm probably going to look to buy this at the end of the day. But you can see that I can quickly and easily see data in through here. Things can be customized to your heart's content. This is just my layout, but we actually include a bunch of layouts to get people started here. And let's actually take a look at those by going into a docked channel bar. So these are all kind of built layouts for you. All of these can be customized to your heart's content. Before we get into the anchored VWAP one, which I just talked about, let's actually just take a look at some of the basic stuff that we do that I think that we do better than most people out there. And one of them is just gap scanners. So of course, the market's open right now, so these gap scanners are a little bit less interesting. But again, you can see linking to the chart, we have a news feed right here. That we actually scan the open internet and grab as many news feeds as you can. So it's kind of all in one place, where I clicked on this AIRE because it was right here showing that it was gapping up 44% this morning. And it just populates here with some fundamental information for you fundamental traders. You can read, there's the volume of the day, relative volume, earnings date, how much they make or lose. You know, we have all those fundamental filters for how much cash they have on hand, how much debt they have. For people who want to see what's the probability that this company is going to dilute, you can go through and do all that. And then we have all of the news here as well. So you can see as you go through, here's all the different news that occurs. So this is why they're moving in the pre-market. And you can open this up here and see all of this as well. So that's the idea when it comes to being able just to track everything in one place. So if you're someone that trades gappers, this is a great layout for you, because you can do all your research before the market opens. Another thing I wanted to talk about real quickly with our charts is that we have these picture-in-picture charts. So right here, you're just seeing a 15-minute chart. Again, you can customize colors and time frames, whatever you want right there. And then below here, we have another time frame that you can change. Right now, it's showing 1 month on a daily time frame, but I can change this as well. And the beauty of this is we all know as traders that screen real estate is a absolute premium. So the ability to kind of put these two charts on the screen as once is great. And you can just click this right button right here and it will switch between those charts. Now, just like the other gentleman mentioned with the fact that you can buy or trade right from the charts with his platform when it came to kind of the future side of things, you can do so with trade ideas. So we have our own paper trader. If you want to test strategies and do all that, you can do that through the system. You can also link this to interactive brokers or e-trades and place your trades right in through there. And just like a lot of platforms can do, I put out an order that said, hey, I want to buy this stock right here. If it reaches this level, you can see the line I put on the chart. And then I want to put the stop loss at the low of the day. And I want to risk $1,000 on this trade. You just type in whatever number is your risk per trade, and it will calculate based off of, okay, I think you're going to get filled here, and here's your stop loss. So this is how many shares I'm going to buy you, to make sure that you're within that risk tolerance. And you can do all of that in the system, again, just with one click, and send it to your interactive brokers or your E-Trade account. I personally love this chart trading or our web trader, and that's for the contests that I'll go over here in a second as well. That's, again, basic gap scanning, something we do really, really well. But if we take a look at our explosive winners channel, we're going to see stuff that's a little bit more advanced when it comes to trading what's happening right now. One of the things Trade Ideas really prides itself is that the speed of data we have is absolutely insane. We're getting tick by tick data for every stock in the market, and we're spitting it back out to you. So for example, we have this, this heat map right here at the bottom, which I showed you before on my list, but this one is now focused on stocks that are on the move right now and that they're in play. You can see this back, it's halted again. This thing's absolutely ripping from what, $3 to $6 a share. So we have a triple or double on this name. And as you can see, this is updating in real time as things are moving here. If I click through these names, I'm only going to see the ones that are in play and moving right now. If you're a day trader, that's super important to you, right? You want to be focused on the names that are moving. Now, up here, we actually have a newer edition where we have, this is a real-time relative strength intraday scanner. So whatever is on the top, and you can see this is moving in real time, whatever is on the top here is moving up the most right now at this very second, and this will change as each second goes by. And what it's doing is it's showing you with this horizontal bar chart, again, which of these is moving the most from the open. Right? So we're seeing everything you see in here is starting to make a little bit of a tick up or a move right now, again, to be in the place that you need to be in, right? So if you're someone who trades momentum, if you're someone who trades kind of faster strategies, this certainly here is for you. And we're always updating these channels. Again, all of these, I'll show you in a second, all of these can be customized to your heart content, but we have ones like this where if you're an opening range break trader, we have just this built in for you. So everything that you'll see through here are stocks that are breaking their opening range. This is a very common day trading strategy where you're looking for stocks that are doing, so this one's doing 2 times normal volume. And you can see on this little blue arrow right here, that's when it broke its opening range. So you're able to kind of take a trade right through there. Again, you can do that right from the chart. So you can be very, very quick with that as well. Now, let me show you how you can customize some of these scans or build your own completely from scratch. You can build your own layout like you saw with my layout as well. I do this every time just because I think it's crazy, and I always pick a time right now when my throat's a little bit dry so I can refuel, but I'm just scrolling down this list, and each of these are alerts and filters that you can apply to build your own scan. We're barely halfway through. So you can see how if you have a trading style that you know, you can customize and you can build your own trading style in there. And as I'll show you in a second, then you can then back test that style. Oh, just taking a little bit of iced coffee there. But yeah, so you can see how I haven't quite, I'm just going to skip to the bottom, but I haven't quite gotten to the bottom yet. But there's so many different filters and codes that you can put in the system just to figure out what it is you want to trade. You know, do you only want to trade profitable companies? Do you only want to trade stocks above their 200-day moving average? You know, do you want to find stocks that are doing immense relative volume today? You can do all that. Now, when you have something, this probably isn't going to backtest very well, but if you have something that you like and you want to see, okay, how would this have performed over the last 3 months? Let me go through and just run a little backtest, and I'm going to say, okay, I want to buy these when and hold them till the end of the day. You can put in your own risk management. You can say, I want to risk a certain dollar percentage basis. How long do I want to backtest for? That's 64 days. And if I just click simulate buy, what will happen is this is now going through thousands and thousands of trades and saying, okay, this is what would happen if you just blindly took all of the symbols that came through this particular scan that you built, and then you held them to the end of the day. Looks like it's not going to be a very good strategy, but it's not refined in any way. And in this case, it might say, okay, well, this might be something that is more discretionary and less purely systematic. But if you get a back test that you end up liking and something that makes a lot of sense to you, then this is something that you could then apply and, like we talked about before, have traded in your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account completely automatically without you having to do anything else. You can just load up in the morning, link your 2 accounts together, say, here, trade this for me, and kind of go from there. So the you know, it takes a lot of that kind of guesswork completely out of the equation for those of you who want to get a little bit more systematic or something, right? Or people want to be semi-systematic is another way to put it. So there's the back test. Looks like it worked for a little bit there and then kind of fell apart. But there's some good statistics that we can learn from this particular strategy as well, which again was a simple opening range breakout play. We can go and we can actually optimize this strategy and learn a little bit about it. We can say, oh, look, the opening range breaks that take place in the first hour of the day only have a 43 and a 46% win rate. But as soon as we are out of that first hour or so of the day, it jumps to a 48% win rate. And if we take opening range breakouts that happen later in the day, well, they have a 50% win rate and actually become a profitable trading strategy if we wait until this is noon Eastern time or 1 my time. And then you can go through and all of those filters that I talked about before, you can see how those filters apply. So if I go to 10-day range, for example, what's happening now is the system is going through and it's saying, here is all of the trades that occurred based off of their, let's just do something, I don't know, 15-minute RSI, let's do that. And it says, oh, well, if you buy those stocks that are above 80 when they're breaking their opening range on the 15-minute RSI, you lose money. But if you make sure they're under 80, you seem to make money. So you're able to split a lot of the trading down and really get into the nitty gritty and kind of defining what it is that is important to you as a trader. And this is a great way to learn a lot about your own trading strategy when you're doing stuff like this. So that's a lot of what we can do. Certainly not all of what we can do, but it's a lot of it. But I wanted to get into some of these strategies that I was talking about before for swing trading these choppy markets, because just want to show you, you can do whatever you want, you can build whatever it is that you're doing, but for me, I'm interested in those kind of strategies that I put forward. So here's a bunch of other strategies we put down. You can see all these VWAP strategies that we have here. So we talked about VWAP pullbacks earlier. So I'm going to bring up this VWAP pullback scan, and you can see it is anchoring. I'll move this out of the way. It is drawing these in for me. So if I just go to PNR on my own, nothing shows up. But if I click on PNR from the anchored VWAP scan, it draws it in. It says, hey, this is a major swing low that occurred in the stock, and it's showing up on this scan only because it's back to that anchored VWAP price. And you can see it's putting in a little bottoming tail in that price. So I like the look of that one. So, if I wanted to, I could just click a button and put out a trade. I can set an alert to say, hey, let me know when this reaches a certain price. I can do all of that stuff, again, completely from the software. So for me as a swing trader, this is obviously and this is a great way of managing these trades. So NVO is very interesting as well. Move these out of the way. I was highlighting a different point here. NVO is the maker of that Ozempic that anchored VWAP level right here. It's come back down, and for like 2-3 weeks, it's just been battling with that zone. So, if I like these trades, I can just go through and click a button and have these placed for me, have the risk calculated for me. I don't have to think about them anymore, and they move on from there. And eventually they will end up, if they actually take place, in this account right here. You can see I'm connected to the simulated account. I'm not up $382,000 today. That's just the account as it is. But that's where they'll end up. And it's the same interface, whether you're connected to our simulated trader or whether you're connected to, real life or that real live kind of money accounts in your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. So here's Toll Brothers, TOL is pulling back to this price right here. And I want to kind of show the S&P 500 is doing a lot of the same. So we're looking for names that are holding like the S&P 500 are. If the stocks are breaking down while the SPY is actually putting in a pretty good day today, that's something that I think we have to be a little bit worried about, as opposed to you know, things that are holding on. So again, I love this scan because you can see how simple it is just to click through these names and have this kind of completely drawn in for you. You don't have to guess where to put the anchored VWAP. That's just pulling it from the major low point, but you can also do it from things like, so let's say pull back from a large volume spike. So what's going to happen in these ones is it's going to look for days. Looks like that's a buyout. A couple of these are probably buyouts. There we go. So it's looking for ones that have large volume spikes in them. So let's actually add volume to make it a little bit more to show you guys. Of course, we have all the generic indicators and everything that you would expect. Oh, I didn't want VWAP. I wanted volume. So you can see this massive volume day that happened on BVN, a very important day for the stock. And this particular scan is now drawing these anchored VWAPs from these massive volume spikes, these giant days that are occurring, just to say there was some change in fundamentals that occurred on this day. Maybe the anchored VWAP from that level is going to be important. You can see, at least on this one, looks to be the case where this, you know, call it 15 to 15, yeah, 1525 or so has been acting as support in through here on this anchored VWAP level from this massive day. And if I click on all these, it's going to be a lot of the same. So here is UAL. This yellow line denotes earnings. So we had an earnings day here on UAL right on this price. And it looks like earlier in the day, we came down to kind of touch that price and move on. So again, taking a lot of the guesswork out of these things. I'm looking for stocks that are holding near these levels. I know immediately when I'm wrong. For example, if we use this BVN, you know, if I'm going to buy this breakout today, I know that if we break this area right here, I'm wrong and I need to move on. And in my opinion, that is the most important part of trading, is that knowing, okay, I'm wrong and it's time to move on from here. So the other ones I talked about were support and resistance plays, and we have those built into the system as well. Now, support and resistance is a little bit difficult sometimes, because that's something that has to be, it's a subjective measure, right? An anchored VWAP, that's a calculated thing. We're calculating it from a certain point. It shouldn't matter if you're, you know, using our logic or anyone else's logic. It should be the same. Support and resistance obviously is going to be a little bit more subjective in nature, but what we're trying to do with this scan is we're trying to find things that are near major support or resistance zones to help traders try to figure out what's happening. And again, like I talked about, if we are going to be in a choppy market, I'm looking to buy support and I'm looking to sell resistance. If we are going to be in a trending market, again, I might flip that on its head and say, I want to buy, I want to use the at resistance scan, which I'll show you in a second, but I want to buy things as they're breaking resistance zones. I just don't think that's going to happen as much when it comes to this particular type of market or choppy markets in general. If we aren't entering a choppy market now, you better believe we are going to at some point. So that's the point here I'm trying to get at, is that by adapting your trading style and by trading like these, I'm trying to draw in these levels, you're able to kind of make sure that you're have a style regardless of what's happening in the market, in which you can say, yes, I am, you know, in a buy support, sell resistance mode, or I'm in a buy breakout of resistance mode. And between these two styles, I think you'll always have your bases covered when it comes to different types of markets. Because, you know, if we're trending to the downside, well, you just flip that. You say, well, if we're trending to the downside and it's a strong trend, then I'm going to short resistance mode. So I would keep an eye on, and I see someone, you know, wondering about how to define these. It really has to come down to price analysis of the chart. And a couple ways I think you can define this. If we put on the average true range indicator, and then we remove this, is often on top of looking at just the direction, right? Just trying to detect, are we making new highs frequently? You know, is there an underlying trend line that's holding us? Things like that, to say, are we going to be in a choppy or trending market? I like this indicator right here, which is just average true range. And average true range is basically just how big are the candles. And the reason that I like this one as an indicator for this is that when we are in very slow trending markets, you will notice that the average true range gets lower. And this because volatility in these trending markets are lower. But when things start to get a little bit choppy and crazy, you'll notice the average true range spikes. So you get, a spike when there are things that are very choppy. And then as things start to trend again, the average true range moves lower again. And then you can see the spike that we had here during this downtrend. This is another way to quantify this. I know traders personally who run systems, and they use this kind of average true range indicator as a way to say, okay, I am going to be day trading or short-term trading if this average true range indicator is moving up or trending up, because I believe that there's going to be more juice in day trading. It means that the market is going to move more. When we are day trading, the market's going to be more active. So I can day trade and I can make money out of it. But as a lot of people, I saw a lot of frustration, especially kind of in through this area right here in the market, trying to day trade because we would gap and then not do anything all day, and then gap and then not do anything all day. And especially in through here, there was a lot of gaps and then no movements in the actual intraday. So using systems like this, even if you don't want to take a look at adapting and using buy the dip, sell the rip kind of trades versus trend trades, one thing I think you can do that makes a lot of sense is just say, okay, if I'm a day trader, when is it going to be time that I'm really gonna step on the gas and try to trade really hard and really big and go for big moves, versus when's going to be the time that I'm going to sit back and not do a whole lot and kind of just chill out when it comes to the market. Those are the adaptations that take place, I think, when it comes to trading these markets. So only got a few minutes left, so I'm going to open up to questions. I haven't seen many yet, but I just wanted to go over this because, again, I think this is going to be important. If not now, then soon. There's certainly going to be a time where we can't just continue to do this kind of upward dance, and things are going to get a little choppy, and I wanted to make sure you guys were prepared for that. Now, again, I forgot to mention about our contest. So we are having that 25% off sale at Trade Ideas. If you go to trade-ideas.com and you put in Stats Edge 25, you can check that out. We are actually, and we've recently started these, we call them Portfolio Master Challenges. And what we do for this, if people are interested, you can sign up at trade-ideas.com and join for the next one. Today's the last day of this one. We are doing competitions where we will pay winners $2,400 Amazon gift card if you can beat the other people in the contest for paper trading for 3 days. And the cool thing about that is that we have this leaderboard. I'm going to be going live on our YouTube channel at the end of the day here and kind of doing a play-by-play, but you can see the action that is taking place. These are ticking up and down in real time as people are taking trades. And what it's done for us, which has kind of been coincidental, is it's created this social trading system right here. So this particular scan, just like all the other scans I showed you, is using this tree map and this race fashion just to make sure you're only looking at the stuff moving right now. But what it's doing is it's pulling from these top 10 winners. Oh, that's me down there. You don't want to look at that. But these top 10 winners, the positions of them are getting pulled into these scans. So what we're doing is we're basically, hey, the losers like myself that aren't doing well, we don't want to show those positions because who cares? It's filtering out people that are doing verified, although paper, but verified trades and making money in the market. And it's basically saying, here's what they're trading, and here are the ones that are moving in real time. So I can just click on this NCI and I can see people are trading this one. This is a new IPO. So even though this doesn't look like it's moving today, the range is 199 to 330, so nearly a double range. You can click through here. This is quickly becoming one of my favorite things because I'm essentially getting other people to do the work for me, right? TSLL is something, so this double inverse, or this is the double long Tesla ETF. And again, just have everyone else do all of the work for you by just having them filter and do the trading, and you just kind of look at it from there. So, all right, guys, that is my time. I appreciate everyone for coming out and hanging out, and I'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, Michael. Great information in the current trading environment that was extremely relevant. How to swing trade a choppy market. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in compounding your portfolio by always rotating into the strongest names and having the ability to exit trades that have lost momentum, then look no further. Mr. Michael Nauss, who is a chartered, has this solution. Oh my God, I apologize. You can find his special offer by clicking on the link in the chat box, or you can find Mr. Michael Nauss at www.trade-ideas.com. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to join us today, Michael. Please come back and see us on Traders Corner.
Absolutely. I'll see you there.
Thanks. I really appreciate it.
Right.
I just want to pause for a second and thank everyone in attendance today. We have over 1,000 traders from all over the world who have registered to join us today. Thank you for being a part of the Traders Corners event. Our next presenter has over 20 years of experience in institutional asset management, including large investment banks in the USA. He designed and has built advanced financial software for both retail and institutional investment management systems. His focus now is on building breakthrough trading algorithms for retail day trading and swing trading markets. Here to present powerful supply and demand trading signals is Mr. Rob Premkumar of BuySide Global. Welcome to Traders Corner, Rob.
Thank you, Anthony. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Looks like you guys are having a great day. I've been watching the webinar from the morning, almost all the presenters today. It's amazing to see different strategies, different perspectives focused on trading and investing. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, so let me get started. We have 40 minutes. Let me try to cover as much as we can. Today, we are going to talk about, I think I'm the third trader going to talk about supply and demand. We spoke in terms of the first presentation is all about supply and demand. Again, Michael focused a little bit on supply and demand, on how he enters the swing trades. That's the beauty about supply and demand in general. Why? It's not something new, but it's been there for so many years, so powerful, and still it works for any kind of market, day trading, swing trading, long-term investing, it doesn't matter. But today, I'm going to talk about the powerful way to enter supply and demand for day trading, in particularly for futures, because we focus on futures as a BuySide Global. All right, so before I get started, I wanted to cover in terms of our compliance. Please understand trading is risky. Do not trade more than what you cannot afford to lose. All the performance we show in the presentations, everything, the past results does not guarantee anything in the future. Please go through if you need it. If you wanted to read in detail, please go to buysideglobal.com/disclaimer. Meanwhile, while I'm going through the presentation, if you have any questions that I did not answer, or if you need to reach us out, please take a screenshot, take a phone, take a photo. You can reach us at info@buysideglobal.com. If you want to call during the business hours. I'm based in Chicago, so anytime during market hours, we can respond back to the call, but email is the best way to reach us. Today, I wanted to focus only on supply and demand in terms of how I'm going to talk about in two phases. One, I'm going to a little bit explain to you very high level top-down approach of what it is, how it works, how we can trade. But in the end, I'm going to show you how we help you to simplify everything, right? I think I have. All right, let me see. I need to make sure I'm watching everything. Okay. All right, so we simplify everything with our products. So I wanted to show you one simple strategy that you can learn and practice and then execute again and again. I'm going to talk about in terms of there are a lot of ways to trade with supply and demand, but if you learn just one, you can master better. Okay. I started trading back in the line, like I used to draw my own way of finding the supply and demand. You can see the horizontal lines were the supply and demand lines, or the trend lines. Even just now we talked about another presenter about trend, finding the trend, trade with the trend, also aware of the supply and demand zones. That's how I started. Even now, there are so many successful traders. You can see in social media, there's a lot of both ways, but the truly successful traders still you have to use supply and demand, and then they trade different ways. They don't even need a special indicators. They can identify those areas they can trade manually. That's how I started that too. Okay, the strategy that I'm going to talk about to prove that this is not something new, this is not something like a latest algorithm or something. It has been there for like so many years. I'm not sure how many of you know Nicholas Jarvis. This is a book you can read in detail. This guy used supply and demand with just one strategy. He calls himself as Jarvis, his own box strategy. I'm going to explain that in detail, but all he did was learned, back-tested a long time on one particular strategy, which is find the consolidation and wait for the breakout based on supply and demand. He wrote a whole his journey about how he struggled, how he found the strategy, how he traded. You can find every single detail in the book. But one fascinating aspect is that most of the time people focus on the win rate, right? People say, what is your win rate in terms of, is it like 80, 90? Can I, if I say, if you read this book, there is one particular fact that caught me off guard was this guy's failure rate was 80%. That means he focused on the risk management a lot. If he's wrong, get off very fast. If he's right, he stays in there for making more. That's how he made the $2 million back in 1960s, guys. It's not now. That time the money is so huge. Okay, so that much in terms of the. Before I get into the strategy a little bit, I wanted to cover a little bit in terms of what is supply and demand. Very high level. I'm pretty sure everybody here heard this, listened to this, watched videos so many times. Please bear with me. The reason is this is the foundation. You got to understand the foundation a little bit in detail so that you can learn, you can understand what I'm going to talk about a little bit in the end. All right. So meanwhile, if you guys have anything, I'll be watching the question section once in a while. If you guys have anything that you want to share, please share with me on the question section, and then I will reach back to you with the answers as soon as I can get to it. All right. What is a supply zone? Supply zone is a price range or a price area where the sellers are stepping in, try to execute the sell orders. When there's truly a supply zone, price tend to stay or push it down back. The reason is that the more sellers are stepping in, trying to take out the price action, trying to push the price down. You can see right here, I highlighted in terms of price tested. I'm not sure whether you can see my mouse. Can you guys see my mouse movement here? I want to make sure. I'm going to talk about pinpointing. If you can see my mouse movement, can anybody type in the chat? All right. I didn't see anybody there. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I can see your mouse there.
you can see us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I wanted to see in terms of once the supply is created. I'm sorry, I had the software on right here. That's giving me alerts. Give me a second. Okay. Anyways, let's ignore it for now. Anytime the price goes in there, you can see the sellers are stepping in, pushing the price down. More and more times, the sellers are stepping in, pushing the price down. that is a better confirmation. That is the strongest supply zone. All right. On the reverse context, you can see on the bottom, the buyers are stepping in on the particular price range. They are pushing the price up. Right. You can see the top supply, bottom demand, but always the market shift. You need to understand the market structure. Market does not have always one supply zone or one demand zone. It keep on shifting. That's why it's very critical for you to understand. In the same chart, you can see the later point in time, the supply shifted, demand shifted. Even if you look at the even larger range, you can see supply was here, and then now it moved up, and then you can market keep on shifting. This is why it's very, very crucial to understand how supply and demand is forming, how you can find it. Moment you are able to find the supply and demand effectively, you crossed almost 30% of your journey, because the most critical part of the strategy is for you to identify the most effective and then strong zones. Okay. Nowadays, we have a lot of software which does it for you. I'm going to present one from our side, but the key is, as a market shift, you need to be very fast identifying the new supply zone or new demand zone, and also aware where was the previous supply zones, previous demand zones. I'm going to show you why. Okay. Why the supply demand is very effective is because of one reason. It is the repeatable behavior we can see in terms of, we can backtest it for sure. We can backtest it. It's a repeatable behavior. One thing, if you look at, we as a traders or a day trader or a swing trader relies on one thing, which is trying to find the repeatable pattern and then expecting when you see the initial reaction of the same pattern repeating, we want to take advantage of and then hoping it'll pan out the same way by taking the trade. That's why repeatable patterns is a key behind any trader. We backtest more way a long time, see the pattern and then how it's behaving. When it happens again, we are taking the trade. That's why it's very critical in any strategy. It's repeatable and reliable. Supply and demand is one of those. Okay, it works not only for futures, on day trading. It can swing trade, it can long-term investing, everything. This strategy works. That's why it's very, very crucial for you to understand the strategy. Okay, like I mentioned, not only the supply and demand, the horizontal lines that I used to trade back in the time, also the trend lines, because these are the manual lines I used to draw. But even now, a lot of traders are drawing those things manually because they can see the chart, analyze the chart, they are drawing those things manually. So given those things, even still people do it, as long as it works for them, it's great. But when the new trader coming in, they go through the training. There's a lot of courses in the market, a lot of training material. Even in YouTube, there's so much material right now to explain how it works, how you can draw on your own, everything. But it takes time to have the clarity and expertise to have ability to draw those lines perfectly. That's when the indicators comes in terms of it can do that for you, right? I think one strategy that I'm going to talk about in terms of the box strategy that I just mentioned, anytime the supply here, resistance and supply both are same, don't get confused. Resistance and supply both are same, support or demand both are same. When we look for breakouts, right? Breakout is one of the best trading strategies currently in terms of even the box strategy that I'm going to explain a little bit in detail, but even the trending market breakouts are very, very important. When you say breakout, there's one particular key element that you need to notice. Just because the price broke above the supply doesn't mean it's a trade opportunity. You need to have a support of the buyers. Buyers need to shift from their different price zone to the newest price zone so that to support the price. That's a very most important element. So the reason a lot of traders fail these days, they are identifying the supply zone and the demand zone. Once it breaks out, take the trade entry and then fail. Why? They don't have the confluence of, okay, now it broke, but do we have a support from the demand, the buyers? Do we have the support from buyers now? Did the supply zone become the demand zone with the buyers? Then only it's a good trade. How do you find it? Those are the questions you need to ask yourself in terms of you are not alone in the trade. You have to trade with the trend in terms of when you are going long, you are expecting there are a lot more buyers going to buy and push the market up. That's only the theory works. So that's keeping that in mind. Now I'm going to a little bit explain in terms of how this guy's strategy works and how you can do it on your own. Okay. When we say this guy, when he talks about the box, the box, the way he explains is a consolidation range. He tried to find any stock or any instrument, financial instruments going into a consolidation range. What is a consolidation range? Price got stuck between a supply and demand zone for quite some time. It could not break both ends. It just bouncing between the supply and demand on a short range for a little long time. When the price comes out of that range, that's when the real opportunity. But the problem is these days with the liquidity and then automated algorithms and then the high frequency traders, they know you're going to enter, right? So they see the consolidation and then like it's breaking out, they know you're going to enter. They take the advantage of those liquidity and then try to take over the market. So you need to be aware of false breakouts. That's something you'll be struggling initially, but eventually once you're able to find the false breakouts, I think that's a sweetest point where you're able to find the better trade entries. Okay, so again, find the clear consolidation price range, wait for the breakout, make sure the price does not get by false breakouts, and then you can enter the trade. Okay, so let's talk about the market structure very high level. Market always shift between different price points in terms of consolidation regions. You can see market was accumulation happens here and then price moves up, trending up, stays there, get the distribution, come back. But one key thing you need to look at, the consolidation regions. Anytime you see the price stuck between a price range getting consolidated, it doesn't matter, futures or stocks or whatever. One moment you find the consolidation happens, that's when your trading opportunity is about to happen. That is what Darwin's box theory. He tried to wait for the perfect box. He tried to identify the box of consolidation and then try to wait for the clear breakout. So again, I highlighted here different consolidation regions. But the key is, again, just because it breaks out, it's not a trade entry. You need to wait for a couple of confirmation to avoid the false breakouts, right? So to show, I think let's look at this particular chart. This is I think ES and daily chart, but I wanted to show you how it works. In terms of this is we attach our supply and demand indicator. This is the oldest indicator. We had it for like 6 to 7 years now. But before I show you the new product, but I want to explain the concept here. You can see the price from here, almost from here to here, it's consolidating. But how do you identify that? Okay, this is the box I'm talking about. When the price consolidation, it's like you can see the top supply, the gray zone, and then the bottom green is a demand zone. Price stuck between all this time, and then once it really breaks out, it's opportunity, right? But it's not as simple as that. But the reason is, if you look at the boundaries, okay, I can explain a little bit better. The next slide. Okay, you can see this. Let's say the top supply is here and then demand is here. It's struck for a long time. Once it breaks out, most of the traders take the short trade right here. But the problem was there is no sellers, there is no new supply is forming. There is no new supply zone is forming here. That's what will happen. The price gets shifted. Now this is the new demand zone. That's why it is very, very critical for you to understand the difference between the false breakout versus the true breakout. In this case, the demand zone was broken, price went down, but instead of, we wanted to see the new supply, new sellers coming in, buyers start coming in at a different price point. That's why try to learn how to avoid the false breakout. What is a better breakout? You can see price broke out here. Green means like a more order flow is coming on the demand side. You can see the gray zone. That means sellers are stepping in. The same price range, when the demand swapped into the supply, that is a true breakout. That's a true breakout. Okay. Excuse me, guys. I didn't close it software. All right. So now let's look at the strategy in terms of here. You can see initially supply is on top, demand is on the bottom, and the price is moving sideways. Good consolidation, broke out, but demand is moved up. So what does it mean? Redraw your consolidation range. Okay, redraw consolidation range. Again, the price broke down, but it's not a trade. Again, the demand zone forms. Still, it's not a breakout. You can see another demand zone forms. All right. Now look at almost it broke out on top. Here is a important factor. Now the supply was broken. Supply the same price point. Now the new demand is forming. New demand. This is what I'm telling you. It acts to swap. Sellers should be in the same price range. Sellers should be exhausted, and then the buyers should take over the price, that particular price point. That's why it's very, very important in terms of breaking out, and then you need to swap. Okay, so like I said, just because price breaks out doesn't mean anything. You need a support from the buyers to make sure the same price range become a demand. You can see here the supply zone broken and the new demand forms. That is really a true breakout. All right, that's how the strategy works. Wait for good consolidation, let it break out, and then let it swap out the zones. Now you're in a good trade. I don't see anything in the chat or question section, so I just want to make sure, am I clear? Are you guys able to understand? Do you guys have any questions? Because next slides, I want to test you guys in terms of, it's not based on what I taught you. I just wanted to know how many of you know supply and demand. I'm going to show you some chart. I'm going to ask you some questions. Why don't we test yourself? I mean, because how good is it? We can't do some little bit test on ourselves. Are you guys ready? I don't see anybody active. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let me move on. Okay, I'm going to show some charts. Let's see if any of you can reply back if you have correct answers. Okay, so here is a chart again. This is a 5-minute chart. This is a 5-minute chart for crude. How many of you can find a consolidation range? And then how many of you can show me if you know the consolidation true breakout, you can tell me the bottom time and then the price in the chat or in the question section, so that I know you are able to find it. Here's the chart. How many of you can tell me which time and then price is a breakout? I think we have a very quiet audience today. All right. Okay, let me move on. So the reason I wanted to show you this, because it's not very clear. When we look at the supply and demand is purely based on the price action. We look at purely on the price. That's why sometimes when we look at the price action on a time-based chart, it's not very, very clear. That's why we rely on the price action based chart. What is price action based chart? Price action based chart removes a time factor. We don't want to plot the pricing on a time base. We want to plot purely on the price on the ranges. Now you can clearly see in terms of the supply was here, right? Supply was broken, the demand forms right here. Now from almost from 7 to 9:05 consolidate, you can see the consolidation right there. It is consolidating back and forth, bouncing back and forth. What happens when it broke above, supply becomes demand? That's a beautiful trade signal. Okay, that's why it's very important for you to have a little bit of clarity with the better tools to see where is the consolidation happens, and then when we have the breakout, we have clear breakouts. Okay, now you can see the highlighted where we have the true breakouts happening, the consolidation, the box theory of Darwin box theory here, breakout, and then the supply becomes demand. That's a great opportunity for you to enter the trade. Okay, please understand that there are more ways you can trade on supply and demand. This is just one strategy, right? It's not gonna, you're not gonna have the setup every single 30 minutes or like somebody answered number 75. Yeah, let me go back, just want to make sure. Yeah, 75.90, yeah, 75.90 as well as 76.50. Thank you. Yes, G. I don't know the full name, but yes, G. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering. I thought everyone was a little bit sleepy in the afternoon. Thank you so much. All right, so there is more ways you can trade, but I'm showing you only one strategy to show the power of supply and demand. Okay, but it's very important for you to learn one strategy, one setup, practice it again and again. Okay, the reason is that, have you ever heard the quote from Bruce Lee used to say? Bruce Lee used to say this quote: I don't fear the man who knows 10,000 kicks, who practiced 10,000 kicks, but I do fear the man who practiced one kick 10,000 times. That's a big difference, guys. When you practice and train on one strategy, one setup, such a precision, you're able to execute the trade every single time. That's why it's very important to pick a strategy, pick a setup, practice that so that you won't get it wrong. Okay. The strategy that I spoke to right now, you have 5 pillars. You need to be able to find the supply and demand zones. Within supply and demand zones, you need to know which is strong, which is weak, and then you should be able to know what is false breakouts, how we can escape those false breakouts, and then okay, when can you enter perfectly, and then where can you keep a stop loss level. All those are critical. Okay, even if you make mistake on one, you're going to fail in the trade. Okay, so but what if you don't have to do all these things? You don't have to draw the lines, you don't have to find the strong zones and weak zones, and then like try to find a way to avoid the fake breakouts, and then the true breakout happens. You want to know how to trade. You don't. What if you don't have to do everything? Let the software do it for you. That's why we created the software, supply and demand based trading signals. That means we created the algorithm, everything in terms of it can find the, let's go back, right? I think it can find the strong supply and demand zones. It can find the strong one versus the weak ones. It can find the false breakouts. When the true breakout happens, it's going to give you the, remember the sound is coming out twice already while presentation. That's the audible alert. Anytime the breakout happens, it gives audible alert for you guys to focus. That too, it will be perfect for if you are working, work from home, or a business owner working at home. You're focusing on your work most of the time, but when the audible alert comes in, you can focus on the chart, what's happening. Do you want to take a trade or ignore it? You can make a decision. So that's why we created the software full suite to have algorithm built in to take care of all those 5 pillars. Okay, we call that as like BSC zone entry signals, which takes care of all the 5 pillars we talked about in terms of creating the signal, creating the zones, marking the zones, finding the strong ones, finding the ignoring the fake breakouts, and also the true entries. Okay, so this is the legacy indicator that we had for so many years, supply and demand. All it does is drawing supply and demand. Remember I showed you the 5 steps in terms of what is it? 5 steps here. This indicator does only the first one. We had it for like 7 to 8 years, I think. But we always seen some of the customers who are able to use it effectively, some don't. The reason is they don't know how to identify the strong ones versus weak ones. They don't know how to find the false breakouts. They don't know when to enter the trade, all those things. That's why we wanted to, you know what, instead of just giving the supply and demand zone, what if we create algorithm to take care of everything else, not just supply and demand zones? Because there's a lot of products indicators in the market who can draw supply and demand for you guys. Even you can draw manually, it doesn't matter, right? So that's why we created our product. It looks for only it does not show all the zones. It shows you only when there is a proper breakout, and then when the true breakout happens, it's going to give a signal. The gold and yellow is really the signal, trading signals. Okay, it is not showing all the zones here because I disabled it. I want to see only the trading signals. That's what you can see here. But let me show you in the live chat so that you can see instead of in the presentation. I wanted to show you the live chart so that you can see how it works, and also I will show you today how you could have traded on ES today. Okay, again, same golden triangle is a signal, down arrow is a short trade, up arrow is a long trade. Even you can see nothing is 100%. These two fine, these ones are, this one did not went through, right? So nothing is 100%. Let's look at in terms of our chart a little bit. Meanwhile, while I'm switching the chart, do you guys have any questions so far? Anything that you guys are interested in to know? All right. Not this, sorry, not this one. All right, so this is the today ES futures on a 2-minute chart. If I had to draw, look at this. Like if I had to draw, I can draw in terms of those supply and demand levels here, right here. There's a lot of ways, but you have to keep drawing. You can keep erasing. The manual is always error prone. That's why let me show you our product in terms of how our product works. All right, so this is the same ES today on our price action based chart, and then these golden triangles are the signals. Okay, you can see, okay, right here, this is a better one. You can see it or not, there is a box, right? Do you see this? There's a clear consolidation is happening right here. The pre-market, when it broke out, look at this. Can you see this? This golden triangle, down arrow showing the trading signal. Again, price bounced twice, and then mini consolidation, and then we have another signal. I will please understand that nothing is 100%. Even here, these signals succeeded, this one failed, this one succeeded, this one succeeded. The way here to see is every supply zone we have a number to it. You see this one? S0, S1, S2. This just signifies the strength of the zone that you are seeing at the breakout. Anytime you break out on a 0, this one breaks out on this demand zone 0, less powerful. Anytime you can see it breaks out on, let's say D4. Look at this, it's a D4. Higher the number, it's much stronger the zone is. When it breaks out, you can see the power. Okay. One of the strategies that I showed you before, the price need to break and then the opposite zone need to be formed. You can clearly see The algorithm is taking care of everything. On a price action chart, you can see in terms of anytime you see a golden arrow, the green is not a trading signal. Understand that. Green is not a trading signal, only the golden arrows. Down shot, you can see the up arrows right here, right here. Those are like a true trading signals. This for long, this is for the short. How many of you traded today? How many of you took a trade on ES futures today? Okay, so I didn't today. I was not meant to trade, but I was watching the presentation today before me. But while still had the software on, you can hear the sound. Same thing. Let me show you the trade that I took, and then I can show you why I took it. Okay, so let me mark it. Okay, so you can see here. Let me show you a little bit. When the price, like I mentioned, anytime we see the higher the number, stronger the zone. Look at this zone while the presentation was going on this morning. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost it tested 4 times. Finally, it broke here. Price went up, went back here, same price range, say 5048, 5048 almost to 47. When the price breakout, I got the audible alert right here. You can see this is where I took the trade. Look where I had the target. Why? Because think like a hurdle. You know the Olympics hurdle. You have to cross the hurdle one after the other. That means once you get the trade, the next hurdle is here, right? You can see that's why I had the target right here. I took the trade from here to here. This is one trade I took. This is like 560 on ES. Why? Look at this. It's such a powerful supply and demand action. The demand becomes supply, and the supply became demand again. I took the trade. Same way. Look at this. Look at this here. Supply, test created, tested, test again, and then it's swapped. But you don't have to draw. You don't have to find those manually. All those things you can see in terms of out of the signals that we had today, in terms of so far from the morning, I would say one failure. I think I will call this also failed because it didn't go up even though we have a signal. So 2 failed. We have more signals here. This can be, that can be more easier than this. Okay, one more most important part. Your success of the trade not based on the entry, based on your trade management. The most important factor, a lot of the traders make this mistake. When they enter the trade, they try to enter the trade, but they don't know how and where to place the stops. Our stops goes couple of ticks below the, if you're going long on a golden triangle here, stops goes here, stop goes here. You can see in terms of once we create the zone, look at that. Price came back down, tested and went up. Let's back look at it. Look at this one. With the price alert created here, price came back here. Look at where the reversal happened. Look at this signal again here. Look where the price happened. That's why our algorithm for stop loss and the trade signal works on both ways. For a trade entry, also the most effective stop loss. Your stop loss is the most important part in your trade. You can make a great entry if you don't know how to keep, where to keep your stop loss. Your trade is really in serious trouble. Okay, I don't want to use the word. Okay, let's look at the couple of trades as well. You can see, and one more thing, I wanted to show you those things. Okay, I have list time. I can switch on. Anytime we have the price moves on, you need to watch out for the previous zone. You can right here see that if the price moves down, you need to have the target on the previous active demand zone, like right here. Even though it took short, where do you keep your target? You have your stop loss here. Where's your target? The target is the previous active zone. Look exactly on the price where it bounced. That's why it's very critical. Even here, I can show you right here again. I took the long trade from here. Where was my target? It was right here. That's why the power of the system not only gives the entry, not only gives a stop loss, also is going to give you the amazing targets. You can scalp all day. Okay. Anyway, let me switch back before I have all right. Okay, I think I'm back. Okay. All right. So again, one of the not only we provide the full system, we provide the price action chart, we provide the full indicator suite to get the zones, get the signals, everything. The biggest, most important part is you can have the most advanced software, but if you don't know how to use it, it really doesn't matter, it's useless. That's why part of the software, we are going to give you the full access to our masterclass videos. You have to watch those videos. That's the most important part, because you have to watch at least a couple of times so that you understand every single part, how to enter, how to manage stop loss, how to manage your trade, how to exit your trade, and also how to ignore some of the false signals. Because no system is 100%, you need to know all those things. That's why once you get the system, just don't trade on it. Please go through the training videos. That's going to help you a lot more information and practice so that you can use it effectively. All right. Learn, practice, and master single strategies. It works for both choppy and trending days. Our training pro videos can show you how to do it under both risk-based trading. What? Because we're going to provide not only the trade, we're going to provide you also the stop loss, best trade for scalping. All right. I think I'm running out of time. Let me rush it a little bit. Again, if you make any one of these here in terms of supply zones or strong versus weak or false breakouts, if you make one mistake on any of those, still you're not going to succeed. That's why it's like a key. You need to unlock all the levers in there to unlock the success. Just because you won, if you can't figure out the one of those combination, still you're going to fail. All right. It's very, very important. Okay, so this is the product. Don't look at the price. This actual product we're going to is a total. We're going to have the signals indicator, which also includes the supply and demand zones, drawing everything for you. And then we're going to give you the price action chart, our pro boss chart. Why? We don't want it to trade on the time-based chart. We want to trade based on the price action based chart. And the BSG levels, know the critical levels for the day so that you don't trade against it. Okay, so that's why BSG levels is one of our most successful product in terms to know which levels we're expecting to reach target for the day, reversals, everything. And the biggest part, you cannot use in any advanced software without knowing how to use it. That's why our master class value is the most important value add. Is going to teach you how the strategy, supply and demand, how to trade, how to manage everything. This course itself worth thousands of dollars, guys, because those videos that we're going to give it to you, you can trade even without our software. Why? We are teaching you the whole strategy even without a product. Okay. Anyway, okay, so total value is almost like $2,000 plus. But I know that's not something you wanted to start always with. That we should have a special offer for the attendees taking the time here. So you can't get better than this. It's $0. It's $0 for 7 days. Sign up for the access. You're gonna get all the videos, all the products for 7 days. Try it. Don't try the product right away. Please watch the videos. And then if you have any questions, contact us. You can see info@buysideglobal.com or the phone number. You guys will be talking to me. Call the number if you guys have any questions, struggle. But sign up. You'll have the full product access for the full bundle we just talked about. This is a risk-free way for you to try the product for 7 days, and then you can see how powerful the product is in terms of put it on ES, put it on crude, follow the instructions, watch the videos at least a couple of times, guys. watch the videos, learn, practice. During the 7 days, your goal is not to make money. The goal is only one. Is the system is effective? Is it something I want to learn? Is it something I wanted to practice for next few months to make it perfect? Is the system is working? Whatever Rob said in the presentation, is it really worth it to spend my time in future? That's what you're going to focus. The goal for the 7 days to see if the product is worth your time and money to stay on, because you cannot learn any system in a matter of days. It takes weeks, months. It took 2 years for me. Okay, but I didn't have this product because I created this product after I was trading manually. So every system is going to take a few months at least to learn. During the 7 days, your goal is to see, to judge yourself, is it something worth evaluating the product in terms of, if you want to join today, $0. Go to buysideglobal.com/signals. Okay, grab your phone, take a picture, because this link is not there. So please grab your phone, take a picture so that you have your the link, exact link where you're gonna have you can join, get the product for a 7-day free trial, $0. You'll get full access to all the products, all the videos, access to any, if you have any questions, get stuck, you can email us, you can call us. We'll make sure you get all the help you need so that you can make the decision during the 7 days. If you decide to stay, if you don't want to continue, send us an email, cancel it. You'll not be charged. You'll be completely risk-free access, right? I think if you wanted to stay, I think that's when, in terms of, we'll be having more webinars, more trainings. You can practice longer time. The product, we try to remove the human error. We try to algorithmize every part of the strategy. That's what it's all about, right? So I think that's all my time I have. If you guys have any question, I'm going to one more thing. I think I wanted to put the link up there in the chat so that you guys know. Wait a minute. So where is it?
I think I got you, man. Thank
you so much.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome.
So thank you, Anthony. Thank you for the opportunity. Really great joining us. It's the first time here for me. There are other traders presented by BuySide Global before. Hope a lot of traders have accent mind. Hopefully be able to understand everything. Thank you so much for your patience, time, and effort. Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you, Rob, as well. Great job today.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Rob Premkumar of BuySide Global. If you are interested in learning more about those very powerful supply and demand trading signals, we have put Rob's special offer link in the chat box, and you can always find Rob at buysideglobal.com. Thanks again, Rob. Come back and see us again on Traders Corner.
I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that brings us to our next presenter. I told you at the top of the show that we had a great lineup, and our next presenter is an extremely gifted trader and software developer who became interested in day trading as a college student. He has over 14 years of experience with programming on the NinjaTrader platform. He is actively day trading futures focused primarily on the NQ. He was able to get $30,000 in payouts in a single month with Apex, and he enjoys connecting with his clients and bringing their ideas to life. Here to present NinjaTrader to the next level, tools for success, is Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Joel.
All right. Excellent. Excited to be here. Thank you so much for the introduction. I hope everyone's doing great today. Yeah, let's get into it. All right. So, man, I'm excited to be back, and we got a great crowd today. The weather's beautiful in Atlanta. I'm here in my office, ready to go, excited for what I have to show you guys today. I think there's lots of value here, and just even some recent developments in the software that I'm developing. So I'm gonna move into some slides here so you can just see a little bit about my company. This is where I work. This is my office in Suwanee, Georgia. It's where I'm presenting from today, right here at this desk. I'm presenting to you guys. This is one of the things that I've been really leaning into as a discipline right here is the sauna and the cold plunge. So I don't know if anyone here in this room has leaned in on either one of these disciplines, but I believe it can help tremendously with mindset when it comes to trading, right? Because when you get into the cold plunge, my brain thinks I'm gonna die. But when I get out, I realize, hey, I didn't die, right? I'm alive. Same thing when I get into a trade, right? I'm nervous, but I'm learning to control my mind and understand that no matter how this trade turns out, I'm gonna be okay. So just a couple of disciplines that I want to share with you guys and a little bit of my life here and some pictures. But as we continue, if you guys aren't familiar with me, here's my payouts. I'm going to chat just about this real briefly, but I just want you guys to know everything that you see in this presentation, I developed the software. I'm the programmer. I'm also actively trading, managing the software company here from the idea of answering your questions, whether it's before you purchase or even after you purchase, customer support. And so I love interacting with and meeting my customers and supporting your dreams and goals in futures trading. And so that being said, I'm so thankful for Traders Corner and the hype around my $30,000 in payouts. So just full transparency, you can see the bank statement right here. I have not traded since February, and that's because, you know, I want to be really great. I want to be excellent. And there were some holes in the software side of things, and I'm just trying to button up in my products, in my YouTube publishing, building a team so that I can actually serve you guys better. I mean, time, it's just crazy. I don't have much spare time, and so I took a break. But I'm going to be back, and I'm going to show you guys today as far as the day trading goes, right? I'm working every day on the software side, but in the day trading, I'm going to be back, and my goal is to get that big $40,000 payout. So you guys know what this means. It's 20 accounts, $2,000 each, and I believe it's totally possible. And today, at the end of this presentation, I'm going to show you exactly how I'm planning to do this. So stay tuned for that. And again, I'm watching the questions, you guys. So if anything comes up, if you've got a comment, even like a, man, that's great, love it, Joel, or you have a question, just put it in the chat or ask the question so that I can see it and respond to you guys. This is a little bit of a high level view of my trading plan. I believe a trading plan is to keep you within the boundaries of risk, right? And so for my trading plan, you guys could take these 6 points and implement something similar. First of all, your trading hours. When are you going to be allowed to trade, right? If you're trading all day, it's probably not going to be good for you, right? But if you set an hour or two where you just really focus on the trading, I think you're going to have a lot better chances of success. And for me, what this means is maybe even tightening this window down to 1 hour and 90 minutes. Right now, I have it at 2 hours, but that allows me to then focus on the day trading to also continue building the software, right? Because as I said earlier, I'm doing it all, right? I'm writing the code. There's a lot that goes on here at my company. So talk about how many trades we're going to take. You know, how many of you are in 20, 30, 40, 50 trades a day? At the end of the day, you're break even or down, right? It's probably too many trades. So by setting the number of trades, now I'm forcing myself to be careful and picky about how many trades I'm taking, right? So I have to watch for a good trade rather than just like getting in trade after trade after trade, okay? Markets allowed. What markets am I allowed to trade? Look, I'm going to become an expert in 1 or 2 markets. That's what I believe is the path to success. And then, of course, the biggest issue that so many people have, number 4 here, is how many contracts. Okay, you guys know how this goes, right? We get in so many contracts. We start scaling in. We say, man, if I just take a 2-lot trade here, I can get back a couple of losses. And then all of a sudden, we find ourselves, you know, after such good progress with being disciplined, we've just given back days, weeks, even a month of gains. I've done it, right? So, and then we talk about, and then lastly, I just say language and mindset. I think a couple of things that really have value in your trading plan, right? Like, how are you going to think about trading? Okay. I recommend like trading in the zone, or I think there's a new one called The Best Loser. I believe is a new book in trading, just talks about mindset. and really making that a priority, and language too, okay? So just a little bit off the top, some ideas here. I'm gonna ask you guys some questions, and then after that, we're gonna get directly into some charts and look at my software products that I've built for the NinjaTrader platform. And I see a question here. The trading accounts get paid $2,000 weekly is through a prop firm. A lot of these prop firms have this. I use Apex Trader Funding. So I would love for you to reach out to me after this event on my website. Bottom right corner, there's a chat button, and I can give you a link and help you understand more about Apex. All right, Zoe, thanks for asking, man. So let's take a look here at some questions. I want to ask you guys, have you missed a trade entry because price is moving too quickly to get the order placed, right? Especially recently, we've had more volatile markets. The answer is yes, I think, for all of us. Do you struggle with trade exit decisions, such as following your plan for target and stop loss orders? I think the answer is yes, right? Following a plan, sticking to the plan. Would your trading results improve with the predetermined areas where market reversals can be expected? And much like BuySide Global showed us in the last presentation, right? Having support and resistance is important, right? Knowing where we can do business with the market and expect a higher probability of market reversal. You're welcome, Zoe. And so I have support and resistance indicators I'll show you today. And do your trading tools make day trading easier or more difficult? And it's like, duh, right? I want my tools to make day trading easier. But I see so many charts of my clients, and I look at these charts and I see indicator on indicator on indicator, like literally so much stuff that I can't even see the bars anymore. I can't even see the price bars. This is ridiculous, right? We need to simplify our charts, and we need to get tools that are going to help with order execution, entry and exit. And so that's what I have for you today with some of the stuff that I've created. All right. So I'm proposing to you guys, it's time to start trading futures with excellence. Excellence, right? No more silly mistakes. And I'm going to showcase my most popular NinjaTrader add-ons for trading futures with excellence. So in the next 30 minutes, there's going to be 3 main topics we're going to cover. I'm going to start with chart execution features for all trading plans. I believe I have something for everybody based on your trading plan that's going to help you execute in a chart window, both entry and exit, the whole process beginning to end. I'm going to show you my trade copier. You guys know, if you've traded with prop firms, the importance of a trade copier, being able to reliably copy trades across multiple accounts and manage your risk across multiple accounts. And then lastly is going to be some support and resistance trading analysis, where I'm going to show you some trade setups that I'm planning to use, again, when I get back into trading. I'm going to show you my accounts today. You're going to see my Apex accounts. So let's get started with the enhanced chart trader. Guys, this is a suite of execution tools for both entries and exits, and it's going to allow you to build the perfect chart trader configuration based on your trading plan and your needs. So before we get to the charts, I like to view this as a dartboard. Ready, aim, fire. So how does that correlate into day trading? When we're getting ready, we're identifying the trade. Then we aim, okay? We're determining where's our entry gonna be, where we're gonna put our stop, where we're gonna put our target. And then as we fire, we place the order, and then we manage the trade until we're either, until we close the trade or we hit a profit target or a stop loss. So I'll show you my chart trader. We're gonna start with the basic chart trader tools. And it's right here, you guys. So on the right is my chart with some indicators, which I will cover. I'm gonna show you guys the support and resistance indicator, along with, I'm gonna explain exactly what these moving averages are. I'm gonna explain what this is, this green line. I'm gonna go over all that. But first, I'm gonna show you the chart trader and some of the features. So on the left is the standard chart trader that comes with Ninja. If you guys are tracking, if you got any questions, again, I'm watching for that, okay? On the right side is my chart trader. So we'll just compare. I've got click entry buttons here. So if I want to place an order, I'll just buy click, and then I'll click in the chart. You guys with me on that? Very straightforward, but compared to Ninja where I'm right clicking and then I'm having to select in the menu, right? So again, we talked about earlier, what did we talk about? Eliminating our mistakes. Which one's simpler, right? Buy and sell click. If I want to sell, I just hit sell and then I just select my price. Cool. You got limit entry buttons. Again, ask, bid, you can select, you can change the offsets, you can change whether these buttons are at the ask or the bid, but these are going to place limit orders. Ninja's got the same thing, but you're locked in. These can't be customized. On MyChartTrader, you can set up the exact same buttons or have offsets to go with them. Let's look at the exit order display. So in Ninja, when you're showing your trades, if I can even pull it up. All right, where's the trades? Sim 101. We didn't get into a trade yet, did we? All right, so let's get into a trade. And I didn't have an ATM selected. There's actually a feature for that to make sure you always have an ATM selected. All right, so let's take a look at the exit orders. So as I got long here, I can see how much profit I'm expecting in dollars. Again, Ninja is just plain. There's not a whole lot to this, okay? Over here, I can move the order just like I can in Ninja. All right, but you guys can see how the exit orders display has been improved. All right, so now I have an $85 profit target, $330 stop. You can always see at all times my expected profit and loss on these orders. So let's close that. Let's take a look at what we see over here. Okay, can't even read the text. Over here on mine, we can see a clear vision, and a lot of times you don't get into trades this quickly, right? So yeah, these do overlap, but you can see how many contracts, how much profit or loss was in the trade, okay? Very clearly right here, you can see your statistics for each trade. I should have stayed in that long, huh? Look at that, popping up to a new high. Of course, it's only sim. I'm not gonna trade my Apex accounts in this presentation, but yeah. And now it's wicking down. Okay, but then over here, you see your trade executions and you can't even tell what happened, right? Look at all this text, it's a mess, it's pretty worthless. Whereas over here, I can tell exactly what happened with this trade. I was long one contract and I lost $65. Cool. Attached to indicator. So when we hit buy click, we can hover our mouse over the plots. So let's look at this. On this chart, I have a 20 EMA. I have a 50 EMA. I have a 5-minute 20 EMA. If you guys want to write this down and set up this chart later, I have a 5-minute 50 EMA. So on this 1-minute chart, I've got the 20, the 50, and then I've also got the 20 and 50 from the 5-minute for an overall trend. This here is another moving average, just labeled as MA. It should say what it is, but I believe it's a 200 EMA. And then where's my VWAP? It's going to be way below the market, I bet. Sure enough, right there it is. This is the order flow VWAP, which we'll look at later in the presentation. So if I click on this plot, what happens? It places the order, the plots, and the order is immediately attached. So now this order is going to trail up with the 20 EMA until it is filled. Okay, with Ninja, you have to right click here, attached indicator, properties, go in, select the plot. Here it's literally 2 clicks. Click the button, click on the plot, okay? So just comparable. Bar counters down here, basic, but it's just included, right? So you always have a counter, countdown timer right here in the bottom right corner. Depending on whatever chart you're using, it's going to adjust. So it could be minutes, it could be counting down ticks, it could be counting down volume, or even range ticks remaining, okay? Profit and loss display. Okay, well, mini micro, this is brand new. So I can actually trade on this chart, either a mini or a micro, just by clicking up here in the top right corner. So if I want to trade micros on this mini chart, you can do that. You can also see your profit with commissions, see here, without commissions, with commissions, or you can hide it. I can show profit for all instruments or just the instrument in the chart window as well. So and then you got a break even button, which I haven't even mentioned. Okay, so break even +2, +3, I can scroll my mouse wheel and change the offset, but quickly move. So let's just do that. We'll do break even -12. I'll just go long and let's take a look. If I hit the break even button, immediately the stop loss is moved up. Okay, so that's a quick overview of this basic chart trader tools. I think the value is incredible from my perspective with what you get for kind of improving your ability to manage your trades. All right, we'll jump into a little bit more advanced chart trader stuff here. And then I'm going to show you some trade setups. We're going to scroll through and look at some trade setups from today and kind of like talk about how I'm going to manage my risk. I'll show you some Apex accounts. So essential chart trader tools. This is a step up. What are you getting here? Let's look at this. I'm going to show you guys this in the PowerPoint real quick just so we can see this. All right. So the essential chart trader tools are going to include more features than what I just showed. The ATM strategy planning, which I will show in a moment. The quick select buttons to change your ATM strategy. One-click order placement, position sizing, and risk reward features. All right. So what is ATM strategy planning? You're going to be able to confirm your stop loss and target orders on pending trade entry orders and adjust your stop loss and target orders before the trade entry is placed and filled. Pretty cool. I'll show you guys that in a moment. Position sizing, adjust your trade quantity based on the stop loss size. And configure this in dollars or percent of accounts. It's going to be linked to your ATM strategy and integrated with, like I said, the ATM strategy planning. All right, so let's take a look at this real quick. So if I'm planning a trade, right, and I want to buy the pullback, let's say that I want to buy the pullback and I removed indicators from this window because that's not the point. I'm not looking at actual entries. We'll do that a little bit later. But if I want to do this, here's my quick select buttons, right? So I have a 10-point stop, 15-point. Now look how it pops up on the chart, right? Check that out. 10, 15 points. There's your 20 points. There's your 25. So I quickly am changing without using this drop down. I'm quickly changing ATMs. So let's take a look here. If I want to buy a limit, let's say usually for me, a good trade is to buy the pullback when it retests a previous high. So let's say I place this order. Now I can plan out my trade. So check this out. If I want to target this high, I move this up. Now I plan for a 27-point target. If I want to stop below this low, I can plan for that. All right. Let's say I want to use a tight stop. I don't want to let it go more than 10 points. This is what's cool is I can move this up, and obviously it's hard to click exactly 10 points. So you zoom in a little bit to get it right where you want it to be at 10 points. All right. Now I can see my risk reward, 2.7. So I've got a 2.7 R. That's easy, 10 versus 27. But as I change it, look how the risk reward changes. So we're seeing our risk reward in real time as we move this. Okay. This is the ATM strategy planning. Literally, you're able to see, if I hover over here, it'll pop up again. You're able to see your profit target and your stop loss before you get in a trade and make a plan. Cool. And I'm going to show you guys position sizing with this. Okay. So let's say that I want to do position sizing. I would turn size on. Now I'm planning to risk $200 per trade on micros. So as I change this, watch what happens. 10 lots with a 15-point stop, we would have 6 lots. 20-point stop, we would have 5 lots, 5 contracts. That's how we were able to risk $200. And then lastly, 25 points would be a 4-contract trade, risking at most $200. So you guys see that? Now, what's really cool is let's go ahead and place the same order we were doing. So we'll place this pending order, 5 lots. Now watch what happens as I change my planned stop loss. So 6 contracts, now we'll have 7. As the stop gets smaller, we can trade 8 lots. Again, this is all within the $200 risk. As I click, the quantity of the order changes. Check that out. So now we have an 8 contract trade planned. Okay, move it back down. 3 contract trade, because we're wanting to risk at most $200. So that's position sizing. And guys, I'm really happy with how far this has come, and I'm continuing to develop this even with more features, planning, planning your trade based on market orders, where as the market's moving up and down, you're going to change your position size because your target and your stop are fixed. So there's other things I'm doing in this based on what my customers need. And that's what I would say. Excuse me, I've got some hiccups here. That's what I would say for you guys. If you become a customer, and a lot of you will, and a lot of my customers are even here, I love interacting with you guys and adding features based on what you guys need. A lot of you guys in this room have been trading 5, 8, 10, 15, 20 years. And so your experience, I love hearing from you guys with your experience and adding things to my software products. Cool with that? Just a little plug, all right? So I'm gonna skip, I'm not gonna show these for now. These are some other features. But again, if you want a complete overview of what I just showed you, my YouTube channel is great. And right now I'm putting effort to publish a video every week. So just go look at my YouTube channel and you're gonna see the latest videos with a more deep dive into these features. And maybe we'll come back to this at the end. But there's a lot of other features built into this chart trader platform that I think you guys could benefit from. Let's say you trade Renko bars, you trade range bars. There's stuff built specifically for that. What about close? If you want to enter when a bar closes, built for that. What about trailing stops? You want to set up a trailing stop at a parabolic SAR or a moving average, advanced exit orders, okay? Bracket orders for news. You want to place the buy and to sell bracket to enter a trade on a breakout. That's bracket entry orders. So maybe we'll come back at the end, just show it real quickly. But next, I promised you, yeah, so thank you, Angela. Such a nice comment. And Mark, good question. I'll have to look up later what you have. I'd be happy to look up your account if you would reach out in the website chat, and I'll answer that. You may have to just go download the latest version, but thanks for being here, man. And for asking that question. So what I said today, guys, we're going to do 3 things. We're going to look at the chart execution features for all trading plans, and that's what I just showed you. Now I'm going to show you what I think is the best trade copier on the NinjaTrader platform and risk manager. I'm going to show you that, and then we'll wrap up with some more trade setups. So here's the trade copier. So just full disclosure, I've got 5 evaluation accounts on Trade-A-Date right now. That's all I've got. But this here is my trade copier platform. This here is a 1 trade button. You guys know back in the day when you had to trade 7 days to get qualified, this button could, with 1 click, I'll just click it. It's going to get you in and out of a trade immediately to satisfy the requirement to have traded today. So literally with 1 click, I just traded all 5 accounts. This profit and loss, I guess, is something with Trade-A-Date. I don't know why, because I haven't traded today, but it's in the NinjaTrader platform, out of my control, just showing a little bit of a realized loss already. But the total P&L is right here. Anyways, off on a tangent, but you can do so much with this window, you guys. You can set your daily goal and loss right here. And so what I wanted to talk about with that is how I'm going to trade, right? So I'm doing 20 accounts only. I'm not going to do less than 20 accounts. Why? Because I want to show my customers that I'm in this and I want to get that big payout, right? That's the only option for me. Also, if I'm trading 20 accounts, I'm going to be testing my software to the max, right? I'm going to be testing both Trade-A-Date and Rhythmic side, 20 accounts each, okay? And what I'm going to do is set up an account in my business next, which will allow me to have 20 accounts both personally and in my business. Won't trade all 40 accounts at once, but yeah, this is super important to understand. All right, so copy and trades, you can change the size, you can change the type of contract. I mean, again, I would just direct you guys to YouTube. Looking at a video from a few weeks ago where I covered in March, I believe, late March, I published a video that's gotten almost 4,000, 5,000 views on this whole trade copier, taking a deep dive in. But if you guys have a trade copier, or if you don't, either way, I think this is going to have a ton of value for you looking at this. All right. So that's all I'll say about that. You know, you can also track your trailing threshold, so you guys know how important it is to know how far are you away from either blowing an account or funding an account. I've got these two columns here. How far you are from being funded or passing the evaluation or failing the account. Same thing when you have performance accounts. How far are you from, you can set the value of your goal for getting a payout, or how far are you from potentially blowing the account? Okay, so yeah, this has come a long way, and I'm continuing to develop features in here, but I'll just leave it at that for now. All right, but now I'm going to discuss, I think the most value I have here, or just adding more value for you guys, is discussing my trading plan. So this is going to be some pretty cool stuff I haven't talked about before on here, but how am I going to trade once I get these 20 accounts? That's why I've got these numbers right, because I want you guys to see these numbers with a daily loss of 400 and a daily goal of 600. Now, I always say dollars don't mean anything. Okay, it matters how many points you're getting. I mean, if I'm making $600 and I'm trading 3 lots of the NASDAQ, that's luck, right? Okay, I can't even do the math, but you'd be up or down $600 fast on three contracts. Well, I guess I can do the math. That would be 10 points. 10 points of the NASDAQ, right? So what I'm going to do is trade 5 micros. So with micros, for every 10 points, so literally from right here, 50 to 60, or say up here, 90, 10 points, right? 10 points is $100. Every point is $10. So what this means is 60 NASDAQ points. Okay, I'm going to trade in the morning. My goal is to be up 60 points or down 40 points. And that's it. And then I stop for the day. Okay. And so I love this math, because the reason I love this math is I think about the course of 1 week. What if 3 days I can hit my goal? That's $1,800. What if 2 days I hit my loss? That's $800, for a total of $1,000 in the week. You guys follow me? So if I have 3 days where I hit my goal, $1,800, 2 days where I hit my loss, $800, the difference, $1,000. All right. So I believe this is the key, is having good risk management. All right. Obviously, you got to be able to see the market and know what it's going to do, and no one knows what the market's going to do. But so I just wanted to give you that risk management on a daily basis. Now I'm going to look on a trade by trade basis, and we'll talk about some trade setups and managing risk. You guys cool? Are you guys tracking with me on this? 10 minutes here. So let's look at some trade setups, and then I'll give you guys my coupon code and my offer. Thank you, Mark. Man, Angela said, you are smart. Man, you know, Angela, thank you so much for saying that. I'm just going to comment on that again, because that is really kind of you. And maybe I'm too smart for my own good as I sit in front of these charts and overanalyze and overanalyze and overanalyze. But hey, I believe pretty soon I'm going to be publishing a YouTube video talking about this $40,000 payout. It's coming. It's coming. All right. So let's look at some trade setups. Back to this chart here. Okay. So these are my favorite indicators. All right. This here is my key levels confluence indicator. It's going to plot the most important levels. So like right here, we have yesterday's close, right? So I would love a pullback. In fact, this is a great trade, in my opinion, right here into this blue area. After we crossed over the 20 and the 50, we're down into the blue area. We also have yesterday's close backing us up. When you look back, has yesterday's close mattered today? I think so. right here. Market stopped, it was shooting up, stopped at yesterday's close. That's interesting. Yeah, so then yesterday's low, we have the S1, S2, so it's plotting all the most important pivots and yesterday's high, low, open, and close, and even more in the same chart window. You can see levels are combined. So right here we have yesterday's close combined with the low from 2 days ago. All right. So that's the key levels. But when I talk about support and resistance trading, I also use moving averages as support and resistance, right? So I don't only use them as the trend. I believe they have value for support and resistance, especially on minute charts. And you could look at a 1 minute chart, 2 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, okay? But today I'm looking at a 1 minute, and this is like primary what I look at is 1 and 5 minute. So how would I manage my risk on a trade like this? Okay, so here we're starting to break above this high. Let's just take a look at this here. I'll just hop in this trade on Sim just as an example, you know. And guys, I'm not claiming that trading is easy. I'm the last guy that's trying to convince you I can teach you how to trade. Okay, I'm trying to show you some tools that I built: the chart trader, the trade copier, things that are going to minimize your stress involved in trading. So hear me out. I'm not here to teach you how to trade, but this is my take on it, right? So I think we can take a lower risk here, right? If this comes down below this low, we'll just hop out of this. But look at my reward. If it retests the high, I've made 20 points. Now I should have gotten in a 5-lot trade, because what that's going to do is it's going to be similar to how I would actually be trading, right? If I'm trading 5 lots, you know, but it all comes down to points, right? If I'm risking 10 points in this trade, doesn't work out, I still have 30 points left in the day before I would hit my daily loss. Okay, so I think you have to manage your risk. And I mean, shoot, if I want to, I could risk 40 points on this, right? Because I haven't traded yet today, and that's my daily total loss. So if I really believe we're going to go up at the end of the day, and I don't want to get wicked out of this thing, you know, it might come down to yesterday's close and then go up and retest the high. But I think it's likely it would retest the high, at least. Okay, but no one knows what it's going to do. All right, so let's look back on today here. This indicator is available on my website. I'll show you guys at the very end of the presentation to automatically plot these moving averages and fill the area in between, make it look good and things like that. But we can see here, as we got a trend change, all right, very choppy this morning. It opened kind of short pre-market. News came out. Look at the 20 EMA this morning, okay? After the news came out, the pullback to the 20 worked beautifully, right? So that's why I say, you know, you guys are going to see, had we stopped here, it would be a loss. But you can still take really small stops using these moving averages, support and resistance, with really large targets, right? So after we crossed over, you know, you're moving up. Tough buy here, okay? Slam down. But the VWAP, I want you guys to see the VWAP as support and resistance too. This is a free indicator on the platform of NinjaTrader, right? Look right here, VWAP. Look right here, VWAP. Again here, VWAP resistance. Here, VWAP support. This is a beautiful trade, okay? Because you're pulling back into the 5-minute area, which is still crossed to the red. You're pulling back into the blue area of the 1 minute, and you've got this large 200 EMA and the VWAP backing you up. Okay, that's why I say in my trading plan, 5 trades. That's it. And it's going to force me to wait for the good ones where I have a lot of things in my favor. All right. So obviously we trended up, you know, buy the 20. No one needs another guy calling out trades after the fact. That's not what I'm trying to do here. Okay, I'm just trying to show you. I mean, I hope you guys can see I'm genuine here, just trying to show you how I plan to trade when I get these 20 accounts. All right. What you can do is also use the ATR to manage your risk. So let's check out this philosophy as I let this trade go straight against me. Isn't that great? how that works. So what I would look at here for a stop is a maximum of 2 times the ATR, okay? So what do you have here? About 10 ATR. That means each bar size is about 10 points, right? You multiply that by 2 to get 20. So your maximum risk, the way I'm approaching this is my maximum risk in any trade is going to be 2 times this ATR or 1 times. So let's say right here, if I'm taking a trade right here, my ATR is about 12. So that means I'll risk between 12 and 24 points on this trade. Those are my options, right? Not everything in trading is black and white. So I'm not going to risk the same every time. I'm going to try and use some of my, I'm going to use my human brain to make decisions. Okay. I don't believe in automated trading. I mean, anyone have an automated system that just like cranks out money? Didn't think so. Neither do I. So we have to step in and make decisions about how we're going to trade, right? If I see this thing screaming down here, I'm like, man, like this thing's moving down. In the last 3 minutes, it's dropped 50 points. There could be an opportunity here. Sell the VWAP. Guess what? Sell the VWAP. Came down, okay? So, and then here, based on my ATR, what's our risk? Does someone know? ATR is showing 15. So our stop loss is going to be between 15 and 30. We're not going to risk more than that, okay? So anyways, just some thoughts on how you could vary your stop losses to based on the market volatility. I love the ATR. I believe in it, okay? So close this horrible trade that I got myself into, which should have just been a 10-point loss. All right, but it's just sim and just for demonstration here. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this out with my offer. This is awesome. Look at this thing drop, you guys. That's so cool when it picks up steam like that. And it's just hard to enter sometimes. You know, you're looking at, as it's dropping here, you're looking at the pullback. So here was a slight pullback, 84 to a 17-point pullback. Here was a 10-point pullback. You see this right here, this low, this high, only 10 points. I mean, this has dropped 60 points, and the largest pullback was 10 points. This one was a 17-point. But based on that, you could be looking to sell like a 17-point pullback and expect a retest, but we're not even getting a 10 or a 17-point pullback right now. So yeah, I like measuring pullbacks too. So I'm gonna wrap this up and show you guys my offer, okay? So we're gonna put this in the chat here to the entire audience, and you guys can, here's my website. Oops. All right. Okay, cool. So I just put the link in the chat. You can click on that and you're gonna see a summary of my offer. I'm gonna cover it right now in PowerPoints real quick. So today what I'm gonna do is 40% off all of my software, okay? So the basic chart trader tools is gonna be $115. That gets you started with my chart trader platform. Then we talked about the essential chart trader tools, which includes the ATM strategy planning features, the position sizing features, the quick select buttons, and more. Also 40% off at $595. All right, oh yeah, here's the list of everything, 40% off. Okay, next, this is important because I think everyone here could pick one of these, and this includes the basic chart trader tools. So for example, if you buy advanced exit orders management, you get the basic chart trader tools and the features. If you buy closed bar entry orders, you get the basic chart trader tools and those features that I showed you at the very beginning of the presentation. another 40% off at $295. And I think there's going to be at least one person, one or two people today that are going to want the professional chart trader tools. And this is going to be, if you total it all up, you're getting 60% off. It's a big spend, but I think there's a ton of value in here, okay? So with this purchase, you're getting every single feature that I built into the chart trader platform in one purchase. And I'm throwing in the support and resistance suite. So you're getting with that my support and resistance indicators, the key levels, in which I didn't even show today, the price action confluence indicator. And then lastly, a couple more slides. Here's the support and resistance suite. I showed you guys the key levels here at the very top. And then also the account dashboard, which is the trade copier and the risk manager on sale. Again, everything's 40% off, so $175. I want you guys to do also, very top of my website, you're gonna see customer reviews. And it's been so fun watching these reviews come in lately. So just go look at those. Because I know it's hard to know who you can trust. And so just go see what some of my customers have said. Here's the offer. There's the link. It's time for me to wrap up, but just a couple more minutes here. Everything's gonna be good. Man, I didn't update that slide. I'm sorry, you guys, but 40% off everything. So let's look at the website real quick where I did update that. All right, so it's good through Saturday, April 27th. Here at the very top is the coupon code, which is gonna be corner to save 40% off any purchase. And again, I've made this very simple for you guys. These links are even gonna include videos now. So the basic tools is another video you can watch to see all the features. Same thing here. Okay, here's your professional tools link. Again, I said here, the first 3 people I will include the support and resistance suite. So if you buy the professional tools, I'm including the support and resistance suite. Here's a list of all the other enhanced chart trader features available. Again, if you pick one of these, you're getting the basic chart trader tools with it. All right, here's the trade copier and everything else, all the way down to the trend indicator, which plots those 2 moving averages with the fill in between. So that wraps it up. Again, click the link in the chat. And YouTube's been big lately. Yeah, my channel is right down here, way at the bottom. Here's where you can get my channel, right down here. Also, you can see the reviews right here, and at the very top, the green stars to read the reviews. That wraps it up. I'm seeing Larry Fox with some questions. Larry, just reach out in the website chat right now, and I'll work with you to get that order placed. Yeah, he's asking about basic tools and trade copier. 40% off is a great deal on that. But yeah, just reach out and we'll talk about it. And that wraps it up. So I want to thank Traders Corner again for having me, and I look forward to being back. And yeah, just thank you guys for being here, for your time and your attention. And I hope to hear from many of you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joel. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Thanks for making such an incredible offer for our audience today. It is amazing how powerful your tools and indicators are. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want a tremendous discount on some of the most powerful NinjaTrader tools, Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators has them available. Joel has put his link in the chat box there. Joel, as always, it's a pleasure to have you on Traders Corner. Thanks again, and we appreciate you.
Awesome. Yeah, guys, and right here in the bottom right corner, this black button, I'll be able to chat with you and answer any questions that you guys maybe didn't ask or that you have after the presentation. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Joel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our last presentation of the day. I hope everyone is listening closely. Our last presenter is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the last 15 years. He wears several hats over at Right Line Trading. He is a trading coach that assists with the optimization of trading strategies and indicators. He provides logistical and technical support and is always ready and willing to assist the Right Line Trading community. Here to present AI Auto Trader, self-learning technology is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome to Trader's Corner, Rory.
Hey, Anthony. Thank you so much for that great introduction. It's really my pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. It's our pleasure as well.
Wonderful. So I know it's been a long presentation, and I'm last. But listen, let me have your attention, please, just for the next 30 or 45 minutes, because I've got a system here that's extremely exciting and powerful. And I bring a message of hope today. So stick around. It's been an information-packed day, I know, but I assure you that I've got something that may be of very big interest to you. So with that being said, the AI Auto Trader is my focus today, which is a fully automated strategy that runs within NinjaTrader 8. And once it's enabled, it will execute and manage the trades on your behalf. Before I get started, though, let me just satisfy the ABCs of the federal government. The good Lord knows that I sure don't want them knocking on my door. This presentation is for demonstration and educational purposes only. I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. With that being said, let's go ahead and get started. I'm really a proud member of a very educated and experienced team here at Right Line Trading. And our vision is to help predict, with our software, is to help predict the future direction of price. You know, let's face it, that's like having the winning lottery numbers before the drawing, to have a crystal ball. So there's a tremendous amount of money to be made, and that's the exciting part about trading. That's the allure that keeps us all coming back. And that's our mandate as software developers. We want to provide you with an edge over other retail traders. And I think what I'm about to show you, I think you'll agree with me by the time it's over that this system will provide you with an edge. Along the way, we've been around for close to 15 years now. Right Line Trading has, and we've built a tremendous community of traders that are really extremely experienced. In fact, some of our best ideas over the years have come from our members. And most importantly, we want to build this community of traders that help collaborate and support one another on their trading journey. But most importantly, and I just heard Joel kind of allude to it, is we want to do it with transparency and integrity and honesty. And that's really the first and foremost important thing to us. So very briefly, I want to introduce the team behind the voice that you hear right now. Right Line Trading, as I mentioned, has been around for about 15 years. I think one of the main assets or distinctions between us and a lot of our competitors is that we're on the right edge of the chart every morning when that 9:30, when that bell rings. We leverage our software in front of a live audience every day. We don't Monday morning quarterback you and send you, you know, these great emails about how much money we made yesterday or the trade you could have got in last week. Okay, we're trading the market in real time. Craig Emery, I'm going to introduce real briefly our traders. Craig Emery had purchased dozens of different trading systems and had a real problem with consistency. He, you know, could string together a few good days, but over the course of a month or 2 months, he would always see his trading account dwindle down to nothing. He came to Right Line Trading a few years ago, and he's kind of found his groove, and now he's a very consistent trader, and he trades in our futures live trading room. We also have our prop trading professional, David Kushner, at the top right. We lovingly refer to him as the Kush. The Kush is a professional prop trader. He's made prop trading his business, and he treats it as a business. He's extremely disciplined. He has rules that are set in stone, and he doesn't break them. And he goes trading sessions, several trading sessions during the week or month that he doesn't take a trade at all. He journals all his trades, and he successfully trades 6 funded prop accounts. We have our options traders. We have Mark Sachs, who is the founder of Right Line Trading, extremely intelligent guy. A graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League school. He also continues to run a number of our option services. We have Mr. David Wyse. Mr. David Wyse is just an incredible options trader. If anybody is listening and you have any interest in learning how to trade options, David Wyse is your man. I like to refer to him as the Pete Rose of options trading. This guy, he doesn't hit many home runs, but he will mix one in here and there. But he is always on base, single after single and a double and a triple, and he's constantly moving the ball. 90% win rate trading options, very talented options trader. Behind the scenes, behind the desks, we have Brock Miller. Brock is our he's a college student. He's studying to get his degree in computer science. He's also in customer service and helps with our digital marketing. We have our tech guys, Charles Sider. Everybody loves Charlie. Charles is he's one of these rare individuals who puts others before self. He's a very selfless person, and he's very highly intelligent. He's a graduate of UCLA, and he has a master's in computer science. He was with a major software development firm for over 30 years. And he's part of our team. We have Sergio Luque Rodriguez. He's a Cuban American right here in Miami, Florida, from Cuba. And he has his master's degree in computer science. Very much like Joel, he could bring these complex, algorithms and mathematical modeling and now artificial intelligence. He knows how to integrate this into language that imports into NinjaTrader. It's amazing. So no matter how complicated it is, Sergio will find a way to code it. He's extremely talented. And our team is led by Mr. Mark Miller. Mark Miller is the owner of Right Line Trading. He has his MBA from Cal State. He's a U.S. Army veteran. And I just want to take just a moment to recognize anybody who is a veteran. God bless you and thank you for your service. Mark brings those core military values of transparency, honesty, integrity, and he's brought them to the forefront, and they found their way into every department here at Right Line Trading. Who am I behind the voice here? My name again is Rory Powers, and I'm a Syracuse University graduate. I've got a couple of pictures here. My passion, of course, is trading. I've worn several hats here at Right Line Trading. I've been here for about 10 years. From trading coach, I helped develop some of our software, some of our strategies. I've done tech support, a number of different things here at Right Line Trading. And I've got a couple of pictures here. First, I want to recognize my family. I'm so blessed. My wife and I, my beautiful wife Christelle, and I have 2 beautiful children, a 1 and a 5-year-old. And this is Christelle's mother. Christelle is a Haitian American, and God, the best decision I've ever made in my life. My friends tell me I got more guts than brains, with the young kids, but I couldn't be more blessed. And to the left here is a beautiful picture of Mark Miller and Sergio and myself went fishing down in the Keys, and we caught a big grouper that day and a couple of other small fish. So that's who you hear behind the voice that's behind the screen here. So let's get on with the show here. The genesis of the AI auto trader, and really what has me personally so excited, is we've all experienced problems with consistency. I kind of mentioned it earlier. We might be able to string together a few good trades or a few good days, But when it comes time to looking over a month or 6 months performance, that all changes, and it's a gloom and gloomy picture of a historical performance. So a lot of this is due to these emotional errors that we make as human beings. We're filled with these emotions when we trade. I've heard on this show on Trader's Corner, I think his name was Christopher Mullen, had mentioned that there's about a dozen different personality traits that people have. And I think 11 out of the 12 don't lend well to being a good trader. I hate to blame it on my old man, okay, but I can tell you my personality trait does not lend very well to trading. I'm a trader that likes to squeeze his stops. I look at my P&L, and David Wyse told me that never look at your P&L when you're in a trade, because that's all emotions. You see those green or those red numbers start adding up, and it makes poor decisions, impulsive decisions. We've all bought indicators that lag price, that just doesn't work, desperate to find a solution. Some of us lack a proven trading methodology. But listen, it all leads to the same cold, desolate place, and that's blowing out our trading accounts. I could tell you I've personally blown out at least 10 accounts. I've quit trading a half a dozen times, and I've vowed never to do it again because I lost a lot of money. And that was the genesis of the AI Auto Trader. It has been my team's commitment. I know my slide says my commitment, but I can't take the credit on this. It's really a team effort, and it's been our team's commitment to bring this to an end. And so when it comes to the right edge of the chart and that opening bell rings, the good Lord knows that we have no idea which way that market's going to go. We can listen to the talking heads. We have our own opinions and biases, but we really have no idea which way that market's going to go. So we need a tool set that can help us predict the future direction of price. So we've narrowed it down to two things that create trading success. And the first is we need the proper tool set that's going to identify risk. We want to be able to get into these trades at the most opportune moment when risk has been defined at its lowest, and we have the highest probability of making a profit on the trade. And ideally, if you trade anything like me, you need a software system that can automatically get you in and out of these trades in a fast-moving market with amazing accuracy. And that's what I'm about to show you with the AI Auto Trader. The benefits are really, I've kind of alluded to them already. They take away our I like to call it our bonehead moves. Listen, when you're trading a fast-moving market and you have money on the line, there's a lot of mistakes that we make that over the years are very costly mistakes. So this eliminates those human errors. There's no more overthinking. There's no more hesitating. Who knows, the phone could ring, or you're at work and you get preoccupied and you've got an open position or something's happened that you just missed. All of these things start adding up. So the benefits is that this is a system that's going to automatically put your stop and your profit target in the most ideal place. And a little more about that later, because we've integrated some technology regarding our stop placement and where our profit targets are placed that I'm going to go into in just a few minutes. So there's no more cutting winners short and no more mismanaging our trades. So I want to go ahead and I want to show you a few of our top strategies and the results that they've recently made. One of our most consistent strategies is the cash register. And the cash register trades on a 5-minute data series. And in collaboration with David Wyse, we developed this strategy, this automated strategy that runs on the ES. And what it looks at, the trigger on this, is market internals. Remember, we're looking to trade in the same direction of institutional money. And it's kind of become a catchphrase. I hear a lot of people saying it, but a lot of them don't go into detail about exactly how they do it. What we do is we do it in a unique way. We look at those actual cash, those market internals. We look at a disparity between uptick and downtick. We look at momentum and trend on a multi-time frame analysis. These are things that retail traders just have no way of manipulating in the market. It's only those huge orders that these hedge funds and institutional firms are placing orders in the market. So this ES strategy is extremely exciting to watch. Well, I take that back. The one that's exciting to watch is the NASDAQ. This one, to be honest, is a little like watching paint dry. It's not that exciting, but it's a money maker. And that's the most important thing. From April 1st to April 21st, this strategy was up $3,564.92. And I just want to bring over my trade performance so we could just take a closer look at the numbers. This is on the ES. Let's see here. On the signal A. The signal A takes the huge reversals on the cross of our RSI line and our Laguerre indicator. So this is a strategy trading just one E-mini after commissions. Okay, after commissions, this strategy has about a 5-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You could see here my average losing trade on this strategy is just $161. It's a very tight stop. We're not going to risk a lot of money. But when we get into one, we hold on to it, and we hold on to it for about I think it's 70 or 80 ticks to the profit target. So the average winning trade is almost $670. Now listen, one of our biggest mistakes as futures traders, one of my biggest mistakes, has always been my risk to reward. I can't tell you how many times, I've taken 2 or 3 winners only, and feeling great, thinking it's going to be a wonderful day, only to take one loser and have it wipe out those 2 or 3 beautiful trades that I was so proud of. This is vice versa. This one here, the risk to reward ratio is leaned heavily in our favor. We don't need a 70 or 80% win rate. We can make money with a 30 or 40% win rate with that risk to reward ratio. So the ES trading just one contract for the first 3 weeks of this month is up about $3,500. Our second strategy that's really been red hot, and I really think it has a lot to do with this geopolitical unrest in the Middle East. But gold has soared to all-time highs just recently. And the volatility that gold has been trading with is really putting the money in our traders' pockets. The first 3 weeks of April, this is a strategy that made just under $5,000, and that's trading just one contract after commissions. Okay, one contract, one E-mini after commissions. The gold, very much like the ES, has about a 4-to-1 or a 5-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And we get in these trades and we have some really unique ways to trail the trade and lock in profits. We have a momentum-based trailing stop. We have something called our profit window. We have a trailing stop with a defined amount of ticks. So we really have a very unique, a very nice, effective way to manage these trades to lock in profits. And last but certainly not least, and this one is our exciting one. I mentioned an exciting one earlier. This haymaker runs on a NASDAQ 30 range. And, you know, I always, you know, I always mention it, I compare it to like a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. The NASDAQ can fly, and it's almost like an addiction. If you're a trader and you've traded the NASDAQ, it's hard to stop. You know, it's like smoking or drinking. You know, you get into the habit of it, and you can't help it because you have that opportunity to make fast money, and it's fun to trade. And you know, I just watched Joel. You know, had that big, huge move down. Where in just a few seconds you can make $400 or $500, and this is no different. This strategy here is a true haymaker. We're risking 50 ticks to make 200, so it's a 4-to-1 or a 5. We're risking. We're risking 50 ticks, $250 to make 1,000. Okay, so it's a 4-to-1 risk to reward. One full winner pretty much will put you on the sideline. You have $1,000 in the bank, and you could stop trading for the day. And from April 1st to April 21st, the first 3 weeks of April, the strategy was up $4,941. And that was a trend trading strategy. That's our signal B entry on our NASDAQ 30. And we have a unique stop strategy on this. Once it goes to 80 ticks, we lock in, I believe it's 11 ticks of profit. And then we trail the trade by about 50 ticks. So you could see our average winning trade on this one is 342, and our average losing trade was 217. So a very nice equity curve, just about $5,000 of profit. Trading the NASDAQ. So you add up those top three, and those have really been our go-to strategies lately. The E-mini, gold, crude oil now is jumping into the game with the volatility. I'll show you in just a second. And gold, the E-mini, and the NASDAQ have really been our money makers. So what I wanted to do right here is I just wanted to explain why I believe we're having this type of success trading our automated strategy. Listen, most of us have tried automated systems in the past, and what we found was that they were kind of inconsistent, right? They may have done good for a few weeks, but once market conditions change, they got stale. They just didn't work anymore. They no longer produce those results that we were getting at first. And that's always been the biggest knock on automated strategies. The difference between those old strategies and this new technology that we've just integrated is we've recently collaborated with an AI development lab, really a world-renowned AI development lab. And what they've done is help us develop a closed loop system that continuously optimizes our stops and targets. And I'm going to show you the workspace in just a moment. But just to clarify what I'm talking about, and I don't want to overcomplicate things, and this is all running behind the scenes, and you wouldn't have to take part in any of the under the hood type of technology. This is all running behind the scenes. So the way the closed loop system works is for each one of our active strategies, we run it in tandem with a drone strategy. So we have the bot and the drone for each one of our instruments. And when they both take a trade, they're sharing a database. They're sharing the database that is housed on your computer. And what they're sharing is the maximum forward or favorable excursion and the maximum adverse excursion, or what Joel was just talking about, the range of the average true range of the market. And it's telling, the drone is telling the bot what the range of the current market conditions, the current range of the market, and dynamically during your trading session, it's going to reposition your stop and your profit targets in the most optimal, ideal locations, with the number one goal being to make us money on each one of our trades. So this continues to go around in a circle and loop around and around during the trading session, and continuously optimizing the inputs of our strategy. So this new AI technology has really been a game changer for this automated system. So I truly believe that this is why we're having such a tremendous amount of success. And I want to take just a second to show you the workspace. So I'm going to switch my screen over. Trying to move this out of the way. Bear with me for just a second. Okay. So this is the workspace here. And keep in mind, we trade the system every morning on YouTube Live. And the system is going to trade 6 instruments currently simultaneously. Okay, it's going to look at it's going to trade the NASDAQ, the E-mini, the Dow, the Russell. We also have our precious metals with gold and energy with crude oil. And let me tell you something. If you or I tried to do what this system does, we would be fumbling and bumbling like crazy. It's just impossible to do. In a fast-moving market, to take into consideration about 15 different conditions that have to be met, and never making a human error without making any error is just incredible. It really gives us an edge when we're trading these financial markets. So the nice part about the system and the special offer that I'm going to make today is, if you decide to come aboard, you're going to have access to our YouTube Live. We're going to trade the system every day in real time, okay? And you're going to be able to see in real time which ones are doing the best, and we're trading in our live funded accounts. And this is the workspace from today. You could see the trades on, let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil today, if we go back, it's a little difficult to see the entry. Let me put it in a dark spot here. But the entry, this is an entry that is based on volatility. It's looking at those market internals, and it's also looking at its trigger to this RSI line in my Leigh oscillator on the bottom of my chart. When that purple or pink line, breaks through the 80% in this case, it's going to take a short entry. And I have a few other conditions in place. And let me tell you, crude oil with the volatility right now got us in and out of this market very quickly today. You can see it took a short entry right where that crosses on my chart. It came down, it did a little pullback, gave us a little head fake, and then it continued down for a full winner. Then immediately the RSI line came back up, and in a volatile market, this one just went 2 trades and it hit our daily profit goal and was done trading for the day. And that was between 8:45 and 9:30 this morning. So before the market opened, crude oil was up over $1,000 in today's market. So it's an extremely exciting strategy. We also have some great strategies on the 30 range, the haymaker this morning. If we go back and take a look at the haymaker was done, and this is the great part about this system, is the way the strategies are set up. You can get 1 or 2 trades in the morning and be done with your day. Put it back in sim or turn it off and go about your day. This one started, I believe, at 8:30 this morning. Let me scroll back a little faster. But here you go. These were the trades that it took to make this 1440. It caught these trades on this move down, and it made very quick work out of this last trade. This short entry here put us over the $1,000 and shut it off for the day. So between about 8:30 and 9:15, this one hit its profit target. And it can do that on 6 different instruments simultaneously, like it did today. So I also wanted to show you part of the special offer that I'm going to be making is going to be access to our YouTube live channel. These are a few short videos that kind of highlight some of our trades that we take on YouTube Live. You can see Mark Miller here is on YouTube Live. This is a trade on the Haymaker. We trade these. Mark trades them several PA performance accounts with Apex. He uses a trade copier. And it's just an extremely exciting system that we trade on a live market every day. This one is in his PA account, made him about $1,000 on that trade. And he's up 1785 for the day. So it's a really fun system. Every day we stream live on YouTube. And let me tell you, it takes courage to do that. You don't see many software developers doing it. Our inboxes are full of Monday morning quarterbacks. Listen, if we have a bad day trading, we wear it like a pimple on the edge of our nose, on the end of our nose. There's no hiding from it. So we're on the right edge of the chart every single morning. And if you decide to take me up on my offer, you'll be joining us for free on YouTube Live every morning, not just for a month or two, forever. So the benefits of this self-learning AI model is it has the ability to adapt to the changing market conditions. Listen, this is a very news-driven market. You've got to be on top of it. You've got to be right there in front of your charts with your hand on the mouse and your eyes glued to the chart in a zone like Michael Jordan playing basketball these days to be consistent and to make money in these markets. This one does it completely automated, and it adapts to the changing market conditions. As we accumulate more data, the model gets more and more powerful. It starts to develop the nice people at the AI lab told us that it starts learning pattern recognition, and it starts forming a bias and looks for certain setups. And the output continues to get more and more powerful. Where in the past, before this technology, they would get stale. Now they're getting more and more powerful. Big difference. So it's going to continuously lower our risk and improve the accuracy on our results. So if you decide to come aboard today, what's included in the special offer? Number one, if you're not somebody that's very savvy with NinjaTrader, don't worry. We've got a team we've got a powerhouse team that's going to get on your computer. We developed an AI tool that we share with you, and we'll install your workspace with this tool in under 5 minutes flat. It's incredible. So we're going to take care of all the heavy lifting for you, and we do unlimited VIP support. There's nothing more frustrating if something goes wrong, to get a ticket in an email and sit and wait all day. It's not like that with this. You're going to be in our Discord chat group, and you'll have instant access to our tech support team. You're also going to get our modules, our masterclass modules, how to build your own automated strategies. Some people like to scalp. Some people like to swing trade. Some people like to day trade. Everybody has different styles of trading. The beautiful part about this system is every single one of our parameters is fully adjustable. So whatever instrument you like to trade. We're not dogmatic about the instrument we trade. We trade the ones that make money. That's the only ones we trade. If it's not making money, we leave it in the sim account. The minute it gains traction and it starts performing well, then it comes on top and it's in our radar. And that's the one we're going to trade. But we're going to teach you how to build your own based on your style. If you're a scalper, we got you. Don't worry. And I've already alluded to our YouTube channel where we trade the system live every day. And you can go back on our YouTube channel and you could see the historical performance of every single day that we've traded the system. So our special offer today for Traders Corner, and again, Traders Corner is awesome, and we always appreciate their letting us show our system on Traders Corner. So we made a special offer. It's going to include both the discretionary and automated systems. I always get a question as to what is the discretionary system. I'm going to show you real quick. Excuse me. The discretionary system is all of the chart templates. For every single instrument, you're going to receive a chart template that has all of the indicators that the strategy leverages. You're also going to receive our ATM strategies that we use to trade the system. They'll all be imported into your NinjaTrader in pre-formatted templates. Our tech support team will load the workspace and save the workspace that includes all of your chart templates for your charts, as well as all of your strategies. We start off and we set them up all in their own separate SIM account. Okay, we're going to run them for a few days, and we're only going to trade the most profitable ones in our live or funded accounts. So all of the discretionary system includes all of these chart templates. If you're wondering, this dashboard that you see at the top left of my chart, those are all of the conditions that must be met in order for the strategy to fire off a trade. So this is defining risk at its lowest, according to our software. Once all of those conditions are met and they all turn green, we have an indicator that'll throw a cross off on your chart. And they really give you beautiful signals to trade on a discretionary basis. If your automated strategy was enabled, when all of the conditions are met, it would execute the trade and manage it for you automatically. So the discretionary and automated system, all markets, every single one of our strategies, you're going to get them all. You're also going to become a part of our community of traders in Discord. We've got a beautiful server that's just full of resources and other traders that are willing and want to share their insights, what's working, sometimes more important, what's not working. So we have three different levels. We have our monthly, our annual, and lifetime. You can use coupon code SAVE $200, and the monthly price will be brought down from $7.99 to $5.99. I always hear, a few people say, hey, that's a lot of money, and you're right. $5.99 is a lot of money. But let me tell you, this system has the ability to put $2,000 or $3,000 or even more per day in your trading account. So it's all relative. For the annual, we have a coupon code to save $1,000. Normally it's $33.99. If you use coupon code SAVE $1000, it'll bring the price to $23.99. $23.99, if you divide that by 12, it breaks it down to about $200 a month. So for $200 a month, you'll be trading the system every day with us on YouTube Live. You'll have the full portfolio of strategies. And let me tell you, I started off the presentation by saying I come with a message of hope. And let me tell you, this system here, if you've had speed bumps and roadblocks on your trading journey, this can certainly potentially be your game changer. The lifetime license, that's been our most popular. Some people just don't like subscriptions. If you have the means, for $39.99 right now, we're running a tremendous discount. It's 50% off. 50% off. Normally, the lifetime license is $79.98. That's going to assure you that in the future, forever, if we add any other instruments, if we make any future updates, you're always going to get it for free. Okay, you're never going to pay anything additional. So with coupon code Lifetime, it's $39.99. Just a side note, we're now accepting PayPal and PayPal credit, which is a really great way to pay for it because they offer you no interest over 6 months. So I know the $39.99 or even the $5.99, it could be a big pill to swallow these days. If you use PayPal credit and you qualify, you'll be able to get no interest over 6 months. And I know there's probably a lot of questions. I'm probably just going to be able to get to a few. If you have a question about anything that I've gone over today, please put your name and your phone number in the questions or the chat box. I'm not sure which one you see. Put your name and your phone number in the questions or the chat box, and I will give you a call. If not this evening, definitely I will give you a call tomorrow. But before I close, I just wanted to show you our Discord chat group, and then we'll wrap it up. This is the Discord chat. This is the actual live channel. We have a general chat where everybody talks with one another. We have our resources that is full of training tutorials and best practices and common questions, problems and solutions. You're having a problem, let us know. We got Charlie, myself, Sergio. We're going to jump on your screen and help you if you're having any type of tech issues. My favorite is the daily results. I like to see what other people are getting. What's working for them? What's not working? You can sidestep some landmines, seeing how other people lost money. It sounds harsh, but it's the reality. But that's the benefit of trading in a community of traders. And a lot of our traders not only trade these in their live accounts, but they also trade them in their funded accounts. We have our improvement ideas, technical trade talks, software updates. Everything is in our Discord chat. So with that being said, we also post every week our top strategies. We've got a beautiful brand new website. Our link to come aboard and place your order is in the chat box. And once you do place your order, you're going to get instant access to the trading system. You'll also be able to get into our members area of the website, where you'll have all of the resources and the ability to manage your subscription. So again, the phone number here, if anybody has any questions, is right here on the bottom of my slide. And I'm just about out of time. So I want to end with that message of hope. Listen, I started and I said I blew out, a half a dozen maybe a dozen trading accounts. This system, you can go back and see on YouTube Live, actually makes me, who's like the Rodney Dangerfield of trading. Trust me. When I take a trade, I think the market makers, purposely take my stop. It's like the market just reverses on a dime. But this system has been a turning point in my trading, and I believe it could be for you too. So I want to thank you for your time, and I hope everybody has a blessed weekend. Thank you very much, Traders Corner, for having me today. It's always an honor to be here.
Thank you, Rory. Those strategies look amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle with human error, I think we all do, over trading, inconsistent results, and blowing out your accounts, which has happened to me more than once, then Mr. Rory Powers over at Right Line Trading has a solution for you. You can learn more by clicking on the link in the chat box. Thanks again, Rory, for making such a generous offer for our audience, and we hope to have you back on Traders Corner. Well,
Thank you,
ladies and
Anthony.
gentlemen, oh, you're most welcome. We appreciate you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our online trading summit. The staff at Traders Corner wants to thank all of you for joining us today. It's been an informational packed event, and we hope you all enjoy the upcoming weekend. The replay will be sent out tomorrow. Have a nice evening, be blessed, and thanks again for being here, everyone.